sneakily, in a sneaky manner. The Megan pronunciation spelling of sneaking. Again, mass, the state or quality of being sneaky. Sneaking, the act of one who sneaks. Sneaking around. Present participle and gerund of sneak around. Sneaking in. Present participle and gerund of sneak in. Sneaking out. Present participle of sneak out. Sneaking past. Present participle and gerund of sneak pass. Sneaking regarder. With regard to physical force Irish republicanism, someone who sympathizes with it without actively supporting it, someone whose opposition to it is equivocal or less than wholehearted. Sneaking regarders, plural of sneaking regarder. Sneaking suspicion, a premonition or hunch, a belief based on little evidence. Sneaking suspicions, plural of sneaking suspicion. Sneaking up, present participle and gerund of sneak up. Sneakingly, in the manner of one who is sneaking or sneaky, slyly, covertly. Demakingness, sneaking or underhand behavior, cowardly concealment. Snakings, plural of sneaking. Sneakish, somewhat sneaky. Snakishly, in a sneakish manner. Snakishness, the quality of being sneakish. It, plural of sneak. Sneaks around. Third person singular simple present indicative of sneak around. Demeeks in. Third person singular simple present indicative of sneak in. Sneaks out. Third person singular simple present indicative of sneak out. Sneaks past. Third person singular simple present indicative of sneak past. Sneaks up. Third person singular simple present indicative of sneak up. Demespris, plural of sneaksby. Inactive, a paltry person, a sneak. Denisman, a thief who operates by stealth. Denisman, plural of sneaksmen. Deneaks out, characterized by sneaking or sneakiness. Smeekief, alternative form of sneak thief. Smeekieves, plural of sneak thief. Demei, elusive, difficult to capture or observe due to constantly outwitting the adversaries. Demei beak, alternative form of sneaky beaky furtive person. Demei beakies, plural of sneaky beaky. Demei bakes, plural of sneaky beak. Demei beaky, a covert look or investigation. Sneaky fucker strategy, pleptogeny. Sneaky link, a secret romantic or sexual partner. Sneaky links, plural of sneaky link. Demegi Pete, a sneaky person. Tenegi Pete's, plural of sneaky Pete. Sneaky suspicion, misconstruction of sneaking suspicion. Demei, to bite, nip, or pinch someone or something. Et, simple past and past participle of sneap. Smeeving, of the wind, etc. very cold, biting, nipping. Emeas, third person singular simple present indicative of sneed. Demate, a surname from Old Norse. Denis, plural of sneeze. Ena, to check, to reprimand. Habe, simple past and past participle of sneb. Snabe, present participle and gerund of sneb. Emed, third person singular simple present indicative of sneb. A lutch or catch. Snack lifter. One who goes from door to door, first footing on New Year's Eve. Snack lifters, plural of snack lifter. Snack posset, a fasten latch. Snack possets, plural of snack posset. Dneck up, be silent, shut up. Sagband, a hook-shaped bend in a river, road, etc. Snackbands, plural of snack band. Neckdown, a natural neck-down curb extension caused by snowfall. Snackdowns, plural of snackdown. Snackdraw, one who is sly, cunning, devious. Snackdraws, plural of snackdraw. Heck, simple past and past participle of snack. Snack up, simple past and past participle of snack up. Deneke, a door latch. Neckets, plural of snacket. Snacking, present participle and gerund of snack. Snacking up, present participle and gerund of snack up. Next, plural of snack. Next up, third person singular simple present indicative of snack up. Then, a cut, a cutting, a slash, a slight wound, a lopping or pruning. And a simple past and past participle of sned. Adden, a surname. Daddens, plural of snedden. Denette, present participle and gerund of sned. Adden, a surname from Old English. Sneddon's syndrome, a form of arteriopathy characterized by severe transient neurological symptoms or stroke and livoreticularis or livoracemosca. Deddens, plural of Sneddon. Snedeker, a surname. Snedekers, plural of Snedeker. Snedeker, a surname. Snedekers, plural of Snedeker. Snetching, sniffing the saddles of women's bicycles or seats on which they have been sitting for sexual gratification. Dad, third person singular simple present indicative of sned. Dre, a large knife. A surname from Old English. Ne, simple past and past participle of sneed. Denede, present participle and gerund of sneed. Ded, plural of sneed. Sneedall, a city, the county seat of Hancock County, Tennessee, United States. De, present participle and gerund of snee. Then the common mace, chondrostomonasis. Aeneas, plural of sneep. There, to raise a corner of the upper lip slightly, especially in scorn. Sneer quote, synonym of scare quote. Sneer quotes, plural of sneer quote. Sneer, simple past and past participle of sneer. Sneerer, one who sneers. Sayers, plural of sneerer. Embarrassed, second person singular simple present indicative of sneer. Sneera, third person singular simple present indicative of sneer. Tearful, given to sneering. Comparative form of sneery, more sneery. Superlative form of sneery, most sneery. Sneerily, in a sneery way. Sneeriness, the state or condition of being sneery. Sneering, contemptful, mocking. Sneeringer, a surname from Dutch. Sneeringers, plural of sneeringer. Sneeringly, in a sneering manner. Sneeringness, plural of sneering. Sneeras, without a sneer. Sneerocracy, openly critical and condescending people viewed collectively. There, third person singular simple present indicative of sneer. Inary, sneering, supercilious. Third person singular simple present indicative of snee. A surname. A character by Dr. Seuss in a parable about discrimination. Sneeches, plural of sneech. To expel air as a reflex induced by an irritation in the nose. Sneeze gas, diphenyl chlorosine. Sneeze guard, a see-through plastic guard that protects unserved food at a restaurant, dining hall, or similar establishment from the breath of people eating there. Sneeze guards, plural of sneeze guard. Sneeze on the truth, to sneeze just after somebody says something, superstitiously believed to verify or validate their statement. Sneeze box, snuff box. Sneeze boxes, plural of sneeze box. Deneat, simple past and past participle of sneeze. Sneezed on the truth, simple past and past participle of sneeze on the truth. Sneeze barred, a transparent panel mounted above a food counter to prevent food from being contaminated by someone sneezing. Sneeze guards, plural of sneeze guard. Denalis, without a sneeze. Sneeze-proof, protected from sneezes. Sneezer, someone who sneezes. Sneezers, plural of sneezer. Sneeze, plural of sneeze. Sneezes on the truth, third person singular simple present indicative of sneeze on the truth. Teneoe, a plant of the genus Helenium, especially Helenium autumnale. Teneoids, plural of sneezeweed. Teneoid, the wood of a South African tree, Pteroxylon obliquum. Teneoids, plural of sneezewood. Sneezor, a hardy flowering plant of species Achillea tarmica, poisonous to cattle, sheep, and horses, but with various herbal applications in humans. Sneezewort yarrow, Sneezewort Achillea tarmica. Sneezworts, plural of sneezewort. Denezer, comparative form of sneezy, more sneezy. De, superlative form of sneezy, most sneezy. Denead ole, in a sneezy way. Deneanas, the state of being sneezy. Sneezing, present participle and gerund of sneeze. Sneezing on the truth, present participle and gerund of sneeze on the truth. Sneezingly, with a sneeze or sneezes. Deneangs, plural of sneezing. Denail, to sneeze continuously or multiple times. Denails, third person singular simple present indicative of sneezel. Sneezling, constant or repetitive sneezing. Dene, prone to sneeze with little if any nasal agitation. Snadr, a surname. Snegyurachka, the Snow Maiden, a character in Russian folklore who assists her grandfather Ded Moroz in bringing gifts gifts to children every New Year. Snyder, a surname from Dutch. Snyders, plural of Snader. Islington, an inner suburb of Nottingham, Nottinghamshire, England, east of the city's centre. OS grid ref SK 5839. Alternative form of snake. A Viking fighting vessel smaller than a longship. The next, plural of snack. Snellgrove, a surname. Snellgroves. Plural of Snellgrove. Dow, a surname. Snell, the law that for ray incident on the interface of two media, the sine of the angle of incidence times the index of the refraction of the first medium is equal to the sine of the angle of refraction times the index of refraction of the second medium. Denell, simple past and past participle of Snell. Inallen, a surname. Snellen chart, a chart bearing letters or other symbols used to test visual acuity. Snellen charts, plural of Snellen chart. Snellen tests, a vision test using a Snellen chart. Snellen tests, plural of Snellen tests. Denellens, plural of Snellen. Sneller, a surname. Snellers, plural of Sneller. Denellus, superlative form of Snell, most Snell. Snellgrove, a surname. Snellgroves, plural of Snellgrove. Snelli, a surname. Denellings, plural of Snelling. Denels, plural of Snell. Snellville, a surname. Snellvilles, plural of Snellville. Denelle, quickly, sharply, acutely, coldly. Denelson, a surname. Denelsons, plural of Snelson. An ox horn or water buffalo horn used by the Khmer people as a musical instrument. It has been used to call for assembly, to summon elephants from the field, and by hunters to communicate over great distances. A snow leopard. Snapling, alternative form of snapling abseiling. Emephis, plural of snap. Tar, expressing amusement, a snicker or a snort of laughter. Dirt, simple past and past participle of snirk. Snirking, present participle and gerund of snark. Sarks, third person singular simple present indicative of snirk. Ter, alternative form of snert. Gnerts, plural of snurd. Dat, initialism of Super Nintendo Entertainment System. Cineas says, plural of SNES. Dat, to clear of mucus, to blow one's nose. Denevin, a surname. Denevins, plural of Snetten. That's, third person singular simple present indicative of Snet. Sinetta, simple past and past participle of Snet. Snetterton, a village and civil parish in Breckland District, Norfolk, England. OS grid ref TL 9991. Snetting, present participle and gerund of Snet. Snettisham, a village and civil parish in Kings Lynn and West Norfolk District, Norfolk, England. OS grid ref TF 6834. Neutrino, a hypothetical Boston superpartner of a neutrino whose existence is implied by supersymmetry. Neutrinos, plural of sneutrino. Does know. Simple past and past participle of snoo. Doing, present participle and gerund of snoo. Third person singular simple present indicative of snoo. Tne, a surname. Tned, plural of snay. Dnyana, a transliteration of the Bulgarian, Macedonian, Russian, or Ukrainian female given name Snyezha and Asnjana. Temeka, the highest mountain in the Czech Republic. Russian, or Ukrainian female given name Snyezha and Asnjana. Temeka, the highest mountain in the Czech Republic. SNF, initialism of skilled nursing facility. Hi, initialism of sensitive nuclear information. Snayatin, a city in Kalamia Rayon, Ivano-Frankivsk Oblast, Ukraine. A latch or fastening for a door, window, etc. Neb, simple past and past participle of snib. Snebe, present participle and gerund of snib. Neb, plural of snib. Ice, frozen water with physical characteristics intermediate between snow and ice, especially when used in constructing buildings such as ice hotels out of ice. A member of the SNCC. Snick or snee, to cut or thrust while fighting with a knife, to use a knife as a weapon. Simple past and past participle of snick. Snicked or sneed, simple past and past participle of snick or snee. Snacklefritz, alternative form of Snicklefritz. Snicklefritzes, plural of Snicklefritz. Snickleway, a narrow alley between buildings. Snickleways, plural of Snickleway. Denicker, a stifled or broken laugh. Smicker liquor, a martini made with vodka, Irish cream, and creme de cacao. Snicker liquors, plural of snicker liquor. Snickers an onomatopoeia of unclear meaning, possibly referring to sharpness or the sound of a blade cutting through something. Snickerdoodle, a cookie in which the batter is rolled into a ball and coated with cinnamon sugar. Snickerdoodles, plural of snickerdoodle. Snicker, simple past and past participle of snicker. Snickerer, one who snickers. Snickerers, plural of snickerer. Snickering, present participle and gerund of snicker. Snickeringly, in a snickering manner. Snickerings, plural of snickering. Snitter, a chocolate bar produced by the Mars Company with a peanut, caramel, and Nubit filling. Snickers pie, a pie containing the characteristic ingredients of a Snickers candy bar, particularly peanuts, caramel, and chocolate. Snickers pies, plural of Snickers pie. Snickers salad, a sweet dish made from Snickers chocolate bars, Granny Smith apples, whipped cream, and often pudding or whipped topping. Snickers salads, plural of Snickers salad. Snickerses, plural of Snickers. Snickerme, a large sword-like knife, especially one used as a weapon. Snickermaze, plural of Snickersnee. Tmicker, resembling or characterized by Snickers. Emeka, a narrow passage or alley. Emeket, plural of snicket. Snikke, present participle and gerund of snick. Snicking or sneeing, present participle and gerundive snick or snee. Tineta, suppressed or sly laughter, snigger. Denegalt, simple past and past participle of snickle. Snicklefritz, a nickname or term of endearment for a child or adult. Snicklefritzes, plural of snicklefritz. Tinickles, plural of snickle. Snickleway, alternative form of snickleway. Snickleways, plural of snickleway. Sneckle, present participle and gerundive snickle. Snicko, clipping of snickometer. Snickometer, a device that combines slow-motion video and a graphical representation of sound waves recorded from stump and pitch microphones to determine whether a small noise, a snick, occurred as the ball passed the bat and slash or pad, and thus whether the batsman made contact with the ball. Snickometers, plural of snickometer. Snickos, plural of snicko. That it, plural of snick. Snicks or sneeze, third person singular simple present indicative of snick or snee. That is, plural of snitty. Inai, disparaging or derisive in an insinuative way. Snide pitcher, one who puts counterfeit money into circulation. Snide pitchers, plural of snide pitcher. Snidely, in a snide manner. In snideness, the state or property of being snide. Snidenesses, plural of snideness. Snyder, a surname. Sniders, plural of Snyder. Inides, plural of sny. Snides, superlative form of snide, most sny. Inidi, inai, obsolete spelling of sny to abound, swarm, team, be infested. Inai, simple past and past participle of sny. Denies, third person singular simple present indicative of sny. That, to make a short, audible inhalation through the nose as when smelling something. Sniff around. Investigate, inspect, look for information. Sniff out, to find something by using the sense of smell. Sniff tests, an informal check of an idea or proposal using one's common sense or sense of propriety. Sniff tests, plural of sniff tests. Inefla, to sniff something in, to snort something, to smell something. Snivable, able to be sniffed or able to be taken by sniffing. That, simple past and past participle of sniff. Sniffed around, simple past and past participle of sniff around. Sniffed out, simple past and past participle of sniff out. Sniffed, simple past and past participle of sniff up. Evan, a surname. Evans, plural of sniffin. Sniffer, one who sniffs. Sniffer dar, a police dog trained to sniff out illegal goods such as drugs or explosives. Sniffer dogs, plural of sniffer dog. Sniffer plane, an airplane that supposedly could detect oil fields underground. Sniffer planes, plural of sniffer plane. Snevers, plural of sniffer. Inefes, second person singular simple present indicative of sniff. Tinethe, third person singular simple present indicative of sniff. Div, comparative form of sniffy, more sniffy. David, superlative form of sniffy, most sniffy. Sniffily, in a sniffy manner. Seven, pronunciation spelling of sniffing. Inapenas, the state or condition of being sniffy. Sniffinesses, plural of sniffiness. Sniffin, present participle and gerund of sniff. Sniffing around, present participle and gerund of sniff around. Sniffing out, present participle and gerund of sniff out. Sniffing position, a combination of atlanto-occipital extension and neck flexion, considered optimal for direct laryngoscopy. Sniffing positions, plural of sniffing position. Sniffing up, present participle and gerund of sniff up. Sniffing the morning air position, synonym of sniffing position. Sniffing the morning air positions, plural of sniffing the morning air position. Sniffing with a sniffing sound or action. Sniffes, plural of sniffing. Sniffes, sniffy, disdainful. Haughty. Sniffishly, in a sniffish manner. Sniffishness, the quality of being sniffish. Sniffle, to make a whimpering or sniffing sound when breathing because of a runny nose. Deviled, simple past and past participle of sniffle. Sniffler, a person who sniffles. Snifflers, plural of sniffler. Sniffles, third person singular simple present indicative of sniffle. Sniffly, comparative form of sniffly, more sniffly. Sniffliest, superlative form of sniffly, most sniffly. Sniffling, present participle and gerund of sniffle. Snifflingly, with sniffling sounds. Snifflings, plural of sniffling. Snetly, inclined to sniffle. F's, third person singular simple present indicative of sniff. Sniffs around, third person singular simple present indicative of sniff around. Sniffs out, third person singular simple present indicative of sniff out. Sniffs up, third person singular simple present indicative of sniff up. Inevitably, disdainful, haughty. Inept, a moment, a while. Tenefte, simple past and past participle of sniff. Snefter, to sniff, also to snivel or snuffle. Snifter valve, synonym of snifting valve. Snifter valves, plural of snifter valve. Snifter, simple past and past participle of snifter. Sniftering, present participle and gerund of snifter. Snifters, preceded by the. Snifte, present participle and gerund of sniff. Snifting valve, a small valve opening into the atmosphere from the cylinder or condenser of a steam engine to allow the escape of air when the piston makes a stroke. Snifting valves, plural of snifting valve. Inepts, plural of sniffs. To drag a log along the ground by means of a chain fastened at one end. Alternative form of snag small eel. Simple past and past participle of sning. Snagger, a partly suppressed or broken laugh. Snedder, simple past and past participle of snagger. Snedder, one who snaggers. Snaggerers, plural of snaggerer. Snaggering, present participle and gerund of snagger. Snaggeringly, with snaggers, with sardonic laughter. Snaggerings, plural of snaggering. Snaggers, third person singular simple present indicative of snagger. Snaggersome, characterized or marked by sniggering. Snagger, prone to sniggering. Sneddy, present participle and gerund of snang. Snail, to chortle or chuckle, snicker. Snailed, simple past and past participle of sniggle. Snaggler, a person who catches eels by hand, one who sniggles. Snagglers, plural of snagler. Snails, third person singular simple present indicative of sniggle. Sniveling, present participle and gerund of snaggle. Snavelings, plural of snagling. Snid, plural of snag. Smedlet, an often humorous word coined to define something for which no previous word existed, a protologism. Sneglets, plural of snaglet. Sneglenim, a term that is coined well after when a concept first originated. Sneglenims, plural of sniglenim. Timid, third person singular simple present indicative of snig. Snyer, a surname from Ukrainian. Sner, a surname from Ukrainian. Snigirivka, a city in Bashtanker Rayon, Mykolaiv Oblast, Ukraine. The sound of Wolverine's claws emerging. Smixber, a nickname for Wolverine. Denelch, to eye, or look or spy at anything attentively. Delch, simple past and past participle of snilch. Sneltes, third person singular simple present indicative of snilch. Selche, present participle and gerund of snilch. Annihilate, the ship of characters Severus, Snape, and Lily Potter of the Harry Potter series. Dev, to cut with short sharp actions as with scissors. Tnutsna, to shut, close, bite, etc. with a brisk snap. Snip snap snorum, alternative form of snip snap snorum. Snip snap snorum, a game in which players attempt to match the previously played card with a card from their own hands. Snip snap, simple past and past participle of snip snap. Snip snapping, present participle and gerund of snip snap. Snip snaps, plural of snip snap. Snag, a surname. Snipe eel, an eel of the family Nemechae. Snipe eels, plural of snipe eel. Snipe flies, plural of snipe fly. Snipe fly, any fly of the family Raginidae. Snipe hunt, a prank in which a gullible victim is sent off on a fruitless search for a non-existent item. Snipe hunted, simple past and past participle of snipe hunt. Snipe hunting, present participle and gerund of snipe hunt. Snipe hunts, plural of snipe hunt. Snipo, a bolt by which the body of a cut is fastened to the axle. Sniples, plural of snipo. Sniped, simple past and past participle of snipe. Snipish, either of the two species of fish of the genus Macroamphosis. Snipe fishes, plural of snipefish. Snipe flies, plural of snipe fly. Snap fly, alternative form of snipe fly. Snipe-like, resembling or characteristic of a snipe the bird. Sniper, a person using long-range, small arms for precise attacks from a concealed position. Sniper rifle, a long-range rifle, usually equipped with a telescopic sight and often a night vision device. Sniper rifles, plural of sniper rifle. Sniperly, resembling or characteristic of a sniper. Snipers, plural of sniper. Sniper scope, a night vision device used to assist snipers in locating their targets in the dark. Sniper scopes, plural of sniper scope. Denibes, a surname. Snipe, full of or attractive to snipe. Snipier, comparative form of snipey, more snipey. Snipiest, superlative form of snipey, most snipey. Snipiness, the property of being full of, characteristic of, or attractive to snipe. Sniping, present participle and gerund of snipe. Snipingly, in a sniping malicious manner. Snipings, plural of sniping. Snippet, a small snip or piece of something, a snippet. Sniplets, plural of sniplet. Snippable, capable of being snipped. Snadved, something that has been snipped away. Tut, simple past and past participle of snip. Snubber, agent noun of to snip, a person or thing that snips. Snipper snapper, a worthless or insignificant person. Snipper snappers, plural of snipper snapper. Snippers, plural of snipper. Deneve, a small part of something, such as a song or fabric, sample. Snippet journalism, a form of journalism that presents brief reports and articles with little detail in order to cater to readers who have short attention spans. Snippete, simple past and past participle of snippet. Snippetiness, the quality of being snippy. Snippeting, act of snippeting, excerpting. Snippets, plural of snippet. Snippete, simple past and past participle of snippet. Snippeting, present participle and gerund of snippet. Snippety, made up of short snippets. Tnetter, comparative form of snippy, more snippy. Devis, superlative form of snippy, most snippy. Snappily, in a snippy manner. Tenepinas, the quality of being snippy. Snapping, present participle and gerund of snip. Snippings, plural of snipping. Snappish, snippy, irritable, short-tempered. Snippety, alternative form of snippety. Enavek, a very small bit, snippet. Inavex, plural of snippet. Denevi, fragmentary, snipped. Snippy snap, a cut or incision. Snippy snips, plural of snippy snip. Notice, plural of snip. Snip sap sonorum, alternative form of snip snap sonorum. That, jagged, notched. Snipey, alternative form of snipey. Ter, to give a suppressed laugh or sharp intake of breath. Snorit, simple past, and past participle of snert. Snerting, present participle and gerund of snert. Snertle, to snedir. Inertled, simple past and past participle of snertle. Dinertals, plural of snertle. Snertling, present participle and gerund of snertle. Dinerts, third person singular simple present indicative of snert. Ut, a temper, a lack of patience, a bad mood. Detfe, a tantrum, an excessive display of anger or disapproval. Tnetfets, plural of snitfit. Tnette, alternative spelling of snitfit. Snetfits, plural of snitfit. It, to inform on, especially in betrayal of others. Snitchbetch, a snitch, one who informs the authorities about another person. Snitchbitches, plural of snitchbitch. Snitch up, to come forward and snitch on someone. Snitch jacket, to create suspicion around a person in a way that makes them appear to be an informer. Snitch jacketed, simple past and past participle of snitch jacket. Snitch jacketing, present participle and gerund of snitch jacket. Snitch jackets, third person singular simple present indicative of snitch jacket. Snitched, simple past and past participle of snitch. Snitched up, simple past and past participle of snitch up. Snitchy, one who is snitched on, the subject of an informer's intelligence. Setchies, plural of snitchy. Snitcher, one who snitches, an informer or informant. Setchers, plural of snitcher. Setches, plural of snitch. Snitches get stitches. People who snitch or tattle will in return receive repercussions. Snitches get stitches and end up in ditches. Synonym of snitches get stitches. Snitches get stitches and wind up in ditches. Synonym of snitches get stitches. Snitches up, third person singular simple present indicative of snitch up. Comparative form of snitchy, more snitchy. Sedges, superlative form of snitchy, most snitchy. Sitching, present participle and gerund of snitch. Snitching up, present participle and gerund of snitch up. Ineti, characteristic of snitches or snitching, telltale. Inai, a snipe. Tonighted, simple past and past participle of snite. Inites, plural of snite. Snai, to cut, to make an incision, to cut off, to lance or amputate, to cut up, to cut so as to kill, to slay an animal, to hew, to cut stone, to cut hair, to cut corn, to reap, to mow. Emit, simple past and past participle of snai. Snai's third person singular simple present indicative of snai. Snether, present participle and gerund of snai. Dmiri, sharp, cutting. Sniding, present participle and gerund of snite. Tuts, plural of snit. Dutter, to giggle in a suppressed manner, to titter. Setter, simple past and past participle of snitter. Snetterfield, a village and civil parish in Stratford-on-Avon District, Warwickshire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 2000. 159. Snettering, present participle and gerund of snetter. Snetters, third person singular simple present indicative of snitter. Tredje, comparative form of snitty, more snitty. Tredje, superlative form of snitty, most snitty. Tenetenas, bad temper. Tredje, agitated or annoyed. Tats, deslice. Ads, simple past and past participle of snits. Snetsas, third person singular simple present indicative of snits. Snitsing, present participle and gerund of snits. Deny, alternative spelling of sny abound, swarm, team, be infested. Deneval, to breathe heavily through the nose while it is congested with nasal mucus. Snedalt, simple past and past participle of snevel. Sneveler, one who snivels. Snevelers, plural of sniveler. Snevelin, pronunciation spelling of sniveling. Sneveling, present participle and gerund of snevel. Snevelingly, while sniveling. Snevelings, plural of sniveling. Snevelt, simple past and past participle of snivel. Sniveler, alternative spelling of sniveler. Snevelers, plural of sniveler. Sneveling, present participle and gerund of snevel. Snevelingly, alternative form of snivelingly. Snevelings, plural of sniveling. Snevele, having a runny nose. Snevels, third person singular simple present indicative of snivel. Denively, a surname from German. Denivlies, plural of snively. Denives, third person singular simple present indicative of snive. Sniving, present participle and gerund of snive. Tlemai, a city in Donetsk Oblast in eastern Ukraine. Tuth, a vagina or vaginas collectively. Tema, plural of sniz. SNL, initialism of Saturday Night Live. SNLR, initialism of services no longer required. SNMP, initialism of simple network management protocol. SNN, initialism of spiking neural network. SNN, plural of SNN. Snow cone, alternative form of snow cone. Snow cones, plural of snow cone. Snow go, a snowmobile. Snow go, simple past and past participle of snow go. Snow going, present participle and gerund of snow go. Snow gas, plural of snow go. Snow HB, acronym of S-nitrosohemoglobin. Loved, a surname. Not, a person who wishes to be seen as a member of the upper classes and who looks down on those perceived to have inferior or unrefined tastes. Snob effect, the situation where the demand for a certain good by individuals of a higher income level is inversely related to its demand by those of a lower income level. Snob effects, plural of snob effect. Snob hill, knob hill. Snob value, the value of an item specifically to individuals of higher income levels, according to the snob effect. Snobberies, plural of snobbery. Snobbery, the property or trait of being a snob. Sawe, comparative form of snobby, more snobby. Sayas, superlative form of snobby, most snobby. Snobbily, in a snobby manner, snobbishly. Innobbiness, the state or condition of being snobby. Denarish, having the property of being a snob, arrogant and pretentious, smugly superior or dismissive of perceived inferiors. Snobbishly, in a snobbish manner. Snobbishness, the state or quality of being snobbish. Snobbishnesses, plural of snobbishness. Snobism, a snobbish attitude, particularly in relation to art or high culture. Snobisms, plural of snobism. Snobistic, synonym of snobbish. Snobocracy, alternative form of snobocracy. Snobby, characteristic of a snob. Snobdom, the realm or sphere of snobs. Snobism, alternative spelling of snobism. Snobisms, plural of snobism. Snobling, a little snob. Snoblings, plural of snobling. Snobocracies, plural of snobocracy. Snobocracy, snobs, collectively, snobbish behavior or attitudes. Snobocratic, exhibiting or relating to snobocracy. Snobographer, one who writes snobography, a describer of snobs and snobbery. Snobographers, plural of snobographer. Snobography, the description of snobs and snobbery. Tnobal, any of a series of computer programming languages developed in the 1960s and based around text string manipulation. Tnobs, plural of snob. Tnobska, a cobbler, a person who repairs shoes. Snobskas, plural of snobskat. Innoburbia, synonym of snoburbs. Snoburbs, the suburbs, particularly those which are affluent. Snocker, drunk, inebriated. Snock snarls, intertwistings and entanglements of thread, string, etc. when carelessly handled. Snocross, a sport in which snowmobiles are raced at high speed on artificial tracks. Knot, a headband or snood. Snot up, to trim, to set in order. Snotted up, simple past and past participle of snot up. Snotting up, present participle and gerund of snot up. Snotty, a surname. Snotties, plural of snotty. Snot grass, a surname. Tanaland, a town and civil parish with a town council in Tonbridge and Malling Borough, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 7061. Inmods, plural of snod. Snods up, third person singular simple present indicative of snod up. Duck, an edible fish, Theocytes atan, native to South African Cape, South American and Australian waters, often smoked or salted. Snoker, one who fishes for snoke. Snowbers, plural of snoker. Snoking, fishing for snoke. Snow Helen, controlled multisensory stimulation, a type of therapy. Inah, a short candle end used for igniting a fuse. Enoughs, plural of snoff. Snar, to kiss passionately. Snarding, a form of roggening held in a snowy environment with participants allowed to use skis or snowshoes. Snoggins, plural of snogging. Smagathen, a prolonged period of kissing. Snidathens, plural of snogathen. Snogfest, a period of intense snogging kissing. Snogfests, plural of snogfest. Snoggability, the state of being snoggable. Snoggable, hissable. Snarred, simple past and past participle of snar. Snarrer, someone who snogs. Snoggers, plural of snogger. Snodding, present participle and gerund of snar. Snoddle, to kiss. Snobless, without a snog. Kiss. Snogs, third person singular simple present indicative of snar. Snohomish, a member of an indigenous Coast Salish people of North America native to the Puget Sound area of Washington, United States. Snohomish County, one of 39 counties in Washington, United States. County seat, Everett. Snohomishes, plural of Snohomish. Snower, a surname. Snoddle, approximately sinusoidal. Denad, a surname from Slovene. Dinok, a surname. Dimox, plural of snow. Snolligaster, a shrewd person not guided by principles, especially a politician. Snolligasters, plural of snolligaster. Inaman, a surname. Isu, alternative spelling of snoo. Uch, vulva or vagina. Januchus, plural of snooch. Ode, a band or ribbon for keeping the hair in place, including the hairband formerly worn in Scotland and northern England by young unmarried women. Ode, simple past and past participle of snood. Ude, present participle and gerund of snood. Hod, plural of snood. How, to sniff around, usually in the search for food. Snowball, to sinano. Duk, a surname. Duk, simple past and past participle of snuck. Snooker, a cue sport popular in the UK and other Commonwealth of Nations countries. Snooper ball, any of the hard balls used in the sport of snooker. Snooper balls, plural of snooker ball. Snooker table, the table on which snooker or billiards is played, a billiard table. Snooker tables, plural of snooker table. Snooper, in a situation where the cue ball position is such that one cannot directly hit the required object ball. Snooper, one who snookers. Snookerers, plural of snookerer. Snookeries, plural of snookery. Snoopering, present participle and gerund of snooker. Snooters, plural of snooker. Snooker, characterized by or resembling the game of snooker. Snooking, present participle and gerund of snook. Thimap, plural of snook. Snookums, a term of endearment, especially for a child. To, an abject, cowardly person who submits tamely to others. Delve, simple past and past participle of snoo. Snowlay, present participle and gerund of snow. Those, plural of snow. Though, to be devious and cunning so as not to be seen. Snoop around. The snoop. Snowball. Capable of being snooped or spied on, subject to covert interception or surveillance. Tote. Simple past and past participle of snoo. Snooped around. Simple past and past participle of snoop around. Snooper. A person who snoops. Snoopers. Plural of snooper. Snoopers Charter. The Draft Communications Data Bill proposed legislation that would require ISPs and mobile phone companies to store records of each user's internet browsing activity. Snooperscope. Synonym of sniperscope. Snooperscopes. Plural of snooperscope. Snoopervision. Oversight deemed to be excessively invasive or prying. Snoopery. Acts of snooping. Snoopy. Comparative form of Snoopy. More Snoopy. Divis. Superlative form of Snoopy. Most Snoopy. Snoopily. In a Snoopy manner. Openness. The characteristic of being Snoopy. Snooping. Present participle and gerund of snoop. Snooping around. Present participle and gerund of snoop around. Snoopingly. In a snooping manner. Snoopings. Plural of snooping. Snoopish. Somewhat snoopy. Snoopishness. The quality of being snoopish. Novice. Plural of snoop. Snoops around. Third person singular simple present indicative of snoop around. Snoopware. Software covertly installed on a computer in order to monitor the user's activity or to steal confidential data. Snoopy. Charlie Brown's pet beagle in the comic strip Peanuts by Charles M. Schulz, often representing doggish soulfulness. Alternative form of snooze. Thus, alternative form of snooze. An elitist individual, one who looks down upon lower social classes. Simple past and past participle of snoot. Denoter. A snooty person. Snoters. Plural of snooter. Inertful. A noseful. Tenerfuls. Plural of snootful. Comparative form of snooty. More snooty. Superlative form of snooty. Most snooty. Plural of snootful. Comparative form of snooty. More snooty. Superlative form of snooty. Most snooty. So do we. In a snooty manner. Artness. The state or quality of being snooty. Duty. Present participle and gerund of snoot. Tutitude. The state or quality of being a snoot word connoisseur. Snoodle around. To search by digging with the snout, root about. Snoodled around. Simple past and past participle of snoodle around. Snoodles around. Third person singular simple present indicative of snoodle around. Snoodling around. Present participle and gerund of snoodle around. Darts. Plural of snoot. Uti. A surname. Death. The snooze button on an alarm clock. Snoozapalooza. Synonym of snoozafist. Snoozapaloozas. Plural of snoozapalooza. Snoozathan. Alternative form of snoozathan. Snoozathans. Plural of snoozathan. To sleep, especially briefly, to nap, doze. Snooze button. A button on an alarm clock which, when pressed, silences the alarm temporarily, granting a few more minutes of sleep before the alarm sounds again. Snooze buttons. Plural of snooze button. To snooze off. To drift off. To fall asleep. Snoozington. A very boring event or situation. Snoozingtons. Plural of snoozington. Dinners. Simple past and past participle of snooze. Snoozed off. Simple past and past participle of snooze off. Snoozafus. An extremely boring or uninteresting event. Snoozafests. Plural of snoozafus. Snoozer. One who snoozes, a sleeper. Snoozers. Plural of snoozer. There's third person singular simple present indicative of snooze. Snoozes off. Third person singular simple present indicative of snooze off. Snooze a time, the time when one snoozes or sleeps. Snoozeworthy, very boring. Toozer, comparative form of snoozy, more snoozy. Toozes, superlative form of snoozy, most snoozy. Terenas, the state or condition of being snoozy. Snoozing, present participle and gerund of snooze. Snoozing off, present participle and gerund of snooze off. Snoodle, to nuzzle affectionately. Snoodle. Simple past and past participle of snoozle. Snoodles. Third person singular simple present indicative of snoozle. Snoozling. Present participle and gerund of snoozle. Snooze. Sleep-inducing, tedious. Demopes. A surname. Smopused. Simple past and past participle of snopes. Snopeases. Plural of snopes. Snopeasing. Present participle and gerund of snopes. Snopeasism. Unscrupulous or heartless behavior, rapacity. Snops and spans. Synonym of spans and snops. Snoqualmie. A member of an indigenous Coast Salish people of North America native to the Snoqualmie and Skycomish River valleys of central Washington. Snoqualmies. Plural of Snoqualmie. Snoqualmie. Alternative form of Snoqualmie. Snoqualmoos. Plural of Snoqualmie. Snorosaurus. A loud or persistent snorer. Snorosauruses. Plural of Snorosaurus. Demur. To breathe during sleep with harsh, snorting noises caused by vibration of the soft palate. Snorefast. An extremely boring event. Snorefests. Plural of snorefast. Snored. Simple past and past participle of snore. Snorefest. Alternative form of snorefest. Snorefests. Plural of snorefests. Snorgasm. A very unsatisfying or obviously fake orgasm. Snorgasms. Plural of snorgasm. Denorless. Without a snore. Snorli. Resembling or characteristic of a snore. Snorer. A person who snores or is snoring. Snorers. Plural of snore. Snores. Third person singular simple present indicative of snore. Snorst. Second person singular simple present indicative of snore. Tenora. Third person singular simple present indicative of snore. Snory. Very boring. Snorgasm. Alternative form of snorgasm. Snorgasms, plural of snorgasm. Smeribonucleoprotein. Small nucleolar ribonucleoprotein. Smeribonucleoproteins, plural of smeribonucleoprotein. Smoter, comparative form of snorri, more snorri. Tonariist, superlative form of snorri, most snorri. Snoren, pronunciation spelling of snoring. Snoring, the action or sound of breathing during sleep with harsh, snorting noises caused by vibration of the soft palate. Snoring rail, a bird from the family Rallidae, Aremidopsis platini. Snoring rails, plural of snoring rail. Snoringly, while snoring. Snorings, plural of snoring. Dinor, to snore. Snork down, to eat or drink something quickly. Snork, simple past and past participle of snork. Snork down, simple past and past participle of snork down. Snorgal, a hollow tube held in the mouth or mounted on and opening into a diving mask used by swimmers for breathing underwater. Snorkel parka, a parka whose hood encircles and protrudes forward from the face. Snorkel parkas, plural of snorkel parka. Snorkel, simple past and past participle of snorkel. Snorkeler, a person who uses a snorkel to do snorkeling. Snorkelers, plural of snorkeler. Snorkeling, the act of swimming using a snorkel. Snorkel, simple past and past participle of snorkel. Snorkeler, a person who uses a snorkel to do snorkeling. Snorkelers, plural of snorkeler. Snorkeling, the act of swimming using a snorkel. Snorkels, plural of snorkel. Snorver, a pig, especially a piglet. Snorgers, plural of snorker. Snorking, present participle and gerund of snork. Snorking down, present participle and gerund of snork down. Snors, third person singular simple present indicative of snork. Snorks down, third person singular simple present indicative of snork down. Snow RNA, small nucleolar RNA. Snow RNA, plural of snow RNA. Snorri's ETA, synonym of prose ETA. Tenori cam, a camera device used in filmmaking that is raised to the body of the actor with the camera facing the actor. Demor, the sound made by exhaling or inhaling roughly through the nose. Snortable, capable of being snorted. Snorted, simple past and past participle of snort. Snorter, one who snorts. Snorters, plural of snorter. Snortus, second person singular simple present indicative of snort. Snorta, third person singular simple present indicative of snort. Snorter, comparative form of snorty. More snorty. Snortist, superlative form of snorty. Most snorty. Snorten, pronunciation spelling of snorting. Snorting, present participle and gerund of snort. Snortingly, with a snorting sound. Snortings, plural of snorting. Snortle, to give a hearty laugh that is punctuated punctuated by a snort on the inhale. Snortle. Simple past and past participle of snortle. Snortles. Third person singular simple present indicative of snortle. Snortling. Present participle and gerund of snortle. Snorts. Plural of snort. Snorty. Making a snorting sound. Tamari. Resembling or characteristic of a snore. Emat. Mucus, especially mucus from the nose. Snot block. Vanilla slice. Snot blocks. Plural of snot block. Snot otter. Synonym of Hellbender cryptobranchus alleganiensis. Snot otters. Plural of snot otter. Snot rag. A handkerchief. Snot rags. Plural of snot rag. Snot rocket. A jet of mucus deliberately expelled from one's nostril. Snot rockets. Plural of snot rocket. Knot up. To make something snotty covered in snot as a handkerchief or tissue, or to similarly cover with other bodily fluids, like a dog breathing on glass. Snot green. Of a yellowish green color like that of mucus. Snot nose. Alternative form of snot-nosed. Snot nose. Young and arrogant or conceited. Snot bag. A term of abuse. Snot bags. Plural of snot bag. Snot ball. A ball of mucus ejected from the mouth. Snot balls. Plural of snot ball. Snot box. The mouth. Snot boxes. Plural of snot box. Snot face. A term of abuse. Snot faces. Plural of snot face. Snot. Simple past of snai. Snotted. A term of abuse. Snotheads. Plural of snothead. Snotly. Used as a generic name for an ill-behaved or spoiled child. Snotlie. Resembling snot, gooey. Snot nose. Alternative form of snot-nosed. Snot-nosed. Alternative spelling of snot-nose. Snot-noses. Plural of snot-nose. Snotchag. A handkerchief. Snotchags. Plural of snotchag. Emons. Plural of snot. Snots up. Third person singular simple present indicative of snot up. Snotsicle. A solidly frozen trail of mucus from the nose. Snotsicles. Plural of snotsicle. Denota. Simple past and past participle of snot. Snotted up. Simple past and past participle of snot up. Snotter. A rope going over a yardarm, used to bend a tripping line to, in sending down topgallant and royal yards and vessels of war. Also, the short line supporting the heel of the sprit in a small boat. Snotter. Simple past and past participle of snotter. Snotteries. Plural of snottery. Snottering. Present participle and gerund of snotter. Snotters. Plural of snotter. Snottery. Full of snot or phlegm. Snotty. Inotty. Alternative form of snotty type of jellyfish. Snotty's nurse. Alternative form of snotty's nurse. Snotty. Comparative form of snotty, more snotty. Denotas. plural of snotty. Sad is superlative form of snotty. Most snotty. Snottily, in a snotty manner. Denottiness, the state or quality of being snotty. Denotting, present participle and gerund of snot. Snotting up. Present participle and gerund of snot up. Snotite, a colony of single-celled extremophilic bacteria that hangs in a sheet having the consistency of snot or nasal mucus from the ceilings of some caves like stalactites. Snotites, plural of snotite. Scottsdale, Scottsdale, Arizona. Snotty, running or dirtied with snot. Snotty's nurse, a lieutenant who supervises a midgetman. Snot-nosed, alternative spelling of snot-nosed. Snottigobble, a plant of the genus Persunia. Snottigobbles, plural of snottigobble. Denotwad, a wad of mucus. Denotwads, plural of snotwad. Denotzik, a disease of cattle causing significant mucus discharge from the nostrils. What? A simultaneous sneeze and cough. Enovis, plural of snuff. Denap, the long projecting nose, mouth, and jaw of a beast, as of pigs. Snout beetle, a weevil, specifically a true weevil beetle belonging to the family Curculionidae. Snout beetles, plural of snout beetle. Snout butterflies, plural of snout butterfly. Snout butterfly, any butterfly of the nymphalid subfamily Libethanae. Snout moth, an egger family Lasiacompidae. Snout moths, plural of snout moth. Snout fair, having an attractive face. Snouting, a heptacyclic hydrocarbon with molecules shaped like a snout with EUPAC name octahydro 1,2-ethanotocyclopropyl-CDGH pentylene. Snoutane, any of various plants in the genus Rinchosia. Snoutines, plural of snoutbean. Snouted, simple past and past participle of snout. Snouted cobra, Naja annulifera, a highly venomous species of cobra found in Africa. Snouted cobras, plural of snouted cobra. Snouted frog, any small frog in the genus Mertensophrine. Snouter, alternative form of snouter. Snouters, plural of snouter. Snoutful, enough to fill one snout, a noseful. Snoutfuls, plural of snoutful. Snouter, comparative form of snouty, more snouty. Snoutiest, superlative form of snouty, most snouty. Snouting, present participle and gerund of snout. Snoutish, shaped like a snout. Snoutless, without a snout. Snout-like, resembling or characteristic of a snout. Denouts, plural of snout. Snouty, marked by a prominent snout. Snover, a surname from German. Snovers, plural of snover. Tinovid, the February 13-17, 2021 North American winter storm that coincided with the COVID-19 pandemic. Sinovsk, a city in Koryugivka Rayon, Chernihiv Oblast, Ukraine. Duk, a surname. Snow alga, Plamidomonas nivalis, the alga responsible for watermelon snow. Snow algae, plural of snow alga. Snow angel, a design made in fresh snow by lying on one's back and moving the arms up and down and the legs from side to side. Snow angels, plural of snow angel. Snow apple, an heirloom variety of apple with white flesh. Snow apples, plural of snow apple. Snow banner, a banner-like stream of snow blown into the air from a mountain peak, often having a pinkish color and extending horizontally for several miles across the sky. Snow banners, plural of snow banner. Snow bear, synonym of polar bear. Snow bike, a mini snowmobile built out of the frame of a motocross motorcycle dirt bike, replacing the rear drive wheel with a long trailing caterpillar track and the front wheel with a single ski. Snow bikes, plural of snow bike. Snowbird, alternative spelling of snowbird. Snowbirds, plural of snowbird. Snow blindness, photokeratitis caused by bright sunlight reflected from snow or ice. Snowblower, alternative form of snowblower. Snow blowers, plural of snowblower. Snow bomb, a dose of cocaine that is bombed or parachuted by wrapping it in a rolling paper before consumption. Snow bombs, plural of snow bomb. Snow bridge, an arc formed by snow across a crevasse or creek, etc. Snow bridges, plural of snow bridge. Snow bunnies, plural of snow bunny. Snow bunny, an inexperienced, usually female skier. Snow bunting, a bird of species Plectrophenax nivalis, having white plumage, widely distributed in northern latitudes. Snow buntings, plural of snow bunting. Snow cannon, a machine that spurts out snow over pistes where there is little or no snow cover. Snow cannons, plural of snow cannon. Snow cap, alternative spelling of snowcap. Snow caps, plural of snow cap. Snow castle, synonym of snow fort. Snow castles, plural of snow castle. Snow chain, a chain put on a wheel of a vehicle to give it more traction. Snow chains, plural of snow chain. Snow cloud, a cloud from which snow is falling or may fall. Snow clouds, plural of snow cloud. Snow cone, a confection of crushed ice covered with flavored syrup or fruit juice, usually served in a paper cone or a plastic glass. Snow cones, plural of snow cone. Snow cornice, an overhanging edge of snow on a ridge or the crest of a mountain and along the sides of gullies. Snow cornices, plural of snow cornice. Snow cover, the amount of snow on a mountain, the depth of snow that has fallen. Snow crab, any crab of the species Chenosites apilio. Snow crabs, plural of snow crab. Snow cream, a dessert made by mixing clean, fresh snow with a small amount of milk or cream and flavoring agents such as vanilla and sugar, causing the snow to melt and congeal into an ice cream-like substance. Snow creams, plural of snow cream. Snow currant, the fruit of various shrubs of the species Ribes niveum. Snow daisies, plural of snow daisy. Snow daisy, any of various perennial herbs chiefly of the genus Salmisia, especially Salmisia esteliifolia, growing in high ground in southeastern Australia including Tasmania and New Zealand. Snow day, a day when a school or other workplace is closed due to bad winter weather, especially snow. Snow days, plural of snow day. Snow devil, synonym of snow spout. Snow devils, plural of snow devil. Snow donut, alternative spelling of snow donut. Snow donuts, plural of snow donut. Snow donut, a rare snow formation where self-rolling balls of snow lose their central portion, resulting in a donut shape. Snow donuts, plural of snow donut. Snow down, to fall from the sky as snow. Snowdrift, alternative form of snowdrift. Snowdrifts, plural of snowdrift. Snow farming, the management of snow using barriers and equipment in order to manipulate its coverage, for example to prepare ground for skiing or to prevent snowdrifts. Snow fence, a fence erected for the purpose of preventing windblown snow from drifting, for example onto a road or railway. Snow fences, plural of snow fence. Snow festival, a winter carnival that is always held in the snow. Snow festivals, plural of snow festival. Snow figure, snow sculpted into a human figure, a snowman or snowwoman. Snow figures, plural of snow figure. Snow flea, Hypogastra nivicola, a kind of springtail, often seen jumping about on the surface of snow. Snow fleas, plural of snow flea. Snowfly, Shinia, a genus of cranefly known for remaining active in cold temperatures. Snow fort, a walled structure constructed of snow and used for children's winter-time play. Snow forts, plural of snow fort. Snow fox, the Arctic fox Vulpes latopus. Snow foxes, plural of snow fox. Snow fungi, plural of snow fungus. Snow fungus, Tremella fusiformis, an edible jelly fungus. Snow gate, a gate on a road in a mountainous area which is closed when the road is blocked by snow. Snow gates, plural of snow gate. Snow geese, plural of snow goose. Snow globe, a decorative object or toy containing a model of a landscape, fluid and suspended white flakes that emulate snowfall when shaken. Snow globes, plural of snow globe. Snow goggles, traditional eyewear used to prevent snow blindness, often formed of a piece of driftwood or bone into which one or two horizontal slits have been carved. Snow golf, a form of golf played over snow or ice instead of grass. Snow goose, a goose of the species Chen caerulicens, native to North America. Snow grains, a solid precipitation in the form of very small particles of ice, granular snow. Snow groomer, a vehicle used to prepare snow for recreational uses such as skiing. Snow groomers, plural of snow groomer. Snow grooming, the process of manipulating snow for recreational uses with a tractor, snowmobile, piston caterpillar, truck or snowcat towing specialized equipment. Snow guard, a device or series of devices attached to the roof in a pattern that attempts to to hold the snow in place, thus preventing sudden snow or ice slides from the roof. Snow guards, plural of snow guard. Snow gum, any of various eucalypts associated with snowy areas, especially Eucalyptus passiflora, a flowering shrub of southeastern Australia and Tasmania occurring either side of the snowline, and Eucalyptus coccifera of subalpine Tasmania. Snow gums, plural of snow gum. Snow gun, alternative spelling of snow gun. Snow guns, plural of snow gun. Snow hill, a number of places in the United States. Snow house, a building in which snow is preserved in warm weather. Snow houses, plural of snow house. Snowen, to prevent from moving from a building in a city, etc. due to a large snowfall. Snow jaw, an attempt to persuade a person using flattery or deception. Snow jobs, plural of snow job. Snow kayaking, a winter recreational activity, sometimes a competitive racing sport, where one rides a kayak with kayak paddle down a snowy slope. Snow knife, a knife-like tool used by the Inuit for constructing igloos or as a weapon. Snow knives, plural of snow knife. Snow knocker, synonym of snowball hammer. Snow knockers, plural of snow knocker. Snow leopard, a large feline mammal, Panthera uncea sin. Uncea, native to mountain ranges of Central Asia. Snow leopardess, a female snow leopard. Snow leopardesses, plural of snow leopardess. Snow leopards, plural of snow leopard. Snow level, the depth of snow accumulated on the ground. Snow levels, plural of snow level. Snow line, the altitude in a mountainous region above which the ground is covered with snow at any particular time. Snow lines, plural of snow line. Snow lion, a Tibetan national emblem and religious and cultural icon, depicted as a white lion with green manes and a green tail. Snow lions, plural of snow lion. Snow load, the live load due to the weight of snow on a structure such as a roof, included in the design calculations. Snow loads, plural of snow load. Snow lotus, any of various plants in the genus Saussurea that grow at high latitudes in Central Asia. Snow lotuses, plural of snow lotus. Snow machine, alternative form of snow machine. Snow machines, plural of snow machine. Snow melon, synonym of hominy melon. Snow melt, alternative form of snow malt. Snow meow, alternative form of snow meow. Snow meows, plural of snow meow. Snow mew, synonym of snow meow. Snow mews, plural of snow mew. Snow mold, a white mold that grows on grass after the melting of snow. Snow molds, plural of snow mold. Snow monkey, the Japanese macaque, Macaca fuscata. Snow monkeys, plural of snow monkey. Snow monster, an ice, frost, and snow-covered conifer tree of Japan's snow country, having a weird grotesque form resembling a monster. Snow monsters, plural of snow monster. Snow moon, a full moon in February. Snow moons, plural of snow moon. Snow moral, any of species Gyromitra of edible mushrooms. Snow morels, plural of snow moral. Snow on the mountain, alternative form of snow on the mountaintop. Snow on the mountaintop, alternative spelling of snow on the mountaintop. Snow on the mountaintop, gray or white hair on one's head, especially as an indication of aging. Snow on the roof, alternative form of snow on the rooftop. Snow on the rooftop, alternative spelling of snow on the rooftop. Snow on the rooftop, gray or white hair on one's head, especially as an indication of aging. Snow orchid, synonym of phantom orchid. Snow orchids, plural of snow orchid. Snow out, to cover with snow. Snow over, synonym of snow in. Snow panther, snow leopard. Snow panthers, plural of snow panther. Snow pants, pants made of waterproof material to help keep the wearer dry, often flexible to accommodate thick winter clothing underneath, such as thermal underwear. Snow park, an area of a piste created for snowboarders and skiers to do tricks. Snow parks, plural of snow park. Snow partridge, a bird of species Lerwa lerwa in the pheasant family Phasianidae, widely distributed across the high-altitude Himalayan regions of India, Pakistan, Nepal, and China. Snow partridges, plural of snow partridge. Snow pea, a group of P. pisum sativum cultivars with flat and edible pods. Snow pear, the fruit of Pyrus nivalis, a roundish, somewhat sour pear. Snow pears, plural of snow pear. Snow peas, plural of snow pea. Snow pentathlon, a five-leg sport race involving bicycling, running, cross-country skiing, ice skating, snowshoeing. Snow pentathlons, plural of snow pentathlon. Snow petrel, a small, pure white full marine petrel with black underdown, coal-black eyes, small black bill, and bluish-gray feet. Snow petrels, plural of snow petrel. Snow pigeon, a species of pigeon, Columba leuconoda, native to the Rocky Hills of Central Asia. Snow pigeons, plural of snow pigeon. Snow pile, alternative form of snow pile. Snow piles, plural of snow pile. Snow pillow, a large pillow-like surface for measuring snowpack based on the hydrostatic pressure created by overlying snow. Snow pillows, plural of snow pillow. Snow plant, Sarcodes sanguinea, a parasitic flowering plant in the heath family. Snow plants, plural of snow plant. Snow plow, alternative form of snow plow. Snow plowed, simple past and past participle of snow plow. Snow plowing, present participle and gerund of snow plow. Snow plows, plural of snow plow. Snow plow, alternative form of snow plow. Snow plowed, simple past and past participle of snow plow. Snow plowing, present participle and gerund of snow plow. Snow plows, plural of snow plow. Snow pole, a reflective pole or bamboo stick used as a driveway marker during winter time. Snow poles, plural of snow pole. Snow poppies, plural of snow poppy. Snow poppy, a dawn poppy of species Eomechin chinantha, native to China. Snow porch, an unheated enclosure outside the entrance to a house or hut in the Arctic, often used for storage. Snow porches, plural of snow porch. Snow pudding, any of various puddings made with milk, eggs, tapioca, apples, etc. Snow puddings, plural of snow pudding. Snow quartz, synonym of milky quartz. Snow quartzes, plural of snow quartz. Snow Queen, a female fairy tale character with magical power over snow and ice. Snow Queen, a black gay man who prefers to have relations with white men. Snow Racer, a kind of sled with a raised seat, runners, and steering wheel. Snow racers, plural of snow racer. Snow roller, a rare meteorological phenomenon in which large snowballs are formed naturally as chunks of snow are blown along the ground by wind. Snow rollers, plural of snow roller. Snow saw, synonym of snow knife. Snow saws, plural of snow saw. Snow scoop, a manual snow removal tool with a large scoop and wide handle, used to move snow by pushing and sliding. Snow scoops, plural of snow scoop. Snow scooter, to no skirt. Snow scooters, plural of snow scooter. Snow shed, a tunnel-like structure that provides roads and railroad tracks with protection from avalanches and heavy snowfalls that cannot be easily removed. Snow sheds, plural of snow shed. Snow sheep, Ovis nivicola, a species of sheep from the mountainous areas in the northeast of Siberia. Snowshoe, a township and minor borough therein in Center County, Pennsylvania, United States. Snow shovel, a broad-bladed shovel designed specifically for the shoveling of snow. Snow shovels, plural of snow shovel. Snow shower, a short duration of moderate snowfall. Some accumulation is possible. Snow showers, plural of snow shower. Snow skink, any skink in the taxonomic genus Carinacincus, endemic to southeastern Australia, Tasmania, and Victoria. Snow skinks, plural of snow skink. Snow sled shovel, synonym of snow scoop. Snow snake, a Native American winter sport in which poles are thrown as far as possible along a trough or track of snow. Snow snakes, plural of snow snake. Snow squall, a sudden, localized blizzard or severe snowstorm. Snowstorm, alternative form of snowstorm. Snowstorms, plural of snowstorm. Snow thrower, alternative form of snow thrower. Snow throwers, plural of snow thrower. Snow tire, a tire with rubber that remains soft at most winter temperatures, designed to maintain grip on snow and ice. Historically, these tires have poor tread life on tarmac and pavement, especially in non-cold temperatures. Snow tires, plural of snow tire. Snow train, a train service running only during a winter sports season that carries skiers and other tourists to and from a resort. Snow trains, plural of snow train. Snow tire, alternative spelling of snow tire. Snow tires, plural of snow tire. Snow under, to overwhelm with large quantities of something to be dealt with. Snow up, to prevent an event from occurring due to snow. Snow well. Synonym of tree well depression in the snow around the base of a tree. Snow wells, plural of snow well. Snow White? A fairy tale, the best known version of Schneewittchen collected by the Brothers Grimm, in which a beautiful young girl is targeted by a jealous queen and tended by dwarfs. Snow White? Alternative form of Snow White. Snow Whites, plural of Snow White. Snow Whites, plural of Snow White. Snow Apple, alternative form of Snow Apple. Snow Mapples, plural of Snow Apple. Snow Bird, any of several small birds including the snow bunting and snowfinch. Snowbirds, plural of snowbird. Snowblind, affected by snow blindness, temporarily blinded by light reflected off snow. Snowblindness, synonym of photokeratitis. Snowblow, to clear snow away using a snowblower. Snowbra, oith. Snow-capped, covered with snow at the top, especially of a hill or mountain. Snowcock, alternative form of snowcock. Snowcocks, plural of snowcock, alternative form of snowcocks. Snow cover, snowy, covered with snow. Snowcrete, a bright white Portland cement used in decorative cast concrete, in mortar for bricks, etc. Snow dusted, snowy, dusted with snow. Snow eyes, synonym of snow goggles. Snowfall, alternative form of snowfall. Snowflake, alternative spelling of snowflake. Snowflakes, plural of snowflake. Snow-free, free of or not covered by snow. Snow gatherer, a thief who steals laundry that has been placed outside to dry. Snow-how, the knowledge and skill utilized during snow and inclement weather. Snow and harvest, Cerastium tomentosum. Snow and summer, any of very many unrelated plants having showy clusters of white flowers that bloom around summertime. Snow job, alternative spelling of snow job. Snow jobs, plural of snow job. Snow leopard, alternative form of snow leopard. Snow leopardess, alternative form of snow leopardess. Snow leopards, plural of snow leopard. Snowmageddon, alternative form of snowmageddon. Snow on the mountain, a small shrub in the family Euphorbiaceae, having white margin leaves and white flowers. Euphorbia marginata. Snow pile, alternative form of snow pile. Snow piles, plural of snow pile. Snow porch, alternative form of snow porch. Snow porches, plural of snow porch. Snow rose, the Plerotodendron ferrugineum. Snow roses, plural of snow rose. Snow shed, alternative form of snow shed. Snow sheds, plural of snow shed. Snow skiing, the sport of skiing on snow. Snow thrower, alternative form of snow thrower. Snow throwers, plural of snow thrower. Snow white, as white as snow, exceptionally white. Snow whites, plural of snow white. Snowball, a surname transferred from the nickname. Snowball bush, a common name for several ornamental plants which tend to flower in the summer. Snowball bushes, plural of snowball bush. Snowball cacti, plural of snowball cactus. Snowball cactus, any of species Mammalodiea candida of cactuses. Snowball cactuses, plural of snowball cactus. Snowball Earth. The planet Earth, when its surface was almost completely frozen sometime earlier than 650 million years ago, according to a hypothesis aiming to explain certain enigmatic features in the geological record, such as apparently glacial sedimentary deposits found at tropical paleolatitudes. Snowball effect. An accelerating growth of magnitude, including fame, fortune, importance, or danger. Snowball effects, plural of snowball effect. Snowball fight, a scuffle or play fight whose object is to hit opponents with snowballs. Snowball fights, plural of snowball fight. Snowball hammer, a specialized tool used to remove ice and snow buildup from a horse's hooves. Snowball hammers, plural of snowball hammer. Snowball in hell, something that is doomed. Snowball marches, a series of recruitment marches organized in Australia aimed at encouraging enlistment in the Australian Imperial Force. Snowball opacities, plural of snowball opacity. Snowball opacity, small, round, white or yellow-white deposits in the vitreous humor associated with inflammation. Snowball prime, a prime number which remains a prime at every stage as it is written and truncated from the left. Snowball primes, plural of snowball prime. Snowball sample, a sample obtained through the existing social networks of its participants. Snowball samples, plural of snowball sample. Snowball sampling, a non-probability sampling technique where existing study subjects recruit future subjects from among their acquaintances. Snowball tree, a cultivar of Guelder rose with globular clusters of white, sterile flowers, Viburnum opulus. Snowball trees, plural of snowball tree. Snowball's chance, ellipsis of snowball's chance in hell. Snowball's chance in an oven. Synonym of snowball's chance in hell. Snowball's chance in heck, euphemistic form of snowball's chance in hell. Snowball's chance in hell, almost no chance at all of an occurrence or success. Snowballed, simple past and past participle of snowball. Snowballer, one who makes or throws snowballs. Snowballed, simple past and past participle of snowball. Snowballer, one who makes or throws snowballs. Snowballers, plural of snowballer. Snowballing, the act or practice of making and throwing snowballs. Snowballings, plural of snowballing. Snowballs, plural of snowball. Snowballs in hell, plural of snowball in hell. Snowbank, a heap of snow. Snowbanks, plural of snowbank. Snowbase, the snow which is settled on the ground in below melting point conditions. Snowbases, plural of snowbase. Snowbear, a figure of a bear made from snow in the style of a snowman. Snowbears, plural of snowbear. Snobe, an area of land covered by snow for an extended period. Snobes, plural of snobe. Snowbell, Any member of the genus Soldanella of flowering plants native to European mountains, typically with a basal rosette of simple, orbicular leaves and white to violet flowers. Snowballs, plural of snowbell. Snowbelt, an area that is characterized by heavy annual snowfall. Snowbelts, plural of snowbelt. Snowberger, a surname. Snowbergers, plural of snowberger. Snowberries, plural of snowberry. Snowberry, a shrub bearing white berries. Snowbike, alternative form of snow bike. Snowbikes, plural of snowbike. Snowbiking, the sport of using a snow bike. Snowbullies, plural of snowbully. Snowbully, a person from rural areas of northern North America, is used to mainly describe rural white Canadians, Alaskans, or upper Midwesterners, where the temperatures in the winter dip below freezing. Snowbird, a bird, Junco hyemalis, the dark-eyed junco. Snowbirding, the practice of traveling from a colder climate to a warmer one during the winter. Snowbirds, plural of snowbird. Snowblade, a short version of a ski. Snowbladed, simple past and past participle of snowblade. Snowblader, a person who participates in snowblading. Snowbladers, plural of snowblader. Snowblades, plural of snowblade. Snowblading, skiing using snow blades, skateboarding. Snowblind, affected by snow blindness, temporarily blinded by light reflected off snow. Snowblindness, alternative spelling of snow blindness. Snowblink, synonym of ice blink. Snowblower, a motorized vehicle that picks up snow off the ground and blows it to one side in order to clear a path. Snowblowers, plural of snowblower. Snowboard, a board somewhat like a broad ski or a very long skateboard with no wheels, used in the sport of snowboarding. Snowboard cross, a downhill snowboard race over obstacles with many simultaneous racers. Snowboardable, where snowboarding is possible. Snowboard cross, alternative spelling of snowboard cross. Snowboarded, simple past and past participle of snowboard. Snowboarder, someone who snowboards. Snowboarders, plural of snowboarder. Snowboarding, the sport of sliding downhill on a snowboard. Snowboards, plural of snowboard. Talboot, a water-resistant type of footwear with extra insulation or lining. Snowboots, plural of snowboot. Snowbound, prevented from moving or traveling due to snow or snowy weather. Snowbow, an atmospheric phenomenon resembling a rainbow but associated with snow. Snowbows, plural of snowbow. Snowboy, a visual representation of a boy made from snow. Snowboys, plural of snowboy. Snowbridge, alternative form of snowbridge. Snowbridges, plural of snowbridge. Snowbrush, a brush for dislodging accumulated snow. Snowbrushes, plural of snowbrush. Snowbush, Rania disticha, a plant in the family Phyllanthacea. Snowbushes, plural of snowbush. Snowcap, a layer of snow covering a mountain top. Snowcapped, alternative form of snowcapped. Snowcaps, plural of snowcap. Snowcapped, obsolete form of snow-capped. Snow castle, alternative form of snow castle. Snow castles, plural of snow castle. Snowpad, a truck-like enclosed vehicle on tracks designed to move on snow. Snowpads, plural of snowcat. Snowchild, a visual representation of a child made from snow. Snowchildren, plural of snowchild. Snowcat, covered in snow. Snowcolumn, a formulaic phrase that can be customized so as to fit a variety of contexts. Snowclone, simple past and past participle of snowclone. Snowclones, plural of snowclone. Snowcloning, present participle of snowclone. Snowcloud, alternative form of snowcloud. Snowclouds, plural of snowcloud. Snowcoach, a coach type of bus equipped for traveling on snow. Snowcoaches, plural of snowcoach. Snowcar, any of several species of bird in the genus Tetraogalus of the pheasant family Phasianidae, native to mountain regions of Eurasia. Snowcocks, plural of snowcock. Snowcone, a frozen dessert consisting of crushed ice and colored fruit flavoring, usually served in a cone or a cup. Snowcones, plural of snowcone. Snowcover, alternative form of snow cover. Snowcover, alternative spelling of snow-covered. Snowgrat, the art or skill of traveling or climbing on snowy terrain. Snowcream, alternative form of snow cream. Snowcreams, plural of snowcream. Snowgrete, compressed snow that can be used to build structures. Snowcross, a form of motocross raced on snow with snow bikes mini snowmobile. Snowden, a surname, variant of Snowden. Snowdenesta, a supporter of Edward Snowden. Snowdenestas, plural of Snowdenesta. Snowdens, plural of Snowden. Snowdog, a visual representation of a dog made from snow. Snowdogs, plural of snowdog. Snowdome, a snow globe. Snowdomes, plural of snowdome. Snowdon, a place name. Snowdonia, a mountainous region and national park in North Wales, United Kingdom. Snowdonian, of or relating to Snowdonia. Snowdonians, plural of Snowdonian. Snowdown, a village in Dover District, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TR 2451. Snowdragon, a visual representation of a dragon made from snow. Snowdragons, plural of snowdragon. Snowdrift, a bank of snow accumulated by the wind. Snowdrift Glacier, a semi-permanent mass of firn that forms behind obstructions or in the ground from drifted snow. Snowdrift glaciers, plural of snowdrift glacier. Snowdrift ice, snow that has been compacted into ice, often by the wind. Snowdrift ices, plural of snowdrift ice. Snowdrifted, covered in snowdrifts. Snowdrifts, plural of snowdrifts. Snowdrop, a Royal Air Force police officer. Snowdrop windflower, a plant species of the family Ranunculaceae anemone sylvestris. Snowdrop windflowers, plural of snowdrop windflower. Snowdropped, simple past and past participle of snowdrop. Snowdropper, one who snowdrops, one who steals clothing, especially women's underwear, from a clothesline. Snowdroppers, plural of snowdropper. Snowdropping, present participle and gerund of snowdrop. Snowdrops, plural of snowdrop. Do, a surname. Love, simple past and past participle of snow. Snowed down, simple past and past participle of snow down. Snowed in, unable to exit a place or location due to excessive snow. Snowed out, simple past and past participle of snow out. Snowed over, simple past and past participle of snow over. Snowed under, having a lot of things to do, usually work-related, tied up. Snowed up, simple past and past participle of snow up. Snower, something that or somebody who snows or makes snow. Snowers, plural of snower. Denoes, plural of snow. Denoest, second person singular simple present indicative of snow. Denoe, third person singular simple present indicative of snow. Snow face, a snow-covered mountain feature. Snow faces, plural of snow face. Snowfall, an instance of falling of snow. Snow falls, plural of snowfall. Snow farming, alternative spelling of snow farming. Snowfield, a large permanent expanse of snow on a mountain or at the head of a glacier. Snowfields, plural of snowfield. Snowfight, a fight involving snow. A snowball fight. Snowfighter, someone charged with removing snow from roads. Snowfighters, plural of snowfighter. Snowfighting, the clearing of snow from roads. Snowfights, plural of snowfight. Dinofinch, any of the passerine bird genus Montefringilla. Snowfinches, plural of snowfinch. Snowflake, a crystal of snow, having approximate hexagonal symmetry. Snowflake babies, plural of snowflake baby. Snowflake baby, a baby that is born following the transfer of a surplus embryo produced during the in vitro fertilization of one woman to the womb of another woman who is not a cell donor. Snowflake child, a child resulting from an embryo adoption and whose parents are not the original reproductive cell donors. Snowflake children, plural of snowflake child. Snowflake curve, a type of curve whose six-fold symmetry resembles a snowflake. Snowflake curves, plural of snowflake curve. Snowflake eel, a snowflake Morae echidna nebulosa. Snowflake eels, plural of snowflake eel. Snowflake generation, alternative letter case form of snowflake generation. Snowflake generation, the generation born in the 1980s and 1990s, viewed as being hypersensitive and needlessly treated as special compared with previous generations. Snowflake moray, any member of species Echidna nebulosa of moray eels, widespread through the Indo-Pacific. Snowflake morays, plural of snowflake moray. Snowflake obsidian, obsidian which has radiocrystal clusters composed of crystalline on its surface. Snowflake obsidians, plural of snowflake obsidian. Snowflake queen, a gay man who derives sexual pleasure from having semen ejaculated on one's face. Snowflake queens, plural of snowflake queen. Snowflake schema, a logical arrangement of tables in a multidimensional database such that the entity relationship diagram resembles a snowflake shape. Snowflake schemas, plural of snowflake schema. Snowflake wheel, a replica of the original Y-spoke wheel design for the Chevrolet GMC and Cadillac Escalade trucks and SUVs. Snowflake wheels, plural of snowflake wheel. Snowflake's chance in hell, variant of snowball's chance in hell. Snowflake, simple past and past participle of snowflake. Snowflake-like, resembling or characteristic of a snowflake. Snowflakeness, the essence or qualities of a snowflake. Snowflakery, the state or quality of being easily offended or insulted. Snowflakes, plural of snowflake. Snowflakey, alternative spelling of snowflakey. Snowflaking, present participle and gerund of snowflake. Snowflakings, plural of snowflaking. Snowflakey, snowflake-like. Denoflak, snowbir. Denoflax, plural of snowflake. Denoflak, a bird, the snow bunting. Snowflakes, plural of snowflake. Snowfolk, collectively, snow people. Snowfort, alternative form of snow fort. Snowforts, plural of snowfort. Snowful, full of snow, snowy. Snowgirl, a kind of snowman with female features intended to represent a girl. Snowgirls, plural of snowgirl. Snowglobe, alternative spelling of snow globe. Snowglobes, plural of snowglobe. Snowgo, synonym of snowmobile. Snowgoat, simple past and past participle of snowgo. Snowgoes, plural of snowgo. Snowgoing, present participle and gerund of snowgo. Snowgrass, tough clumps of mountain grass that are covered in snow part of the year. Snowgrasses, plural of snowgrass. Snow groomer, alternative form of snow groomer. Snow groomers, plural of snow groomer. Snowbin, a cannon that uses pressurized air and water to create snow. Used, for example, to supplement the natural snow on a ski slope. Snowbends, plural of snowben. Snowhole, a hole dug out of a bank of snow for use as a temporary shelter. Snowholes, plural of snowhole. Snow, a hook used to anchor a sled to snow or ice. Snowhooks, plural of snowhook. Snow horse, a visual representation of a horse made from snow. Snow horses, plural of snow horse. Snow house, alternative form of snow house. Snow houses, plural of snow house. Snow how, alternative form of snow how. Snowicane, a hurricane or other such tropical storm which precipitates snow. Snowicanes, plural of snowicane. Snowy, comparative form of snowy, more snowy. Imauris, ellipsis of snowy mountains. Snowiest, superlative form of snowy, most snowy. Denowe, in a snowy way. Denowen, pronunciation spelling of snowing. Denorness, the property or condition of being snowy. Snowiness, plural of snowiness. Snowing, present participle and gerund of snow. Snowing down, present participle and gerund of snow down. Snowing in, present participle and gerund of snow in. Snowing out, present participle and gerund of snow out. Snowing over, present participle and gerund of snow over. Snowing under, present participle and gerund of snow under. Snowing up, present participle and gerund of snow up. Snowings, plural of snowing. Inowish, snow white. Snow job. Alternative spelling of snow job. Snow jobs, plural of snow job. Snowkid, a snowman representing a child. Snowkids, plural of snowkid. Snowkite, the kite used in the sport of snowkidding. Snowkidder, one who takes part in the sport of snowkidding. Snowkidders, plural of snowkidder. Snowkites, plural of snowkite. Snowkidding, the outdoor winter sport of gliding on snow or ice by means of kite power. Snow, the hooded merganser. Snow ladies, plural of snow lady. Snow lady, a female snowman. Snowland, a snowy region or snowscape. Snowlands, plural of snowland. Snowless, without snow, not having any snow. Snowlessness, absence of snow. Snowleaf, fall foliage in a snowy landscape. Snowlight, the light reflected by snow. Snowlight, resembling snow. Snowline, alternative spelling of snow line. Snowlines, plural of snow line. Denolit, lit by snowlight. Demos, plural of snow. Snow machine, a machine that makes snow, such as a snow gun. Snow machined, simple past and past participle of snow machine. Snow machiner, a person who operates a snow machine or snowmobile. Snow machiners, plural of snow machiner. Snow machines, plural of snow machine. Snow machining, present participle and gerund of snow machine. Snowmageddon, a severe blizzard or series of blizzards affecting one locale. Snowmageddons, plural of snowmageddon. Snowmaker, a device for creating snow. Snowmakers, plural of snowmaker. Snowmaking, the artificial production of snow. Snowman, a humanoid figure made with large snowballs stacked on each other. Human traits like a face and arms may be fashioned with sticks arms, a carrot nose, and stones or coal eyes, mouth. Snowman sign, a figure of 8 appearance on a cardiac X-ray, sometimes indicative of supracardiac tap. Snowman-like, resembling or characteristic of a snowman. Genominous, the quality of being a snowman. Snowmanship, skill in snow sport. Snowmantob, covered in snow. Denomas, an unincorporated community in Pitkin County, Colorado. Snowmass Creek, a tributary of the Roaring Fork River in Pitkin County, Colorado. Snowmass Village, a home rule municipality of Pitkin County, Colorado. Genomalt, runoff from melting snow. Genomalts, plural of snowmalt. Denomen, plural of snowman. Snow meow, a snow leopard. Snow meows, plural of snow meow. Snow mew, synonym of snow meow. Snow mews, plural of snow mew. Snowmobile, a vehicle with skis at the front and a caterpillar track at the rear, used for traveling over snow, sometimes a sport. Snowmobile, simple past and past participle of snowmobile. Snowmobiler, a person who operates a snowmobile. Snowmobilers, plural of snowmobiler. Snowmobiles, plural of snowmobile. Snowmobiling, the use of a snowmobile for amusement. Snowmobilist, someone who drives a snowmobile. Snowmobilists, plural of snowmobilists. Down, past participle of snow. Snowmado, synonym of snow spout. Snownados, plural of snownado. Snownados, plural of snownado. Snowologist, a person who studies the snow or is an expert on snow-related matters. Snowologists, plural of snowologists. Snowman, alternative spelling of snowman. To know that, a cancellation due to interfering snow. To know outs, plural of snow out. To know pack, an accumulation of packed snow, usually the seasonal amount. To know packs, plural of snowpack. To know pants, alternative form of snow pants. Snowpark, alternative spelling of snowpark. Snowparks, plural of snowpark. Snowpea, alternative spelling of snowpea. Snowpeas, plural of snowpea, alternative spelling of snowpeas. Snow people, plural of snowperson. Snowperson, snow sculpted into a human figure, a snow figure, a snowman or snowwoman. Snowpersons, plural of snowperson. Snowpile, a pile of snow. Snowpiles, plural of snowpile. Snowpit, a pit dug in deep snow, often for purposes of protection or climate sampling. Snowpits, plural of snowpit. Snowplane, an enclosed vehicle on skis designed to move on snow. Snowplanes, plural of snowplane. Snowplow, alternative form of snowplow. Snowplow parent, British standard spelling of snowplow parent. Snowplow parents, plural of snowplow parent. Snowplowed, simple past and past participle of snowplow. Snowplowing, present participle and gerund of snowplow. Snowplows, plural of snow plow. Snowplow, a motorized vehicle that is used to push snow off flat surfaces such as roads and parking lots. Snowplow parent, a parent who intervenes to prevent their child from facing obstacles and difficulties. Snowplow parenting, a parenting style in which the parent attempts to shield their child from all obstacles and adversity. Snowplow parents, plural of snowplow parent. Snowplowed, simple past and past participle of snowplow. Snowplowing, present participle and gerund of snowplow. Snowplows, third person singular simple present indicative of snowplow. Snowpocalypse, an unusually severe blizzard or series of blizzards. Snowpocalypses, plural of snowpocalypse. Snowporch, alternative form of snowporch. Snowporches, plural of snowporch. Snow-powdered, covered lightly with snow. On area. Snowprint, a print as of an animal left in snow. Snowprints, plural of snowprint. Snowproof, resistant to snow. Snowproof, simple past and past participle of snowproof. Snowproofing, present participle and gerund of snowproof. Snowproofs, third person singular simple present indicative of snowproof. Snowrabbit, a rabbit that inhabits regions frequently covered with snow. Snowrabbits, plural of snowrabbit. Snow racer, a kind of sled with a raised seat, runners, and steering wheel. Snowra, a long line that forms an indentation in the snow. Snowrats, plural of snowra. Snows, plural of snow. Snows down, third person singular simple present indicative of snow down. Snows in, third person singular simple present indicative of snow in. Snows out, third person singular simple present indicative of snow out. Snows over, third person singular simple present indicative of snow over. Snows under, third person singular simple present indicative of snow under. Snows up, third person singular simple present indicative of snow up. Snowscape, a landscape dominated by snow. Snowscapes, plural of snowscape. Snowskirt, a kick scooter-like device for traveling over snow on an alpine ski run, with handlebars and a frame that connects two skis that are similar to a snowboard split in two, allowing the front portion to turn while the rider stands on the rear portion. Snowskirts, plural of snowscoot. Snowshed, alternative form of snowshed. Snowsheds, plural of snowshed. Snowshoe, a domestic cat of a particular breed with a light body and darker ears, face, legs, and tail. Snowshoe evil, tendinitis caused by the wearing of snowshoes. Snowshoe foot, synonym of snowshoe evil. Snowshoe hammer, synonym of snowball hammer. Snowshoe hammers, plural of snowshoe hammer. Snowshoe hare, a North American hare Lepus americanus that has large, furry feet. Its fur is white in winter and brown in summer. Snowshoe hares, plural of snowshoe hare. Snowshoe rabbit. Synonym of snowshoe hare. Snowshoe rabbits. Plural of snowshoe rabbit. Snowshoe spam. Spam electronic junk mail that is deliberately sent from a number of different IP addresses to make it more difficult to detect and filter. Snowshoot. Simple past and past participle of snowshoe. Snowshoeing. Present participle and gerund of snowshoe. Snowshoer. One who traverses snow wearing snowshoes. Snowshoers. Plural of snowshoer. Snowshoes. Plural of snowshoe. Snow shower. A snowfall event somewhat stronger than a flurry and gentler than a snowstorm or snow squall. Snow showers. Plural of snow shower. Snow, a surname. Snowslide, an avalanche of snow. Snowslides, plural of snowslide. Snowslet, an avalanche large mass or snow which slips down a mountainside. Snowslips, plural of snowslip. Snowsnake, alternative form of snow snake. Snowsnakes, plural of snowsnake. Snow sport, any sport requiring snow, such as skiing or snowboarding. Snow sports, plural of snow sport. Snow spout, a type of winter waterspout that forms beneath a snow squall. Snow spouts, plural of snow spout. Snow squall, alternative spelling of snow squall. Snow squalls, plural of snow squall. Snowstorm, bad weather involving blowing winds and snow, or blowing winds and heavy snowfall amount. Snowstorms, plural of snowstorm. Snowstormy, of or pertaining to a snowstorm. Towsuit, an all-in-one waterproof insulating garment. Snowsuited, dressed in a snowsuit. Towsuits, plural of snowsuit. Snowshoer, certain to have snow. Snow surfer, one who takes part in snow surfing. Snow surfers, plural of snow surfer. Snow surfing, a board sport performed on snow. Snow swept, swept by snow, snowy. Snowblower, a snowblower. Snowbrewers, plural of snowbrewer. Snow time, the time of year when the weather is snowy. Snow times, plural of snow time. Snow-topped, topped with snow as of a mountain. Snow-topped, obsolete form of snow-topped. Snow trekking, the identification of animals by observing the tracks they leave in snow. Jamo trout, any of various Himalayan fishes in the genus Schizothorax resembling trout. Snow tube, a kite of inflatable wing designed to be sound in the activity of snowtubing. Snowtubing, a leisure activity consisting of traveling down a snowy slope on a snowtube. Snowwear, warm clothing designed to be worn in snowy conditions. Snowwoman, a female version of a snowman, i.e. having female characteristics. Snowwomen, plural of snowwoman. Snowy, a common name for a white dog. Snowy egret, a small heron, Egretta thiola, having white plumage. Snowy egret, plural of snowy egret. Snowy mespole, synonym of snowy mespolis. Snowy mespoles, plural of snowy mespole. Snowy mespolis, multiple species species in the genus Amelanchier. Snowy Mespilises, plural of Snowy Mespilis. Snowy Mountains, a mountain range in southern New South Wales, Australia. Sowy Owl, a large, white, nomadic Arctic owl, Buboscandiacus. Snowy owls, plural of snowy owl. Snowy plover, a species of plover, Anarhynchus nivacis. Snowy plovers, plural of snowy plover. Snowy sheathbill, a seabird of species genus Albus of the southern hemisphere. Snowy sheathbills, plural of snowy sheathbill. Snowy tree cricket, Ocanthus fultoni, a cricket of a delicate greenish-white color, often injuring raspberry bushes by laying its eggs in the young shoots. Snowy tree crickets, plural of snowy tree cricket. Snowy Valleys, Snowy Valleys Council, a local government area in the Southwestern Slopes region, New South Wales, Australia. Denotes alternative past of sneeze. Schnozen, alternative past participle of sneeze. Genozzle, sin ostel. Genozzled, drunk, intoxicated from alcohol. Schnozzles, plural of snozzle. SNP, acronym of single nucleotide polymorphism, a single base pair of DNA which is polymorphic with respect to a population. SNDP, simple network paging protocol. SNP, plural of SNP. SNR, signal to noise ratio. SNR, abbreviation of senior, a title used after a father's name when his son is given the same name. SNRT, the station code of Sandhurst Road Railway Station in India. SNRI, initialism of serotonin and norepinephrine reuptake inhibitor. SNRI, plural of SNRI. SNRK, alternative form of snort of laughter. SNRNA, small nuclear RNA ribonucleic acid. SNRNA, alternative form of snRNA. SNRNA, plural of snRNA. SNRNAS, plural of snRNA. SNRNP, small nuclear ribonucleic particle. SNRNP, plural of SNRNP. SNR, plural of SNR. SNS, initialism of social networking site. SN, plural of SN. SN says, plural of SNS. SNS, plural of SNS. SNTP, initialism of simple network time protocol. SNEX, abbreviation of stonistoxin. The initialism of solar neutrino unit. NUSNU, rough sexual intercourse with a tall or muscular woman. Do not conspicuously short. SNUBQ, an Archimedean solid with 38 faces, of which 6 are squares, no 2 of which share a vertex, and 32 are equilateral triangles. SNUBcubes, plural of SNUBQ. SNUD dysphenoi, a non-regular convex polyhedron that has 12 equilateral triangles as faces and 18 edges and is a Johnson solid. Snubdysphenoids, plural of snubdysphenoid. Snubdodecahedra, plural of snubdodecahedron. Snubdodecahedron, a polyhedron that has 12 pentagonal and 80 triangular faces and is an Archimedean solid. Snub nose, a nose that is flat and broad and turned upward at the tip. Snub noses, plural of snub nose. Snubbed posts, synonym of snubbing post. Snub posts, plural of snub posts. Snub nose, alternative form of snub nose. Snub-nosed, having a nose that is short and turned upward at the tip. Snub-nosed monkey, any monkey of the Old World genus Rhinopithecus. Snub-nosed monkeys, plural of snub-nosed monkey. Note a combination of snorkeling and scuba diving where the swimmer uses the fins, mask, and breathing apparatus commonly used in scuba diving, but the oxygen tanks usually strapped to the back are instead attached to floating rafts that remain on the water's surface. Innovable, capable of being snubbed. Another, simple past and past participle of snub. Another, one who is subjected to a snub. Snubbis, plural of snubby. Snubber, a device used to suppress snub voltage transients in electrical systems, pressure transients in fluid systems, or excess force or rapid movement in mechanical systems. Smabber is, plural of snubbery. Snubbers, plural of snubber. Smubbery, snubs, the act or result of snubbing. Snubbers, superlative form of snub, most snub. Tabby, comparative form of snubby, more snubby. Tnubbes, plural of snubby. Snubbes, superlative form of snubby, most snubby. Tnubbenas, the state or condition of being snubby. Snubbing, present participle and gerundive snub. Snubbing posts, a post on a dock or shore around which a rope is thrown to stop the motion of a vessel. Snubbing posts, plural of snubbing posts. Snubbingly, so as to snub, slight or belittle. Snubbings, plural of snubbing. Snubbish, somewhat snub. Snubbishly, in a snubbish manner. Snubbishness, the quality of being snubbish. A revolver with a barrel length of 3 inches 76.2 mm or less. Snubbing, a dolphin, Orcala heinsohni, that lives in northern Australian waters. Snubbins, plural of snubfin. Enormous, the quality of being snub. Synonymous, plural of snubness. Snub-nosed, alternative form of snub-nosed. Snub-nosed revolver, a small, medium, or large frame revolver with a short barrel, generally less than 4 inches in length. Snub-nosed revolvers, plural of snub-nosed revolver. Snubproof, resistant to snubs. Tnub, plural of snub. Thema, simple past and past participle of sneak. Snuck around, simple past and past participle of sneak around. Snuck in, simple past and past participle of sneak in. Snuck out, simple past and past participle of sneak out. Snuck pass, simple past and past participle of sneak past. Snuck up, simple past and past participle of sneak up. Another, to lie snug or quiet. Another, simple past and past participle of snudge. Demades, plural of snudge. Tenudging, present participle and gerund of snudge. Toma, finely ground or pulverized tobacco or other plant derivative intended for use by being sniffed or snorted into the nose. Snuff bottle, a bottle used by the Chinese during the Qing dynasty to hold powdered tobacco. Snuff bottles, plural of snuff bottle. Snuff box, alternative form of snuff box. Snuff box, C. Bean, variously the St. Thomas bean Entata phasalids or the African dream herb Entata redae. Snuff box, C. Beans, plural of snuff box, C. Bean. Snuff boxes, plural of snuff box. Snuff film, a film that shows or purports to show the actual deliberate killing of one of the performers. Snuff films, plural of snuff film. To die. Snuff movie, synonym of snuff film. Snuff movies. Plural of snuff movie. Snuff out, to extinguish literally, especially by physically covering or rubbing, to extinguish figuratively, to stop a process, to kill a process. Snuff and butter, an individual of mixed racial heritage. Snuff and butters, plural of snuff and butter. Snuff box, alternative spelling of snuff box. Snuff boxes, plural of snuff box. Snuff dish, a dish for a snuffer, a candle snuffer. Snuff dishes, plural of snuff dish. Snuff horn, a container for snuff made from an animal's horn. Snuff horns, plural of snuff horn. Snuff maw, an elaborate snuff box, often made from ram's horn and adorned with silver or other embellishments. Snuff malls, plural of snuff mall. Snuff box, a small box or container to hold snuff or loose tobacco. Snuff boxes, plural of snuff box. Inatish, alternative form of snuff dish. Snuff dishes, plural of snuff dish. Dot, simple past and past participle of snuff. Snuffed, simple past and past participle of snuffed. Snuffed out, simple past and past participle of snuff out. Snuffy, the participant in a snuff film who is killed. Smuffys, plural of snuffy. Smuffer, a surname from German. Smuffers, plural of snuffer. Snuffy, comparative form of snuffy, more snuffy. Snutted, superlative form of snuffy, most snuffy. Imophily, in a snuffy manner. Enophanes, the quality of being snuffy. Snuffing, present participle and gerund of snuff. Snuffing it, present participle and gerund of snuff it. Snuffing out, present participle and gerund of snuff out. Snuffingly, while snuffing or sniffling. Snuffings, plural of snuffing. Inavesh, resembling or characteristic of snuff, snuffy. Inathal, to sniff or smell with the nose loudly and audibly. Tinathal, simple past and past participle of snuffle. Snuffler, one who snuffles. Snufflers, plural of snuffler. Dinathals, Third person singular simple present indicative of snuffle. De naflas, of a candle or its wick, designed so that it does not need to be snuffed out. Snuffleupagus, a fictional character from the television series Sesame Street, resembling a woolly mammoth without tusks, who until the show's 17th season was only visible to Big Bird. Snuffly, comparative form of snuffly, more snuffly. Snutlist, superlative form of snuffly, most snuffly. Snuffliness, the quality of being snuffly. Snuffling, present participle and gerund of snuffle. Snufflingly, while snuffling with a snuffling sound. Snufflings, plural of snuffling. Enoughly, given to sniffling, to making snuffling noises. Enoughs, third person singular simple present indicative of snuff. To offset, third person singular simple present indicative of snuffed. Snuffs out, third person singular simple present indicative of snuff out. Enough it, soiled with snuff. Dot, warm and comfortable, cozy. Snug as a bug, alternative form of snug as a bug in a rug. Snug as a bug in a rug, very cozy and comfortable. Snug down, to secure a ship or equipment on a ship, such as in preparation for a storm. Snug, simple past and past participle of snug. Snugged down, simple past and past participle of snugged down. Snodder, a threaded plastic tube used to clamp blood vessels during surgery. Snuggeries, plural of snuggery. Snodders, plural of snugger. Snuggery, a comfortable room or dwelling. Snuggas, superlative form of snug, most snug. Snubby, a sleeved blanket worn as an item of clothing. Snowdes, plural of snuggy. Snubbing, present participle and gerund of snug. Snugging down, present participle and gerund of snug down. Snoddish, somewhat snar. Snuggleable, alternative form of snuggleable. Snuggle, an affectionate hug. Snuggle bunnies, plural of snuggle bunny. Snuggle bunny, a romantic partner, child, pet, stuffed animal, etc., which is an object of affection and which provides comfort through physical contact. Snuggle up, to lie or sit in a comfortable, relaxed position, holding someone or something else. Snuggle bunnies, plural of snuggle bunny. Snuggle bunny, alternative spelling of snuggle bunny. Snuggleable, capable of being snuggled. Snuggleby, one sweetheart, a darling. Snugglebugs, plural of snugglebug. Snug out, simple past and past participle of snuggle. Snuggled up, simple past and past participle of snuggle up. Snugglefest, an encounter featuring a lot of snuggling. Snugglefests, plural of snugglefest. Snuggler, agent noun of snuggle, one who snuggles. Smugglers, plural of smuggler. Snuggles, plural of snuggle. Snuggles up, third person singular simple present indicative of snuggle up. Snuggle-sam, characterized or marked by snuggling. Snabwi, comparative form of snuggly, more snugly. Snabwist, superlative form of snuggly, most snugly. Snuggling, present participle and gerund of snuggle. Snuggling up, present participle and gerund of snuggle up. Snugglings, plural of snuggling. Snugly, cuddly, pleasant to snuggle with. Snudums, alternative form of snookums. Snoogify, simple past and past participle of snoogify. Snoogifies, third person singular simple present indicative of snoogify. Snoogify, to make snug. Snoogifying, present participle and gerund of snoogify. Smably, tightly with limited space to move in a snug manner. Snugness, the state or quality of being snug. Snugnesses, plural of snugness. Snub, plural of snug. Snubs down. Third person singular simple present indicative of snubbed down. Snookwami, alternative form of snoqualmie. Snookwamies, plural of snookwami. Surf, to use a snurfer to participate in snurfing. Surfed, simple past and past participle of snurf. Smurfer, a bindingless snowboard/ski variant with a rope leash at the front tip that the snurfer rider/surfer can hold on to. Snurfers, plural of snurfer. Snurfing, the activity of using is nerve for the action of the verb snurf. Snurfs, third person singular simple present indicative of snurf. Snurging, alternative form of snedging. Plural of snu. Snooze, a type of tobacco snuff consumed in the form of a moist powder which is placed under the usually upper lip without chewing for extended periods of time. Emas, to know, to touch cozily and comfortably, to nestle, to snuggle. Denote, simple past and past participle of snuzzle. Denottles, third person singular simple present indicative of snuzzle. Snulling, present participle and gerund of snuzzle. SNV, initialism of single nucleotide variant. SNV, plural of SNV. Ni, initialism of sensitive needs yard part of a prison for prisoners who cannot safely be housed with the general population. Ni, move, per se. Snyer, a surname from Dutch in turn originating as an occupation anglicized from Dutch Snyder, German Schneider or Alemannic German Schneider, all meaning tailor. Snyder County, one of 67 counties in Pennsylvania, United States. County seat, Middleburg. Snyderbro, a fan of the Snyderverse, especially an overly obsessive one. Snyder Bros, plural of Snyder Bro. Snyders, plural of Snyder. Snyderverse, the DC Extended Universe according to director Zack Snyder's original vision. Thigh, obsolete spelling of sny abound, swarm, team, be infested. Denies, third person singular simple present indicative of sny. Denying, present participle and gerund of sny. Thy, plural of sny. The, initialism of significant other. Oh, a Mon-Khmer speaking people of Laos and Thailand. So and so. Alternative spelling of so and so. So and sas. Plural of so and so. To as. In such a manner as. So as to. Before an infinitive. In order to. So we. An indication of acceptance, especially of a situation which is not entirely favorable. So crazy it just might work. Possibly feasible though unconventional. Plausible and previously unconsidered as a course of action. So crazy it might just work. Alternative form of so crazy it just might work. So far. Until now. Previously, yet. So far as. Synonym of as far as to the degree or extent that. So far so bad. Up to this point, everything has gone badly. So far so good. Up to this point, all is okay. So fashion. In this way, like this, so thus. So help me. Alternative form of so help me God. So help me Ba. Euphemistic form of so help me God. So help me cat. Euphemistic form of so help me God. So help me God. Used as an oath, a promise that an action will be carried out. So help me tater. Euphemistic form of so help me God. So help me tatter. Euphemistic form of so help me God. So help my tater. Synonym of so help me God. So help you God. Used when administering an oath, after which the taker is expected to reply so help me God. So is life. Synonym of such is life. So it goes. An expression of acceptance of misfortune in life. That's life. Such is life. So it seems. It appears to be true. So Kanpo, an area of Wan Chai District, Hong Kong. Delong. Goodbye. A valediction used when leaving or departing from a person or place. So long as, depending upon some condition or requirement, provided that, if assuming, as long as. So long, and thanks for all the fish. Goodbye, farewell. So many, a certain number of, a limited number of. So mickle, a particular amount, often a large or excessive amount, so much. So mote it be. May it be thus, may the intentions expressed come to pass, a formula used in Freemason and Rosicrucian rituals and now used to conclude spells in Wicca and other neo-pagan traditions. So much, a particular amount, often a large or excessive amount. So much as, even, suggests a minimum, especially regarding what might be expected. So much for an expression of dismissiveness, disappointment, disregard, or resignation, something said upon rejecting, giving up on, quitting, or disposing of something. So much so, to such a great extent. So much the better. That is or would be even better. So much the worse. That is or would be even worse. So much the worse for. Used to indicate that an unfortunate event, outcome, etc. is of the subject's own doing, and that the speaker feels no great concern for it. So on. Other things of the same sort or nature. So quiet one can hear a pin drop. Alternative form of one could hear a pin drop. So quiet one could hear a pin drop. Alternative form of one could hear a pin drop. So quiet you can hear a pin drop. Alternative form of one could hear a pin drop. So shoot me. Alternative form of shoot me. Tell so. Alternative spelling of so-so. Till that indicates result in order that, with the result that. Till there, used to express one's defiance. So they had said, past participle of so they say. So they said, simple past of so they say. So they say, apparently, according to others. So to say, alternative form of so to speak. So to speak, in a manner of speaking. So true, bestie, an assertion that something is true or relatable. The what? Used to indicate indifference, often as a reply to an unimportant or irrelevant statement. Thus, so that, in order that. Thought, alternative form of Satan. So and so, a placeholder name for a person or thing, used when a name is not known, a generic person or thing. So and sauce, plural of so and so. So-cal, alternative form of Sokol. So-called, so named, commonly called. So-called dollar, a medal resembling a silver dollar struck to commemorate an event in the history of the United States. So-called dollars, plural of so-called dollar. Celsiacat, synonym of Yarkant. So them, alternative form of Sodom. So them, plural of Sodim. Soe mullet, planalis a hematachalis. Soe mullets, plural of soe mullet. Somaniath, ordinal form of so many, occurring at a certain unspecified position or rank. So, neither good nor bad, tolerable, passable, indifferent. Tozosh, thoroughly unimpressive, mediocre. Del, abbreviation of South. Del, abbreviation of South Beach. So.B, abbreviation of South Beach. Cell 15, a specialist operations section of the Metropolitan Police Service responsible for counterterrorism. Tau2, initialism of oxygen saturation, blood oxygenation. Ta, initialism of Sarbanes-Oxley Act, officially titled the Public Company Accounting Reform and Investor Protection Act of 2002. So, initialism of structure of arrays. Ta, an island of Argyll and Bute, Scotland, United Kingdom, any of 3 islands so named. So, son of a bitch. So, an autonomous municipality of the Department of Cundinamarca and part of the metropolitan area of Bogotá, Colombia. System of a Down, an Armenian-American alternative metal band. So, a surname. To be saturated with liquid by being immersed in it. Soak away, to soak into the ground. Soak in, to wet a surface and be absorbed completely of a liquid. Soak tests, a stress test in which a system is subjected to a significant load over a significant period of time to discover how the system behaves under sustained use. Soak tests, plural of soak test. Soak the runner, to throw the ball at the runner in order to tag him out illegal after 1845. Soak up, to absorb or draw in a substance, especially all of that substance. Soakable, suitable for soaking. Soaked it, the amount of liquid soaked in. Soakages, plural of soakage. Soak away, a deep hole used for drainage, where rainwater and other wastewater drains directly into the ground without connection to any mains drainage or sewerage pipes. Soakaways. Plural of soakaway. Ugh. Simple past and past participle of soak. Soaked away. Simple past and past participle of soak away. Soaked in. Simple past and past participle of soak in. Soaked to the bones. Alternative form of soaked to the bone. Soaked to the skin. Extremely wet. Soaked up. Simple past and past participle of soak up. Soak in. Soaked, saturated. Soaker. One who, or that which, soaks. Soaker pad. A waterproof mattress topper, especially one intended for urine, i.e. unpotty trained or incontinence, a bed protector. Soaker pads, plural of soaker pad. Soakers, plural of soaker. Tokes, second person singular simple present indicative of soak. Soka, third person singular simple present indicative of soak. Sophia, comparative form of soaky, more soaky. Soakiest, superlative form of soaky, most soaky. Soaking, pronunciation spelling of soaking. Soaking, present participle and gerund of soak. Soaking away, present participle and gerund of soak away. Soaking in, present participle and gerund of soak in. Soaking up, present participle and gerund of soak up. Soaking wet, extremely wet. Soakingly, to the point of soaking, imparting extreme wetness. Soakings, plural of soaking. Hooks, plural of soak. Soaks away, third person singular simple present indicative of soak away. Soaks in, third person singular simple present indicative of soak in. Soaks up, third person singular simple present indicative of soak up. Ugh, obsolete form of soaked. Soapy, soaking wet, sopping, saturated. Toe, alternative spelling of soul. Toes, plural of soul. Toe, a chain by which a leading horse draws a plow. Domes, a surname. Somases, plural of somes. Domes, plural of somme. Thou, a surname. Tones, a surname. Tonses, plural of sones. Of, acronym of Simple Object Access Protocol, a standard Internet protocol for exchanging structured information in a distributed environment. Help, a metallic salt derived from a fatty acid commonly used in cleaning products. Soap acacia, a plant of species Senegalia rugoticin, Acacia cancina. Soap acacias, plural of soap acacia. Soap bar, a bar of soap, comfortably sized to fit in the palm of one's hand. Soap bars, plural of soap bar. Soap box, alternative spelling of soapbox. Soap boxes, plural of soap box. Soap boy, a young male assistant at a men's barber shop, typically tasked with rubbing shaving soap into men's beards. Soap brick, the long piece of solid soap from which the smaller soap bars are cut for individual use, a soap loaf. Soap bricks, plural of soap brick. Soap bubble, A very thin film of soapy water that forms a sphere with an iridescent surface. Soap bubbles, plural of soap bubble. Soap dish, a dish-like container to hold a bar of soap, often mounted to the wall of a bathroom. Soap dishes, plural of soap dish. Soap dispenser, a simple device, often wall-mounted, that dispenses liquid soap when a user presses on it, or in some designed by sensing hand motions. Soap dispensers, plural of soap dispenser. Soap dodger, a dirty person, one who does not bathe often. Soap dodgers, plural of soap dodger. Soap down, to clean something with soap, to cover something with soap. Soap film, a film composed of soap, the wall of a soap bubble. Soap films, plural of soap film. Soap flake, a small, translucent chip or a flake of soap that is used for washing dishes, laundry, etc. Soap flakes, plural of soap flake. Soap foam, a lather created when a foaming agent in soaps, detergents, and shampoos mixes with air and water. Soap foams, plural of soap foam. Soap gourd, any hollowed-out gourd used for holding soap as a soap dish. Soap night, the night, traditionally 2 days before Halloween, when small children would use leftover solid soap to smear the windows of their neighbors' houses as a mild prank. Soap nights, plural of soap night. Soap off, to remove by washing with soap. Soap opera, a radio or television serial typically broadcast in the afternoon or evening about the lives of melodramatic characters, which are often filled with strong emotions, highly dramatic situations, and suspense. Soap operas, plural of soap opera. Soap pad, a small pad of steel wool infused with powdered detergent. Soap pads, plural of soap pad. Soap pan, a large tank for boiling the ingredients in making soap. Soap pans, plural of soap pan. Soap plant, any plant of the genus Chlorogallum, endemic to western North America, especially Chlorogallum pomeranianum, the most widespread species. Soap plants, plural of soap plant. Soap ring, a product designed to allow a user to carry a small amount of soap to wash their hands when there is no sink available. Soap rings, plural of soap ring. Soap scum, the buildup of insoluble calcium or magnesium fatty acids from the use of soap with hard water, which leads to a dulling of surfaces and acts as a matrix for trapping soils. Soap shaker, a handheld bowl with a mesh bottom and a long handle through which solid soap is poured, once commonly employed to help wash dishes. Soap suds, lather suds, foam produced by soap and water. Soap tests, a test for determining the hardness of water by shaking it up with liquid soap, not detergent. Soap tests, plural of soap tests. Soap tree, any of various trees whose leaves or fruit can be used as a substitute for soap. Soap trees, plural of soap tree. Soap up, to cover something in soap lather. Soap dodger, alternative form of soap dodger. Soap dodgers, plural of soap dodger. Soap dodging, dirty. Soap making, alternative form of soap making. Soap opera, alternative form of soap opera. Soap operas, plural of soap opera. Soap operatic, pertaining to soap opera. Soap ball, a small round ball of body soap, often scented, brightly colored, and given as a free sample to entice customers to buy a full-sized bar. Soap balls, plural of soap ball. Soap bark, the bark of the evergreen tree, Quillagia saponaria, which when pulverized forms a lather with water. Soap barks, plural of soap bark. Soap berries, plural of soap berry. Soap berry, any woody plant of the Sapindaceae family, found chiefly in tropical climates, most commonly the genus Sapindus. Soap bloom, any of several plants of the genus Ceanothus known for producing sapins. Soap blooms, plural of soap bloom. Soap box, a crate for packing soap. Soapbox car, a vehicle without a motor, often made from wood or other common household materials. Soapbox cars, plural of soapbox car. Soapbox, simple past and past participle of soapbox. Soapboxer, one who soapboxes. Soapboxers, plural of soapboxer. Soapboxes, plural of soapbox. Soapboxing, present participle and gerund of soapbox. Soapboxy, tending to soapbox or lecture people. Soapbush, Miconia crenata, a glossy-leaved shrub of the Americas, invasive in many parts of the tropics. Soap bushes, plural of soapbush. Soap curd, a gelatinous mass formed by soap mixed with water. Soap curds, plural of soap curd. Soap dish, alternative form of soap dish. Soap dishes, plural of soap dish. Soap dodging, alternative form of soap dodging. Soapthum, soap operas collectively. Soapthums, plural of soapthum. Soaped, simple past and past participle of soap. Soaped down, simple past and past participle of soap down. Soaped off, simple past and past participle of soap off. Soaped up, simple past and past participle of soap up. Soapen, to make soapy, apply soap to, lather up. Soapend, simple past and past participle of soapen. Soapening, present participle and gerund of soapen. Soapens, third person singular simple present indicative of soapen. Soaper, a soap maker. Soaperies, plural of soapery. Soapers, plural of sober. Soapery, a factory making soap. Soapfish, any of a number of saronid fish that can secrete a toxic soap-like mucus. Soapfishes, plural of soapfish. Soap flake, soap in the form of dried flakes, formerly used for washing clothes. Soap flakes, plural of soap flake. Soap eye, a soap opera. Soapy, comparative form of soapy, more soapy. Soapies, plural of soap eye. Soapiest, superlative form of soapy, most soapy. Soapify, simple past and past participle of soapify. Soapifies, third person singular simple present indicative of soapify. Soapify, to convert a fat or oil into soap, to saponify. Soapifying, present participle and gerund of soapify. Soapily, in a soapy way. Soapiness, the state or quality of being soapy. Soaping, present participle and gerund of soap. Soaping down, present participle and gerund of soap down. Soaping off, present participle and gerund of soap off. Soaping up, present participle and gerund of soap up. Soapings, plural of soaping. Soapland, a kind of Japanese brothel, ostensibly for bathing. Soaplands, plural of soapland. Soapless, without soap. Soapless soap, any synthetic detergent derived from petroleum. Soapless soaps, plural of soapless soap. Soaplessly. Without soap. Soaplessness, the state or condition of being soapless, lack of soap, hence uncleanliness. Soap-like, resembling or characteristic of soap. Soap-lock, a lock of hair brushed apart from the rest. Soap-locks, plural of soap-lock. Soap maker, a manufacturer of soap. Soap makers, plural of soap maker. Soap making, the business or process of producing soap. Soapman, a man who makes or sells soap. Soapman, plural of soapman. Soapmonger, a dealer in soap. Soapmongers, plural of soapmonger. Saponin, the drupe of sapinous plants containing saponins, which are a natural surfactant. Soapmets, plural of soapmet. Soaprock, synonym of soapstone. Soaprocks, plural of soaprock. Soapert, any of several plants whose roots were formerly used as a substitute for soap. Soaproots, plural of soaproot. Soaps, plural of soap. Soaps down, third person singular simple present indicative of soap down. Soaps off, third person singular simple present indicative of soap off. Soaps up, third person singular simple present indicative of soap up. Soap star, a star of a soap opera. Soap stars, plural of soap star. Soapstock, a concentrated solution of salts of fatty acids obtained in the refining of edible oils. Soapstacks, plural of soapstock. Soapstone, a soft rock rich in talc, also containing serpentine and either magnetite, dolomite, or calcite. Soapstone, simple past and past participle of soapstone. Soapstinner, a person who scrubs with soapstone. Soapstinners, plural of soapstinner. Soapstones, plural of soapstone. Soapstinning, present participle and gerund of soapstone. Soapset, soapseds. Soapsety, resembling or characteristic of soapsuds. Soapsuds. Alternative spelling of soapsuds. Sultry, the plant Yucca alata, which has a substance in its roots and trunk rich in saponins. Soaptree yucca, a desert shrub with long, pointed leaves and white flowers native to southwestern North America from southern Arizona to western Texas and northern Mexico, Yucca elata, used by American Indians for soap due to its high saponin content and fiber. Soap tree yuccas, plural of soap tree yucca. Soap trees, plural of soap tree. Soapumentaries, plural of soapumentary. Soapumentary, a reality show presenting people's lives in a sensationalistic manner across a number of episodes. Soapweed, any of several species of flowering plants in the genus Yucca, especially Yucca elata. Soapweeds, plural of soapweed. Soapwall, a type of soapweed. Yucca glauca. Soapwood, Dodenia viscosa, a flowering plant in the soapberry family. Soapwoods, plural of soapwood. Soapworker, a person who manufactures soap. Soapworkers, plural of soapworker. Soapworks, a place where soap is manufactured. Soapwort, any perennial herb of the genus Saponaria. Soapworts, plural of soapwort. Soapy, literal senses. Dore, a river in Leicestershire, England, a tributary to the Trent. Soarability, the quality of being soarable. Soarable, suitable for soaring. Soaraway, that achieves rapid or impressive progress, runaway, roaring. Soar, a surname. Swords, plural of sword. Door, obsolete form of sorry young hawk. Soar, simple past and past participle of soar. Soar, one who soars. Soars, plural of soar. Doors, a surname from Portuguese. Soares, plural of soars. Doris, second person singular simple present indicative of soar. Sora, third person singular simple present indicative of soar. Soaring, present participle and gerund of soar. Soaringly, in a soaring manner. Soarings, plural of soaring. Doors, plural of soar. Doors, a village and commune of Brasov County, Romania. Plural of SOA. Do, a commune of Veneto, Italy. Tovis, plural of so. Sohit, a primitive breed of domestic sheep descended from feral sheep on the island of Soie, Scotland. Zoes, plural of Soe. Thought, initialism of son of a bitch. Thought, a cry with a short, sudden expulsion of breath. Sob sister, a journalist, usually female, who writes mainly sentimental articles or has an advice column. Sob sisters, plural of sob sister. Sob stew, alternative form of sonophabich stew. Sob stories, plural of sob story. Sob story, a sad story, especially one intended to elicit sympathy. Sob stuff, mawkishly sentimental material. Selva, a Japanese buckwheat noodle. Sobador, a curandero who specializes in massage. Sobadors, plural of sobador. Sobadors, plural of sobador. Selbal, a transliteration of the Belarusian surname S-O-acute-B-L-Y-S-O-acute-B-A-L letter to B9. Sobelvaro, a surname from Spanish. Sobelvaros, plural of sobolaro. Selbes, plural of soba. Selba, a river of the greater Upper Nile region in northeastern South Sudan. Pod, simple past and past participle of sa. Saber, one who sobs, a weeper. Sabers, plural of saber. Tabas, second person singular simple present indicative of sa. Sada, third person singular simple present indicative of sa. Sale, comparative form of sabi, more sabi. Sayes, superlative form of sabi, most sabi. Saben, pronunciation, spelling of sobbing. Sobbing, present participle and gerund of sa. Sobbingly, in a sobbing manner. Sobbings, plural of sobbing. Dot, very sad. Inclined to sob, weep with convulsive gasps. Sob-say, a surname. Sob-sax, plural of sob-sack. Sob-say, a surname from Polish. Sobsek, plural of sobsik. Selby, abbreviation of South Beach. Selb, synonym of South Beach. Selb, a surname. Selbax, plural of Sobuk. Selbeth, as long as, given that. Selwe, an ancient Egyptian deity associated with the Kravidel. Selbax, plural of Sobuk. Selbel, a surname. Sobel filter, synonym of Sobel operator. Sobel filters, plural of Sobel filter. Sobel operator, a discrete differentiation operator that computes an approximation of the gradient of the image intensity function used in image processing and computer vision, particular for detecting edges. Sobel operators, plural of Sobel operator. Sobel tests, a kind of specialized t-test that tests the significance of a mediation effect. Sobel tests, plural of Sobel tests. Sobel-Feldman operator, synonym of Sobel operator. Sobel-Feldman operators, plural of Sobel-Feldman operator. Sobels, plural of Sobel. Sobmu viral, relating to the Sobmu viruses. Sobmu virus, any virus of the genus Sobmu virus. Sobmu viruses, plural of Sobmu virus. Sober, a surname. Sober as a judge, completely sober. Sober down, to become or make sober. Sober house, a form of transitional housing provided to residents contingent upon their abstinence from alcohol and other recreational drugs. Sober living house, a kind of halfway house for a person leaving a drug rehabilitation program. Sober living houses, plural of sober living house. Sober space, a topological space of which every joint irreducible closed subset is the closure of exactly one point of the space. Sober spaces, plural of sober space. Sober up, to become sober, to cause to become sober, usually in terms of alcohol or drugs, sometimes figuratively. Sober curious, habitually drinking alcohol, but interested in becoming teetotal or in drinking less alcohol. Sobrano, a surname from Spanish. Sobranos, plural of sobrano. Sober, simple past and past participle of sober. Sobered down, simple past and past participle of sober down. Sobered up, simple past and past participle of sober up. Sober, comparative form of sober, more sober. Soberous, plural of sober. Soberous, superlative form of sober, most sober. Sobera, third person singular simple present indicative of sober. Sobering, causing more sober thought or concern. Sobering down, present participle and gerund of sober down. Sobering up, present participle and gerund of sober up. Soberingly, in a sobering way. Soberize, alternative form of soberize. Soberize, simple past and past participle of soberize. Soberizes, third person singular simple present indicative of soberize. Soberizing, present participle and gerund of soberize. Soberize, to make sober. Soberize, simple past and past participle of soberize. Soberizes, third person singular simple present indicative of soberize. Soberizing, present participle and gerund of soberize. Soberly, in a sober manner, temperately, coolly, calmly, gravely, seriously. Soberness, the state or quality of being sober. Sobernesses, plural of soberness. Sobers, plural of sober. Sobers down, third person singular simple present indicative of sober down. Sobers up, third person singular simple present indicative of sober up. Sober-sided, serious and sedate. Sober-sidedness, quality of being sober-sided. Sober-sides, a serious and sedate person. Soberton, a village and civil parish in Winchester District, Hampshire, England. OS Gridraf SU 6116. Soberversaries, plural of soberversary. Soberversary, the anniversary of a person's sobriety. Selby, a surname. Selby's, plural of Soby. Sabfus, something sad or moving, especially a film. Sabes, plural of sobfus. Sobful, full of sobs, tearful, weeping. Sada, initialism of Scottish Official Board of Highland Dancing. Savita, the name of the ninth of 27 named Buddhas immediately preceding Gautama. Sobieski, a surname. Sobieski's shield. Scutum, a constellation in the northern sky. Sobieski's, plural of Sobieski. Sao, a surname. Sablodatin, a dolastatin that inhibits tubulin polymerization, resulting in the induction of apoptosis. Sobo, a region of Mumbai, India. Sabasinski, a surname. Sabasinskis, plural of Sabasinski. Taba, a surname. Sabol, alternative form of Sabols. Sabols, a shoot that runs along underground and forms new plants at short distances. Sobolski, a surname from Polish. Sobolskis, plural of Sobolski. Sobol of space. A vector space of functions equipped with a norm that is a combination of LP norms of the function itself as well as its derivatives up to a given order. Sobol of spaces. Plural of Sobol of space. Sobovite. A triclinic petiole brown mineral containing calcium, fluorine, iron, magnesium, manganese, niobium, oxygen, phosphorus, silicon, sodium, and titanium. Sobovskite. A hexagonal dihexagonal dipyramidal steel gray mineral containing bismuth and palladium. Sobolski. A surname from Polish. Sobolsk is plural of Sobolski. Soboliferous, producing sobols. Sobols, plural of sobol. Soban, a surname from Polish. Sobans, plural of Soban. Sobornost, a unity of people in loving fellowship. Sobornost, alternative form of Sobornost. Sobota, a surname. Sobotes, plural of Sobota. Sabatka, a surname from Czech. Sabatkes, plural of Sabatka. Sobrelline, a pheromone produced by the sandfly Lutzamia longipalpis from Sobral in Brazil. Sobranj, the Parliament of Macedonia, or formerly of Bulgaria. Sobrani, alternative form of Sobranj. Sobrasada, alternative form of Sobrasada. Sobrasadas, plural of Sobrasada. Sobrasada, a spiced, cured pork sausage from the Balearic Islands. Sobrasadas, plural of Sobrasada. Sobervest, a decorative or identifying cover worn over chain mail or other armor by a medieval knight. Sobervests, plural of Sobervest. Sobremesa, time spent at the table after eating, the habit of relaxing at the table after a heavy meal. Sobremesas, plural of sobremesa. Soberal, the mucolytic transbement 16 to 8yl. Sobrietas, plural of sobriety. Sobriety, the quality or state of being sober. Sobrinicide, the killing of a cousin. Sobriquet, a familiar name for a person or thing, a nickname sometimes assumed by the person, but often given by others that is descriptive. Sobriquetical, of or relating to sobriquets. Sobriquets, plural of sobriquet. That, plural of sob. That, plural of sa. Sabuzoxane, a topoisomerase Roman II inhibitor. That, initialism of system on a chip. SOC, alternative form of SOC. That, alternative spelling of sock upper class youth. Sock and sack, the right of a lord to hear and decide legal cases on his estate without recourse to other courts. Soc Trang, a province of Vietnam. Saki, abbreviation of society. Da, abbreviation of socialist. South initialism of serious organized crime agency. Selfie, a genre of music that originated in Trinidad and Tobago in the early 1970s and developed into a range of styles during the 1980s and after, which primarily includes influences of African and Indian rhythms. Soca Warriors, the Trinidad and Tobago national football team. Sockage, in the Middle Ages and chiefly, but not exclusively medieval England, a legal system whereby a tenant would pay a rent or do some agricultural work for the landlord. Sockager, a tenant by sockage. Sockagers, plural of sockager. Sockages, plural of sockage. SoCal, abbreviation of Southern California. SoCa, abbreviation of Southern California. Socken and Sacken, alternative form of sock and sec. Socares, a surname from Spanish. Socares, plural of socaras. Selkes, plural of soca. Taka, initialism of state-owned commercial bank. Taka, plural of sock. Dada, a French dish popular in Nice, a kind of chickpea pancake seasoned and eaten hot. Sockage, alternative spelling of sockage. Sockages, plural of sockage. Sockasen, a hybrid sock moccasin footwear. Sockasins, plural of soccasin. Soccer, association football. Soccer ball, a ball that is designed for use in the sport of soccer, a football. Soccer balls, plural of soccer ball. Soccer dad, a man with school-age children, likely boys, especially one who spends time transporting them between sporting activities. Soccer dads, plural of soccer dad. Soccer field, a playing field on which the game of soccer is played. Soccer fields, plural of soccer field. Soccer football, synonym of association football. Soccer footballs, plural of soccer football. Soccer mom, a woman with school-age children, likely boys, especially one who spends time transporting them between sporting activities. Soccer moms, plural of soccer mom. Soccer mom, alternative spelling of soccer mom. Soccer moms, plural of soccer mom. Soccer pitch, alternative form of soccer field. Soccer player, one who plays soccer, especially professional soccer. Soccer players, plural of soccer player. Soccer player, rare form of soccer player. Soccer players, plural of soccer player. Soccer ball, alternative form of soccer ball. Soccer balls, plural of soccer ball. Soccered, simple past and past participle of soccer. Soccer, a soccer player. Soccerers, plural of soccerer. Soccering, present participle and gerund of soccer. Soccerists, soccer player. Soccerists, plural of soccerists. Soccerly, resembling soccer. Soccermania, intense enthusiasm for soccer. Socceroo, a member of the Australian national soccer team, the Socceroos. Socceroos, plural of Socceroo. Soccerplex, a sports complex that includes soccer facilities. Soccerplexos, plural of soccerplex. Soccers, third person singular simple present indicative of soccer. Sai, a surname from Italian. Doxas, plural of Soxai. Soxsargen, an administrative region in south-central Mindanao, the Philippines. Soxsargen, alternative letter case form of Soxsargen. Sotdam, social democracy. Sotums, plural of Socdom. Soctiliger, alternative form of Soctiliger. Soctiligers, plural of Soctiliger. Soctiliger, alternative form of Soctiliger finishing below or conclusive argument. Soctilogers, plural of Soctiloger. Thus, initialism of sexual orientation change efforts. Society, misspelling of society. The Afon Soc, a short river on the Lane Peninsula in Gwynedd, Wales, which reaches the sea at Abersoch. Sata, a surname. Sachexu, a town in Masovian Voivodeship, Poland. Sachin, the cutleaf Cunefla Rudbeckia laciniata. Socceris, alternative form of Sockar. Saches, plural of Sacha. Sachox, a town in Dubs Department, Bourgogne-Franche-Comté, France. Satsai, a city in Krasnodar Krai, Russia. Saitangnia, alternative spelling of Sachinia. Satinia, the collected or complete works of a given writer or composer, especially a Russian one. Selta, a surname. Sociabilities, plural of sociability. Sociability, the skill, tendency, or property of being sociable or social, of interacting well with others. Sociable, tending to socialize or be social. Sociable lapwing, a plover, Vanellus gregarius. Sociable lapwings, plural of sociable lapwing. Sociable number, any of a sequence of numbers having the property that the sum of the divisors of each, excluding itself, is equal to the next number in the sequence. In the case of the last number of the sequence, the sum of the divisors, excluding that number, is equal to the first number of the sequence. Sociable numbers, plural of sociable number. Sociable plover, a plover, Vanellus gregarius. Sociable plovers, plural of sociable plover. Sociable weaver, a weaver bird that builds composite nests, Philopteris socius. Sociable weaver bird, synonym of sociable weaver. Sociable weaver birds, plural of sociable weaver bird. Sociable weavers, plural of sociable weaver. Sociableness, the state or condition of being sociable. Sociables, plural of sociable. Sociably, in a sociable manner, with free intercourse, conversably, familially, as a companion. Social, being extroverted or outgoing. Social action is an act which takes into account the actions and reactions of individuals or agents, associated with Max Weber. Social Affairs Minister, a government official responsible for overseeing policies and programs related to the welfare and well-being of the population, particularly focusing on vulnerable and marginalized groups. Social Affairs Ministers, plural of Social Affairs Minister. Social alienation, a person's feeling of disconnection and or isolation from a group, whether friends, family, or wider society, or another individual due to low degree of integration or common values. Social alienations, plural of social alienation. Social anthropologists, an anthropologist who specializes in social anthropology. Social anthropologists, plural of social anthropologists. Social anthropology, cultural anthropology. Social anxieties, plural of social anxiety. Social anxiety, a feeling of discomfort or fear in a social situation where one may be judged or evaluated by others. Social anxiety disorder, an anxiety disorder characterized by intense fear in one or more social situations, causing considerable distress and impaired ability to function in at least some parts of daily life. Social anxiety disorders, plural of social anxiety disorder. Social atom, a psychotherapeutic diagram presenting individuals as nodes with the patient at the center connected by lines indicating their relationships. Social atoms, plural of social atom. Social autopsies, plural of social autopsy. Social autopsy, the situation where adults help an autistic child to understand what went wrong in a prior social interaction. Social batteries, plural of social battery. Social battery, a notional battery representing one's energy for socializing with the need to be periodically recharged. Social bookmarking, a way for internet users to share bookmarks or shortcuts to online resources. Social brethren, a small body of evangelical Christians in the Midwestern United States, the Philippines, and Canada, whose leaders came from Baptist, Presbyterian, and Methodist backgrounds. Social butterflies, plural of social butterfly. Social butterfly, a gregarious person who likes to attend parties and other social gatherings, a people person. Social capital, the goodwill, sympathy, and connections created by social interaction within and between social networks. Social circle, synonym of circle of friends. Social circles, plural of social circle. Social class, a class of people based on social power, wealth, or another criterion. Social classes, plural of social class. Social climber, one who tries to improve his or her social standing, especially by means of obsequious behavior. Social climbers, plural of social climber. Social climbing, the act of trying to improve one's social status, especially by obsequious means. Social club, a group of people who meet socially, generally having a common interest. Social clubs, plural of social club. Social cohesion, the maintenance of stability in a given society. Social cohesions, plural of social cohesion. Social collaboration, a process that helps multiple people share information using interpersonal and social networks to achieve any common goal. Social collaborations, plural of social collaboration. Social column, synonym of society column. Social columnists, synonym of society columnist. Social columnists, plural of social columnists. Social columns, plural of social column. Social commentaries, plural of social commentary. Social commentary, the expression of one's point of view or feelings towards society, usually through literature. Social commerce, a subset of electronic commerce that involves social media and user contributions to assist online buying and selling of products and services. Social compact. Synonym of social contract. Social compacts. Plural of social compact. Social conditioning. The sociological process of training individuals in a society to respond in a manner generally approved by the society in general and peer groups within society. Social conflict paradigm. A theory according to which society is based on conflict and change arising from inequality. Social conservatism. A conservative political philosophy, generally rooted in traditional Christian values and manifesting itself in opposition to drug use, birth control, abortion rights, same-sex marriage, and sexual permissiveness. Social conservative. One who favors a specific set of social policies, generally including opposition to birth control, abortion rights, euthanasia, same-sex marriage, and sexual permissiveness, often based on a particular reading of Christian values. Social conservatives, plural of social conservative. Social construct. A social convention or perception, such as class or gender, used by a particular society to describe human behavior. Social constructionism. A theory of knowledge according to which human beings rationalize their experience by creating a model of the social world and how it functions, and language is the most essential system through which humans construct reality. Social constructionists. An advocate of social constructionism. Social constructionists, plural of social constructionists. Social constructivism, synonym of social constructionism. Social constructivists, synonym of social constructionist. Social constructivists, plural of social constructivists. Social constructs, plural of social construct. Social contagion. The spontaneous spread of behavior when it is unconsciously copied from one individual by another, a behavior that spreads in this manner. Social contagions, plural of social contagion. Social contract, an implicit agreement or contract among members of a society governing such matters as submission of individuals to the rule of law and acceptable conduct. Social contracts, plural of social contract. Social control, any control, either formal or informal, that is exerted by a group, especially by one's peers. Social controls, plural of social control. Social coupon, a coupon code requiring some action on a social network, usually promoting the product or company making the offer for it to be used. Social coupons, plural of social coupon. Social credit, a political and economic philosophy originated by C. Douglas which envisages an aristocracy of producers serving and accredited by a democracy of consumers. Social creditism, a doctrine that under capitalism, purchasing power is not sufficiently in the hands of those who spend the money and that the governmental should control retail prices and see to the distribution of national dividends to consumers. Social cue, a verbal or nonverbal signal expressed through the face, body, voice, motion, and used to guide conversations as well as other social interactions by influencing impressions of and responses to others. Social cues, plural of social cue. Social Darwinism, the theory that the laws of evolution by natural selection also apply to social structures. Social death, the alienation of certain people from society to the point of being forgotten, excluded, or ignored in society. Social democracies, plural of social democracy. Social democracy, a moderate political philosophy or ideology that aims to achieve socialistic goals within a democratic society and a liberal democracy, such as by means of a strong welfare state and regulation of private industry. Social democrat, a supporter of social democracy, a political ideology in which a socialist system of government is achieved by democratic means. Social democratic, of or pertaining to social democracy. Social Democratic Party, the name of various social democratic parties, including UK's one. Social Democrats, plural of social democrat. Social disease, a sexually transmitted disease. Social distance, the distance between different social groups, for example in terms of class, ethnicity, gender identity, sexual identity, etc. Social distance, simple past and past participle of social distance. Social distances, plural of social distance. Social distancing, the practice of maintaining physical distance between people to reduce the spread of communicable diseases by isolating those with such diseases in quarantines, maintaining space between individuals, and prohibiting certain activities. Social drinker, someone who only drinks alcohol when with acquaintances who are drinking. Social drinkers, plural of social drinker. Social dynamics, the study of interactions within and between societies. Social eating, the practice of mukbang. Social ecology, the study of relationships between people and their environment, especially the interdependence of people, collectives, and institutions. Social engineer, one who engages in social engineering. Social engineer, simple past and past participle of social engineer. Social engineering, use of numerical data to inform social programs. Social engineers, plural of social engineer. Social entrepreneur, one who draws upon business techniques to find solutions to social problems or effect social change. Social entrepreneurs, plural of social entrepreneur. Social entrepreneurship, the application of the principles of business entrepreneurship, including risk-taking and ingenuity, to social causes. Social envy, synonym of class envy. Social event, a party or other casual gathering for the purpose of meeting and mingling. Social events, plural of social event. Social evil, prostitution. Social evolutionism, following of social evolution. Social fascism, social democracy. Social fascists, a social democrat. Social fascists, plural of social fascists. Social function, synonym of function, an official or social occasion. Social functions, plural of social function. Social grace, a skill for dealing with people and society. Social graces, plural of social grace. Social graph, a graph that represents social relations between entities. Social graphs, plural of social graph. Social group, a collection of humans or animals who share certain characteristics, interact with one another, accept expectations and obligations as members of the group, and share a common identity. Social groups, plural of social group. Social hangover, a feeling of exhaustion experienced after excessively engaging in social activities. Social hangovers, plural of social hangover. Social histories, plural of social history. Social history, the history of society, an approach to and subfield of history that emphasizes social structures. Social housing, rental housing owned and managed by the government, non-profit organizations, or by a combination of the two with the aim of providing affordable housing, often focusing on disadvantaged groups such as low-income earners, Social Security recipients, the elderly, and people with disabilities. Social hygiene, the prevention and control of venereal disease, prostitution, drug abuse, and vice, employing scientific research and advertising techniques. Social immunity, any anti-parasite defense mounted for the benefit of individuals other than the actor. Social imperialism, a political ideology that uses socialist rhetoric but engages in imperialist actions. Social infertility, the inability to have children because of social factors, such as lack of financial resources or failure to meet a suitable partner. Social informatics, the study of information and communication tools in cultural or institutional contexts. Social insect, any insect that shares shelter, defense, and food and reproduces cooperatively. Social insects, plural of social insect. Social insurance, government-mandated provision for the unemployed, injured, or aged, typically funded by a combination of government spending, individual contributions, and employer contributions. Social insurance number, a 9-digit number issued by the Government of Canada to citizens, permanent residents, and some categories of temporary residents for official identification in the provision of government services and income taxation, abbreviation, SIN. Social insurance numbers, plural of social insurance number. Social insurances, plural of social insurance. Social issue, a problem that influences many citizens within a society. Social issues, plural of social issue. Social jet lag, the difference in the timing of a person's sleep period measured as average midpoint of his or her sleep period between workdays and rest days. Social justice, fairness in society. Social justice warrior, a person who advocates for progressive views or attitudes, principally with regard to social justice. Social justice warriors, plural of social justice warrior. Social ladder, the hierarchy of a society. Social ladders, plural of social ladder. Social landlord, an agent or agency that provides social housing. Social landlords, plural of social landlord. Social liberal, of or pertaining to social liberalism. Social liberalism, a political ideology that endorses a market economy, individual liberty, and the role of government in addressing economic and social issues such as poverty, health care, and education. Social life, an individual's interpersonal relationships with people within their immediate surroundings or general public. Social listening, the observation of social media channels in order to measure the popularity of a brand or company. Social lives, plural of social life. Social loafing, the tendency for members of a group to put in less effort together than they might put in individually. Social lubricant, a food, beverage, drug, or activity that helps people feel more comfortable in social occasions. Social lubricants, plural of social lubricant. Social marginality, the study of the larger world and the place of human society within it. Social media, applications or websites allowing users to share content and communicate with one another through the internet. Social media intelligence. Intelligence gathered from social media. Social medias. Plural of social media. Social medium. An application or website allowing users to share content and communicate with one another via the internet, an individual social media site. Social mediums. Plural of social medium. Social mobility. The degree to which, in a given society, an individual's, families, or group's social status can change throughout the course of their life through a system of social hierarchy or stratification. Social movement. An effort by a group of people to achieve a social or political goal. Social movements. Plural of social movement. Social murder. The knowing causing of the inevitable premature death of members of an oppressed class by deliberately and structurally exposing them to potentially lethal conditions. Social murders. Plural of social murder. Social network. A network of personal or business contacts, especially as facilitated by social networking on the internet. Social networking. The interaction between a group of people who share a common interest. Social networks. Plural of social network. Social niceties. Plural of social nicety. Social nicety. A social behavior that is engaged in for the purpose of being polite, an act that reflects refinement, decorum, and courtesy. Social not working. The use of social networking websites in the workplace when one is supposed to be productively working. Social occasion. Synonym of function, an official or social occasion. Social occasions. Plural of social occasion. Social order. A particular system of social structures, institutions, customs, values, and practices which conserve, maintain, and enforce certain societal relations and behavioral patterns. Social orders. Plural of social order. Social orphan. A child with no adult carers, though one or both parents are still living. Social orphans. Plural of social orphan. Social partnership. Market control based on a comprehensive series of negotiated agreements between business and the labor force. Social partnerships. Plural of social partnership. Social pattern. The systems of control mechanisms to dominate these entities of the organization to achieve a defined goal. Social patterns. Plural of social pattern. Social phobia. Social anxiety disorder. Social phobias. Plural of social phobia. Social physics. Sociology. Social piranha. Malapropism of social pariah. Social piranhas. Plural of social piranha. Social policies. Plural of social policy. Social policy. The socio-political guidelines that deal with communal issues. Social power. The ability of an actor to change the incentive structures of other actors in order to bring about an outcome. Social profile. A web page on a social media site that displays an individual user's activity, friends list, etc. Social profiles. Plural of social profile. Social programming. The process by which the ideas, concepts, and beliefs of the society in which we live are ingrained into our psyche. The process is usually by authoritative decree or by assimilation. Social project management. A non-traditional way of organizing projects and performing project management based on social networking and distributed virtual teams. Social promotion. The practice of promoting a student to the next grade only at the end of the current school year, regardless of when or whether they learn the necessary material, in order to keep them with their peers by age. Social promotions. Plural of social promotion. Social proof. A psychological and social phenomenon wherein people copy the actions of others if unsure how to behave. Social psychologies. Plural of social psychology. Social psychology. The interplay between the individual and society. Social realism. An art and film movement that critically portrays the everyday lives of the working class and the poor. Social recruiting. Recruiting of employees by means of social networking sites. Social responsibilities. Plural of social responsibility. Social responsibility. A voluntarily assumed obligation toward the good of society at large as opposed to the self alone. Social safety net. A set of governmental programs, entitlements, or benefits providing citizens and residents with a minimum level of financial protection, food, access to public infrastructure, or medical services. Social safety nets. Plural of social safety net. Social science. A branch of science that studies the society and human behavior in it. Social sciences. Plural of social science. Social scientists. A scientist who specializes in a social science such as psychology, economics, or political science. Social scientists. Plural of social scientists. Social season. A traditional annual period in the spring and summer when it is customary for members of the social elite to hold balls, dinner parties, and charity events. Social seasons. Plural of social season. Social secretaries. Plural of social secretary. Social secretary. A secretary who handles the social side of an enterprise. Social security. A system whereby the state, either through general or specific taxation, provides various benefits to help ensure the well-being of its citizens. Social Security number. A 9-digit number issued to citizens, permanent residents, and temporary working residents by the Social Security Administration under Section 205(c)(2) of the Social Security Act, codified as 42 U.S.C. Section 405(c)(2), introduced primarily to track people for taxation purposes, and in recent years serving as a de facto national identification number. Social Security numbers. Plural of Social Security number. Social services. A government-run program meant to benefit society as a whole, with a particular view to the less economically fortunate. Social sharing. The general practice of sharing content from the internet on social media websites or applications. Social skills. The personal skills needed for successful social communication and interaction. Social smoker. Someone who only smokes with other people who are smoking. Social smokers. Plural of social smoker. Social spam. Unwanted spam content that appears on social media, such as insults, fake hyperlinks, or personal data. Social spams. Plural of social spam. Social standing. Synonym of social status, one's position within a social hierarchy, one's value relative to society. Social station. Synonym of social status, one's position with a social hierarchy, one's value relative to society. Social stations. Plural of social station. Social status. One's position within a social hierarchy, one's social class along with any personal social advantages or disadvantages, one's value relative to society. Social statuses. Plural of social status. Social stigma. Severe social disapproval of a person or a certain behavior. Social stigmas. Plural of social stigma. Social stigmata. Plural of social stigma. Social studies. The study of history, geography, civics, sociology, economics, and other social science subjects, especially in primary and secondary school. Social supermarket. A supermarket created to offer groceries at minimal or occasionally zero expense for families facing financial problems. Social supermarkets. Plural of social supermarket. Social tariff. A reduced rate for utility for people receiving state welfare. Social tariffs. Plural of social tariff. Social trading. Shared or interactive trade in financial goods and services through primarily online means. Social unit. An entity which is part of and participates in a larger social group or society. Social units. Plural of social unit. Social valence. The quality of a robot or other artificial entity to be perceived as more than an object, but as a social agent, like a pet or a person. Social wasp. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see social wasp. Social weaver bird. Synonym of sociable weaver. Social weaver birds. Plural of social weaver bird. Social welfare. The provision of a minimal level of well-being and support for citizens and other eligible residents who lack current means to support basic needs. Social whale. Pilot whale. Social whales. Plural of social whale. Social work. Any of several professions concerned with providing social services to members of the community. Social worker. A person, usually employed by the state, that supports the welfare of individuals or groups, especially those that are socially disadvantaged. Social workers. Plural of social worker. Social justice warrior. Alternative form of social justice warrior. Social justice warriors. Plural of social justice warrior. Social security number. Alternative form of social security number. Social security numbers. Plural of social security number. Socialization. Alternative spelling of socialization. Socializations. Plural of socialization. Socialize. Alternative form of socialize. Socialize. Simple past and past participle of socialize. Socialicy. Alternative form of socializy. Socialicies. Plural of socialicy. Socializer. Alternative spelling of socializer. Socializers. Plural of socializer. Socializes. Third person singular simple present indicative of socialize. Socializing. Present participle and gerund of socialize. Socializings. Plural of socializing. Socialism. Any of various economic and political theories advocating collective or governmental ownership and administration of the means of production and distribution of goods. Socialism in one country. The theory and practice of attaining socialism without world revolution. Socialism of the chair. The policy, advocated by a group of German political economists, of state aid for the betterment of the working classes. Socialism with a human face. the political program of mild democratization and liberalization established in socialist Czechoslovakia in 1968 that led to the Prague Spring. Socialisms. Plural of socialism. Socialists. Of, belonging to, or constituting a party or political group that advocates socialism. Socialist Fed. Republic of Yugoslavia. Abbreviation of Socialist Federal Republic of Yugoslavia. Socialist Federal Republic of Yugoslavia. Uncommon spelling of Socialist Federal Republic of Yugoslavia. Socialist Federal Republic of Yugoslavia. Official name of Yugoslavia, a former communist country in Southeast Europe that existed from 1943 until 1992. Abbreviation SFRI. Socialist to the chair. A mere doctrinaire or theoretical advocate of socialism. Socialist parties. Plural of socialist party. Socialist party. Any of various national political parties chiefly identified by their support for some form of socialism, particularly the French Socialist Party. Socialist party. A political party which advocates socialist ideals. Socialist realism. A Stalinist idealization of the dictatorship of the proletariat applied to art that use realistic techniques to show the struggle for socialism in a positive and optimistic manner. Socialist realists, or relating to socialist realism. Socialist realists. Plural of socialist realists. Socialist Republic of Macedonia. Official name of Macedonia, a former constituent republic of Yugoslavia, in use from 1963 to 1991. The official name Democratic Federal Macedonia was used from 1944 through 1946, and the official name People's Republic of Macedonia used from 1946 through 1963. Socialist Republic of Romania. Former official name of Romania, a country in Southeast Europe, in use from 1965 through 1989, when the country was a one-party Marxist-Leninist state. The official name Romanian People's Republic was used from 1947 through 1965. Socialist Republic of Slovenia. Official name of Slovenia, a former constituent republic of Yugoslavia, in use from 1963 to 1990. The official name Federal Slovenia was used from 1945 through 1946, and the official name People's Republic of Slovenia used from 1946 through 1963. Socialist Republic of Vietnam. Alternative spelling of Socialist Republic of Vietnam. Socialist Republic of Vietnam. Official name of Vietnam, a country in Southeast Asia. Socialist Soviet Republic of Abkhazia. A short-lived republic within the Caucasus region of the Soviet Union that covered the territory of Abkhazia and existed from 31 March 1921 to 19 February 1931. Socialistic. Of or relating to socialism. Socialistical. Synonym of socialistic. Socialistically. In a socialist manner, like a socialist. Socialists. Plural of socialists. Socialists of the chair. Plural of socialist of the chair. Socialitarian. Of or pertaining to sociality. Socialite. A person, often a woman of social prominence, considered to be an influential figure. Socialites. Plural of socialite. Socialities. Plural of sociality. Sociality. The character of being social, sociability. Socializable. Capable of being socialized. Socialization. The process of learning how to live in a way acceptable to one's own society, said especially about children. Socializations, plural of socialization. Socialize, to interact with others, especially personally, informally and off the clock rather than formally and officially. Socialize, subsidized for social reasons. Socialize medicine, any system of government-run health care. Socializee, one who is socialized. Socializees, plural of socializee. Socializer, one who socializes. Socializers, plural of socializer. Socializes, third person singular simple present indicative of socialize. Socializing, present participle and gerund of socialize. Socializings, plural of socializing. Socially, in a social manner, sociably. Socially distance, alternative form of social distance. Socially distant, maintaining a certain distance between at least two people to contain the spread of an infectious disease. Socially fluent, socially adapt. Socially mobile, having social mobility. Socially necessary labor time, the average quantity of labor time that must be performed under currently prevailing conditions to produce a commodity. Socially necessary labor times, plural of socially necessary labor time. Socially isolated, characterized by personal separation of individuals due to the practice of social distancing and self-isolation. Socialness, the state or quality of being social. Socialpreneur, an entrepreneur who aims to help society. Socialpreneurs, plural of socialpreneur. Socials, plural of social. Socialscape, a social landscape. Socialscapes, plural of socialscape. Socias, plural of socia. Sovet, ta sozate. Sozade, simple past and past participle of sociate. Solet, third person singular simple present indicative of sociate. Soede, present participle and gerund of sociate. Sociation, a plant community. Sociations, plural of association. Societa, being or relating to the associative case. Associative case, case in Basque, Hungarian, Malayalam, Tamil, etc. meaning together with. Associative cases, plural of associative case. Associatives, plural of associative. Sociate, or relating to society. Soies, one who studies society. Societists, plural of societists. Societe, the psychiatric study of society and the individuals. Dazes, alternative spelling of Sachis. Sachis, a village in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Selzi, diminutive of socialist. Sozadat, a town in Morazan department, El Salvador. Societies, plural of sozi. Societal, of or pertaining to society or social groups. Or to their activities, customs, etc. Societalization, the theory attributed to sociologist Q112,383,134 Q112,383,134 that modernization makes social life increasingly fragmented. documented with a loss of close-knit communities, which process is seen to undermine religion. Societal way. In a societal way, societarian, of or pertaining to society, social. Societary. Societarian. Societas lanina, an organization that is supposedly a partnership but in which one partner claims the lion's share. Societies, plural of society. Societism, a social philosophy that promotes the well-being of the group without sacrificing the significance of the individual. Societas, a proponent of societism. Societists, plural of societas. Society, a long-standing group of people sharing cultural aspects such as language, dress, norms of behavior, and artistic forms. Society column, a newspaper or magazine column that reports the activities of members of high society. Society columnist, a writer of society columns. Society columnists, plural of society columnists. Society columns, plural of society column. Society garlic, a plant of species Tulbagia violacea. Society garlics, plural of society garlic. Society house, a printing office that conforms to the rules of a trade union. Society houses, plural of society house. Society islander, a person from the Society Islands. Society islanders, plural of society islander. Society islands, a group of islands in the South Pacific, part of French Polynesia. Society of Friends, a religious sect founded by George Fox, more commonly known as the Quakers. Society of Jesus, an order of Roman Catholic clergy, the Jesuits, having a tradition of education, theological scholarship, and missionary work, formed during the 16th century. Society verse de societe. Society versus, plural of society verse. Societas, without a society. Society-wide, throughout society. So that, plural of socius. Tosanim, a member of a particular non-Trinitarian Christian denomination founded in the late 16th century. Socinianism, the tenets or doctrines of the Socinians. Socinianus, synonym of Socinian. Socinianistic, of or relating to Socinianism. Socinianists, plural of Socinianists. Socinianize, to turn to Socinianism, to indoctrinate with or convert the principles of Socinianism. Socinianize, simple past and past participle of Socinianize. Socinianizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Socinianize. Socinianizing, present participle and gerund of Socinianize. Socinians, plural of Socinian. So thou, at an institute of education, a class where sociology is taught. So thou, society, socio-cultural, alternative form of sociocultural. Sociocultural anthropology, cultural anthropology. Sociodemographic, of pertaining to or characterized by a combination of sociological and demographic characteristics. Socioeconomic, of or pertaining to a combination of social and economic factors. Socioeconomically, alternative form of socioeconomically. Socio-evolutionary, alternative form of socio-evolutionary. Socio-geopolitical, of or pertaining to a combination of social and geopolitical factors. Socio-historical, alternative form of socio-historical. Socio-ideological, social and ideological. Socio-ideologically, in a socio-ideological manner. Socio-organizational, of or pertaining to the social and organizational aspects of a system. Socio-philosophical, alternative form of socio-philosophical. Socio-political, of or pertaining to a combination of social and political factors. Socio-political economic, of or pertaining to social, political, and economic factors. Socio-political economical, alternative form of socio-political economic. Socio-racist, of or pertaining to social and racist factors. Socio-behavioral, alternative form of socio-territorial. Socio-affective, social and affective. Socio-affinity, social affinity. Socio-anthropological, relating to socioanthropology. Socioanthropologically, in terms of or by means of socioanthropology. Socioanthropologist, one who studies socioanthropology. Socioanthropologists, plural of socioanthropologists. Socioanthropology, social anthropology, cultural anthropology. Socio, the jargon used by sociologists. Socio-behavioral, alternative form of socio-behavioral. Socio-behavioral, describing the sociological study of behavior. Sociobiodiversity, sociobiological diversity. Sociobiological, of or pertaining to sociobiology. Sociobiologically, in terms of sociobiology. Sociobiologists, plural of sociobiology. Sociobiologists, ideologist is reality is sociobiology. Sociobiologists, plural of sociobiologists. Sociobiology, the science that applies the principles of evolutionary biology to the study of social behavior in both humans and animals. Sociobiomedical, pertaining to the social, biological, and medical sciences. Sociocentric, focused around a society or social practices. Sociocentrism, the tendency to look at the world primarily from the perspective of one's own social group or society. Sociochemical, relating to sociochemistry. Sociochemistry, the study of the effects of chemical compounds pheromones on social behavior. Sociochronobiology, the supposed influence of circadian rhythms on social behavior. Sociocidal, threatening to society. Sociace, the destruction of a society. Sociacides, plural of sociaci. Sociocognition, social cognition. Sociocognitive, relating to cognitive aspects of sociology. Sociocognitively, in sociocognitive terms. Sociocommunicative, socially communicative. Socioconstructivism, social constructivism. Socioconstructivists, relating to socioconstructivism. Sociocontextual, relating to social context. Sociocosmic, pertaining to the order of the universe and one's consequent obligations to enroll in society. Sociocracies, plural of sociocracy. Sociocracy, a form of government in which the needs of everyone in a society are met. Sociocrat, a supporter of sociocracy. Sociocratic, of or relating to sociocracy. Sociocrats, plural of sociocrats. Sociocritical, of or relating to social criticism. Sociocultural, of or relating to both society and culture. Sociocultural evolutionism, belief in sociocultural evolution. Sociocultural in a sociocultural context. Sociacuses, hearing loss caused by long-term exposure to relatively low levels of noise, such as traffic or television. Sociocybernetics, relating to sociocybernetics. Sociocybernetics, a discipline combining elements of sociology and systems science. Socioethnography, or pertaining to socioethnography. Socioethnographical, alternative form of socioethnographic. Socioethnographically, in socioethnographic terms. Socioethnographics, social demographics. Socioethnography, a branch of study combining sociology and demography. Socio-development, social development. Socio-developments, plural of socio-development. Sociodices, plural of sociodicy. Sociodicy, a justification or similar discourse of the nature of a particular society. Sociodiversity, social diversity. Sociodramatic, of or relating to drama or make-believe acted out by a group in a social context. Sociodramatics, sociodramatic behavior, group make-believe. Sociodynamic, relating to sociodynamics. Sociodynamics, social dynamics. Socioecological, of or pertaining to socioecology. Socioecologically, in a socioecological manner. Sociocologies, plural of sociocology. Sociocology, the use of techniques of sociology in the field of ecology. Socioeconomic, alternative form of socioeconomic. Socioeconomical, alternative form of socioeconomic. Socioeconomically, in a socioeconomic manner or context. Socioeconomics, the branch of economics that deals with social aspects. Socioeconomies, plural of socioeconomy. Socioeconomists, an expert in socioeconomics. Socioeconomists, plural of socioeconomists. Socioeconomy, a socioeconomic system. Socioeducation, social and educational. Socio-emotional, relating to an individual's emotions and relationship to society. Socio-emotionally, in socio-emotional terms. Socio-endocrinological, relating to socio-endocrinology. Socio-endocrinology, sociological endocrinology. Socio-engineer, a social engineer, one who uses scientific data to influence social attitudes and behaviors. Socio-engineers, plural of socio-engineer. Socio-environment. Social environment. Socio-environmental. Relating to society and the natural environment. Socio-environments. Plural of socio-environment. Socio-ethical. Of or pertaining to both society and ethics. Socio-ethnic. Relating to society and ethnicity. Socioethnically. In socioethnic terms. Socioethnicity. Social and ethnic status. Socio-evaluative. Relating to the evaluation of a person's place in and worth to society. Socio-evolutionary. Relating to sociocultural evolution. Sociofact. One of the social structures and cultural norms that shape the interactions between individuals in a society. Sociofacts. Plural of sociofact. Sociofactual. Relating to sociofacts. Sociofamilial. Relating to society and the family. Sociophilial. Arranged so that each can maintain some privacy from the others. Sociophilially. In a sociofugal manner. Sociofunctional. Relating to social or structural functionalism. Sociofunctionally. In sociofunctional terms. Sociogenesis. Plural of sociogenesis. Sociogenesis. The development of social organization, such as among insects. Sociogenetic. Or pertaining to sociogenesis or to sociogenetics. Sociogenetically. In terms of sociogenesis. Sociogenetics. A combination of sociology and genetics. Sociogenic. Caused by society, having a social origin. Sociogenically. In a sociogenic manner. Sociogenomic. Relating to sociogenomics. Sociogenomics. The study of the multivariate feedback loops by which nature and nurture genetics and environment interact with and shape each other. Sociogeny. The science of the origin of society. Sociogeography. Alternative form of sociogeographical. Sociogeographical. Pertaining to society and geography. Sociogeographically. In sociogeographical terms or context. Sociogeographies. Plural of sociogeography. Sociogeography. Social geography, the distribution of various sociocultural groups across geographical regions. Sociogeopolitical. Alternative spelling is sociogeopolitical. Sociogerontology. A subfield of gerontology that studies the social processes of aging. Sociogram. A graphic representation of the structure of interpersonal relations in a group situation, a depiction of the social links that a person has. Sociograms. Plural of sociogram. Sociograph. A sociogram. Sociography. Of or relating to sociography. Sociographical. Of or relating to sociography. Sociographically. In terms of or by means of sociography. Sociographies. Plural of sociography. Sociographs. Plural of sociograph. Sociography. The branch of sociology that concentrates on the descriptive analysis of social phenomena. Sociohistorian. One who studies sociohistory. Sociohistorians. Plural of sociohistorian. Sociohistory. Socio-historical. Socio-historical. Of or pertaining to social and historical factors. Socio-historically. In socio-historical terms. Socio-histories. Plural of socio-history. Socio-history. The social aspect or aspects of a historic event or era. Socio-humanistic. Sociological and humanistic. Socio-ideological. Alternative form of socio-ideological. Socio-indexical. Relating to or described by a sociological index. Socio-individual. Relating to society and the individual. Socio-judicial. Both social and judicial. Socio. Abbreviation of sociology. Socio. The variant of language used by a social group such as a socioeconomic class, an ethnic group, an age group, etc. Socio-political, or relating to a sociolect. Sociologically, in a socioltic way or manner. Socioltic, or relating to a sociolect. Socioltical, or relating to a sociolect. Sociologically, in a socioltic way or manner. Sociologists, plural of sociolect. Socio, pertaining to society and the law. Socially, in sociological terms. Socially, abbreviation of sociolinguistics. Sociolinguist, a person who studies sociolinguistics. Sociolinguist. Pertaining to sociolinguistics. Sociolinguistic variable. A feature, either lexical or phonetical, that is correlated with extralingual factors such as the setting, speaker, addressee, etc. Sociolinguistic variables. Plural of sociolinguistic variable. Sociolinguistically. In the manner of sociolinguistics. Sociolinguistics. The study of social and cultural effects on language and vice versa. Sociolinguists. Plural of sociolinguist. Sociologies. The jargon used by sociologists. Sociology. Of or pertaining to sociology. Sociological. Of or pertaining to sociology. Sociologically. In reference to sociology. Sociologies. Plural of sociology. Sociologism. The attribution of a sociological basis to another discipline. Sociologisms. Plural of sociologism. Sociologist. A scientist studying the field of sociology, a social scientist. Sociologiste. Referring only to the sociological concepts, explaining social phenomena by sociological principles only. Sociologists. Plural of sociologists. Sociologize. To bring into the realm of sociology. Sociologize. Simple past and past participle of sociologize. Sociologizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of sociologize. Sociologizing. Present participle and gerund of sociologize. Sociology. A social science that studies society, human social interaction, patterns of social relationships, and the interactions of culture. Through both theory and applied research, it engages subject matters across a range of microanalysis, meta-analysis, and macroanalysis. Sociolinguistics, abbreviation of sociolinguistics. Sociomath, a graphic representation of a social network. Sociomaths, plural of sociomath. Sociomaths, the collective physical mass of people and their creations and possessions. Sociomaths, plural of sociomaths. Sociomaterial, relating to sociomateriality. Sociomaterialities, plural of sociomateriality. Sociomateriality, the study of the interlinked social and material aspects of the use of technology in the workplace. Sociomateriale, in sociomaterial terms. Sociomatrices, plural of sociomatrix. Sociomatrix, a tabular representation in matrix form of data collected using a sociometric method to measure interpersonal relationships. Socio, a sociological biome. Sociomedical, of or pertaining to the relationship between medicine and society. Sociomedically, in sociomedical terms. Sociomes, plural of sociome. Sociometer, a theoretical gauge of interpersonal relationships, typically realized as self-esteem. Sociometers, plural of sociometer. Sociometric, relating to sociometry or to sociometrics. Sociometrical, synonym of sociometric. Sociometrically, in a sociometric manner. Sociometrics, sociometry, especially as an academic study. Sociometries, plural of sociometry. Sociometries, one who carries out sociometry. Sociometrists, plural of sociometrists. Sociometry, the quantitative study of social interactions and the measurement of preferences, etc. Socio-microbial, social and microbial. Socio-microbiological, relating to sociomicrobiology. Sociomicrobiology, the study of microbial society. Sociomoral, relating to society and morality. Sociomorally, in a sociomoral sense. Sociomusical, relating to music and society. Sociomusically, in a sociomusical manner or context. Sociomythological, relating to society and mythology. Socionegative, that has a negative impact on society. Socionic, relating to socionics. Socionics, a theory of information processing and personality type, distinguished by its information model of the psyche and a model of interpersonal relations. Socionome, shared behavior of a group. Socionomes, plural of socionome. Socionomic, of or relating to socionomics. Socionomics, the theory that social mood drives financial, macroeconomic, and political behavior. Socionomy, the study of how sociological factors affect the economy. Sociopath, a person with an antisocial personality disorder. Sociopathic, having the characteristics of a sociopath. Sociopathically, in a sociopathic way. Sociopathics, plural of sociopathic. Sociopathies, Plural of sociopathy. Sociopathological. Of or pertaining to sociopathology. Sociopathologically. In terms of sociopathology. Sociopathology. Visaya sociopaths. Sociopaths. Plural of sociopath. Sociopathy. The property of being a sociopath, a person showing antisocial behavior as pet of psychiatric pathology. Sociophyll. Arranged so that each can see and interact with the others. Sociophily. In a sociophil manner. Sociophilosophical. Or pertaining to sociophilosophy. Sociophilosophy. An approach to philosophy based on sociological inquiry. Sociophobia. Social phobia. Sociophonetic. Relating to sociophonetics. Sociophonetically. In terms of or by means of sociophonetics. Sociophonetics. One who studies sociophonetics. Sociophonetics. Plural of sociophonetician. Sociophonetics. A branch of linguistics studying sociolinguistic aspects of speech sounds, the interaction between sociolinguistics and phonetics. Sociophonological. Of or relating to sociophonology. Sociophonology. A branch of linguistics studying sociolinguistic aspects of phonology. The interaction between sociolinguistics and phonology. Sociophysical. Relating to sociophysics. Sociophysicists. As sociologists or physicists whose specialty is sociophysics. Sociophysicists. Plural of sociophysicists. Sociophysics. The study of social and political behavior using tools and concepts from physics and physical chemistry. Sociophysiology. An interdisciplinary field of research encompassing sociology and physiology. Sociopoetic. Relating to sociopoetics. Sociopolitical. Alternative form of sociopolitical. Sociopolitically. In a sociopolitical way. Sociopolitico-economic. Synonym of sociopolitical economic. Sociopolitical. Relating to society, politics, and law. Sociopolitics. The sociological aspects of politics. Sociopositive. That has a positive impact on society. Sociopragmatic. Of or relating to sociopragmatics. Sociopragmatically. In sociopragmatic terms. Sociopragmatics. The aspect of language use that relates to everyday social practices. Sociopragmatist. One who studies sociopragmatics. Sociopragmatists. Plural of sociopragmatists. Socioprofessional. Relating to a person's social status and profession. Socio-psychoanalytical. Of or pertaining to socio-psychoanalysis. Socio-psychological. Of or pertaining to social psychology. Socio-psychologically. In socio-psychological terms. Socio-psychologist. One who studies social psychology. Socio-psychologists. Plural of socio-psychologists. Sociopsychology. The study of social psychology. Socioracial. Relating to society and race. Socioracially. in terms of society and race. Sociorealists. Of or pertaining to sociorealism. Socio-regional. Of or pertaining to the regional divisions of society. Socio-relational. Relating to social relationships. Socio-religious. Of or pertaining to social and religious factors. Socio-religiously. In socio-religious terms. Socio-robotic. Of or pertaining to the field of sociorobotics. Sociorobotics, a field of research dealing with the implications, complexities, and design of the social behaviors and interactions of robots with each other and with humans. Sociosanitary, relating to society and sanitation. Socioscientific, relating to society and science. Socio-sexual, of or pertaining to sexual behavior as it relates to society. Sociosexuality, the sociological aspects of sexuality. Sociosexually, with reference to sociosexuality. Sociosomatic, pertaining to physical diseases, symptoms, etc., which have social causes. Sociospace, the space inhabited by a social group. Sociospaces, plural of sociospace. Sociospatial, relating to sociological aspects of mostly urban spaces. Sociospatialities, plural of sociospatiality. Sociospatiality, the quality of being sociospatial. Sociospatially, in sociospatial terms. Sociosphere, the totality of social interactions of a particular person. Sociospheres, plural of sociosphere. Sociostructural, relating to the structure of society. Sociostructurally, in sociostructural terms. Sociosymbolic, relating to society and symbols. Socio-technical, having both social/sociological and technical/technological aspects. Socio-technically, in a socio-technical sense or context. Socio-technological, sociological and technological. Socio-temporal, of or relating to time-based relationships in social settings, such as a school timetable. Socio-territorial, relating to social and territorial factors. Sociotherapeutic, relating to sociotherapy. Sociotherapeutically, in terms of or by means of sociotherapy. Sociotherapies, plural of sociotherapy. Sociotherapist, one who practices sociotherapy. Sociotherapists, plural of sociotherapists. Sociotherapy, a social science and form of social work involving the study of groups and individuals with the aim of improving lives and social conditions. Sociato, a geographical area that has a uniform social environment. Sociatos, plural of sociato. Sociotopography, relating to sociotopography. Sociotopography, sociological topography. Sociothropy, relating to sociotropy. Sociothropy, a personality trait characterized by excessive investment in interpersonal relationships. Sociohe, any of the personality types in socionics. Sociohe, societypes, plural of societe. Softis, any of the autonomous tribes and city-states of the Italian peninsula in permanent military alliance with the Roman Republic until the Social War of 188 BC. A knitted or woven covering for the foot. Sock and buskin, the theatrical world. Sock away, to save or hoard something. Sock symbol, a pair of symbols that can be closed or opened by means of a mechanism, such as a pedal mechanism. Sock symbols, plural of sock symbol. Sock hop, in the 1950s, informal sponsored dance at American high schools, typically held on the grounds of the high school itself in the gymnasium or cafeteria. Sock hops, plural of sock hop. Socken, to cause a temporary disruption of the operations of usually an airport. Sockento, to beat or assault a person. Socke, to blow away, to impress someone. Socket to physically attack or verbally assault someone, to express an unfiltered truth to someone. Sock link, a string with clips on each end to hold socks together as a pair before placing them in the wash. Sock links, plural of sock link. Sock monkey, a soft toy made from socks fashioned in the likeness of a monkey. Sock monkeys, plural of sock monkey. Sock puppet, a puppet made from a sock placed over a hand. Sock puppeted, simple past and past participle of sock puppet. Sock puppeteer, a person who controls a sock puppet any sense. Sock puppeteers, plural of sock puppeteer. Sock puppeting, present participle and gerund of sock puppet. Sock puppets, plural of sock puppet. Sock yarn, synonym of fingering type of thin woolen yarn. Sock yarns, plural of sock yarn. Sock knocking, stunning, amazing, very impressive. Sockhassin, alternative spelling of sockassin. Sockassins, plural of sockassin. Sockridge, a village in Sockridge and Turrell Parish, Westmoreland and Furness, Cumbria, England, previously in Eden District OS Grid Ref NY 5026. Sockridge and Turrell, a civil parish in Westmoreland and Furness, Cumbria, England, that includes the named places. Sockburn, a small settlement and former civil parish, now in Neasham Parish, Darlington Borough, County Durham, England OS Grid Ref NZ 3407. Sockdolager, a hard hit and knockout or finishing blow or conclusive argument. Sockdolagers, plural of sockdolager. Sockdolagizing, alternative form of sockdolagizing. Sockdolager, alternative form of sockdolager. Sockdolagers, plural of sockdolager. Sockdologer, alternative form of sockdolager. Sockdologers, plural of sockdologer. Sockdolagizing, ambiguous term of abuse, scheming. The simple past and past participle of sock. Socked away, simple past and past participle of sock away. Socked in, simple past and past participle of sock in. Socked into, simple past and past participle of sock into. Socked on the nose, having a cancellation mark, typically round, centered on the stamp. Soccer, dated spelling of soccer. Socceroo, something remarkably impressive or successful. Sakaros, plural of sakaru. Sara, an opening into which a plug or other connecting part is designed to fit, for example, a light bulb socket. Socket bolt, a bolt that passes through a thimble that is placed between the parts connected by the bolt. Socket bolts, plural of socket bolt. Socket money, money that people are asked to contribute to birth or marriage festivities. Socket pipe, a pipe with an expansion at one end to receive the end of a connecting pipe. Socket pipes, plural of socket pipe. Socket pole, a pole armed with iron fixed on by means of a socket and used to propel boats, etc. Socket poles. Plural of socket pole. Socket wrench, a type of wrench featuring multiple interchangeable socket heads, each designed to fit a particular size of bolt head or other fastener, which can be attached by a socket arrangement to a ratcheting wrench handle or other driver. Socket wrenches, plural of socket wrench. Socketed, having a socket. Socketing, present participle and gerund of socket. Socketless, without a socket. Socket-like, resembling or characteristic of a socket. Socketry, electrical sockets collectively. Sockets, plural of socket. Sade, a surname. Dada, a very short sock that does not extend above the foot. Agats, plural of socket. Socketwood, any of various plants of the genus Daphnaandra, native to Australia. Sahai, a small salmon with red flesh, Oncorhynchus snerca, found in the coastal waters of the northern Pacific. Sockeye salmon, a salmon of the species Oncorhynchus snerca. Sockeyes, plural of sock. Hi. Sock Farm, a coordinated network of fake online accounts, or sock puppets, created and operated by a single individual or group to manipulate online platforms, particularly wikis and forums. These sock puppets are used to simulate consensus, sway votes, evade bans, or disrupt discussions. The term sock farm emphasizes the large number of these accounts, which are cultivated over time to appear legitimate and influence outcomes. Sock farms, plural of sock farm. Sock hole, as much as a sock will hold. Sockfuls, plural of sockful. Zatat, alternative spelling of sock hop. Sock hops, plural of sock hop. Sockis, ducks. Socke, present participle and gerund of sock. Socking away, present participle and gerund of sock away. Socking in, present participle and gerund of sock in. Socking into, present participle and gerund of sock into. Sockos, without socks, not wearing socks. Sockosmus, the state of being sockless, not wearing socks. Socklet, a very short sock. Socklets, plural of socklet. Sock-like, resembling or characteristic of a sock. Sock maker, a manufacturer of socks. Sock makers, plural of sock maker. Sock making, the manufacture of socks. Sogmen, alternative form of Sockman. Sogmens, plural of Sockman. Sockmaster, operator of sock puppets, alternative accounts on the internet. Sockmasters, plural of Sockmaster. Sockmen, plural of Sockman. Socko, superb, excellent, stunning. Sockprint, the impression left by a sock. Sockprints, plural of sockprint. Sockpuppet, alternative form of sock puppet. Sock puppeteer, alternative spelling of sock puppeteer. Sock puppeteers, plural of sock puppeteer. Sock puppetry, the use of sock puppets. Sock puppets, plural of sock puppet. That is a popular name for a cat that is mainly black but has white paws. Socks away, third person singular simple present indicative of sock away. Socks in, third person singular simple present indicative of sock in. Socks into, third person singular simple present indicative of sock into. Socks full, plural of sockful. Soxies, ducks. Sockwear, socks as a category of clothing. Sockwall, a surname. Sockwells, plural of sockwell. Socky, socklight. Topo, a low plinth or pedestal used to display a statue or other artwork. Sockles, plural of sockle. Songman, one who holds lands or tenements by sockage, a sockager. Sock memory, sockage. Sodmens, plural of sockmen. Sockund, abbreviation of social media. Sockmen, plural of sockmen. Segment, acronym of social media intelligence. Sathe, social network. Socknes, plural of Socknet. Sotho, acronym of scenes of crime officer. Sopo, Southern Comfort Liquor. Sava, a village and commune of Kara-Severin County, Romania. Sokolov, a surname. Sokhang, acronym of Special Operations Command. Tatar, a custom of tenants to grind corn at the Lord's mill. Sokham, plural of Sokham. Sokhan, alternative form of Sokhan. Sagan, clipping of social conservative. Sahand, a village and commune of Sadu-Mare County, Romania. Socorro, a city, the county seat of Socorro County, New Mexico, United States. Socorro County, one of 33 counties in New Mexico, United States. County seat, Socorro. Sotho, plural of Soko. Sahatra, an island of Yemen, between the Gardafui Channel to the west, Gulf of Aden to the northwest, the Somali Sea to the south, and the Arabian Sea to the east. Socotra Passage, a strait between Somalia and Socotra, connecting the Gulf of Aden and the Indian Ocean. Socotra Sunbird, Chalcomitra balfouri, a species of sunbird native to the Yemeni island of Socotra. Socotra sunbirds, plural of Socotra sunbird. Socotra, alternative form of Socotra. Socatren, of or pertaining to Sokatra. Sokotrans, plural of Sokotran. Sokatri, alternative form of Sokatri. Sokatring, alternative form of Sokotran. Socotrines, plural of Socotrine. Socratian, synonym of Socratic of the philosopher Socrates. Socrates, acronym of site, onset, character, radiation, associations, time course, exacerbating and relieving factors, and severity of pain. Socrates, a male given name from ancient Greek of mostly historical use, known after a Greek philosopher. Socratian, synonym of Socratic of the philosopher Socrates. Socratic, of or characteristic of the philosopher Socrates or his philosophical methods and or views. Socratic ironies, plural of Socratic irony. Socratic irony, the practice or act of asking someone a question as though ignorant of the answer in order to show a flaw in their argument. Socratic method, a method of teaching through questions rather than lectures. Socratical, alternative form of Socratic. Socratically, in a Socratic manner, or with regards to Socrates. Socraticism, Socratic philosophy. Socratics, plural of Socratic. Socratize, alternative form of Socratize. Socratize, simple past and past participle of Socratize. Socratize, third person singular simple present indicative of Socratize. Socratizing, present participle and gerund of Socratize. Socratism, the philosophy or method of Socrates. Socrates, a disciple or follower of Socrates. Socrates, plural of Socrates. Socratize, to be like Socrates. Socratize, simple past and past participle of Socratize. Socratizer, one who Socratizes. Socratizers, plural of Socratizer. Socratizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Socratize. Socratizing, present participle and gerund of Socratize. Sacrealism, clipped compound of socialist realism. Sacrealists, clipped compound of socialist realist. Sacrealists, plural of Sacrealists. Socrate, a member of the Social Credit Party. Socrates, diminutive of Social Credit Party. Plural of SOC. That is, plural of SOC. SOCSO, acronym of Social Security Organization set up by the Malaysian government to provide social security protections for workers in Malaysia. SOCSP, the jargon used by sociologists. Abbreviation of superoxide dismutase. SODE, initialism of separation of duties. The stratum of the surface of the soil which is filled with the roots of grass or any portion of that surface, turf, sward. Sada, expression of surprise or annoyance. Sada, nothing. Expression of surprise, contempt, outrage, disgust, boredom, frustration. Sod off, go away. Sod that for a game of soldiers. Alternative form of sod this for a game of soldiers. Sod this for a game of soldiers. expressing exasperation or impatience with a situation. Sod this for a lark, synonym of sod this for a game of soldiers. Sod's law, alternative spelling of Sod's law. Sod's law, the principle that what can go wrong will go wrong, usually with some observed degree of irony. Soda, a surname from Japanese. Soda acid, alternative spelling of soda acid. Soda alum, a mineral consisting of the hydrous sulfate of alumina and soda. Soda ash, industrial grade sodium carbonate. Soda Bay, a census-designated place in Lake County, California, United States. Soda biscuit, a biscuit cookie having a bread-like consistency, leavened with soda and buttermilk. Soda biscuits, plural of soda biscuit. Soda bread, bread made using sour milk and bread soda, baking soda as a raising agent rather than yeast. Common in Ireland. Soda breads, plural of soda bread. Soda cellulose, a product obtained by reacting plant fibers with caustic soda. It is used in the production of viscose fibers. Soda celluloses, plural of soda cellulose. Soda counter, the counter of a soda fountain. Soda counters, plural of soda counter. Soda cracker, a saltine, a soda biscuit. Soda crackers, plural of soda cracker. Soda fount, a soda fountain. Soda fountain, a counter in a shop at which sodas, ice creams, etc. are prepared and served. Soda fountain chair, a chair of the kind that patrons might occupy at a soda fountain counter, typically having a round seat and a decorative back made from narrow strips of metal. Soda fountain chairs, plural of soda fountain chair. Soda fountains, plural of soda fountain. Soda glass, the glass in which drinks are served in a soda fountain. Soda glasses, plural of soda glass. Soda jerk, a person who works at a soda fountain. Soda jerker, a soda jerk. Soda jerkers, plural of soda jerker. Soda jerks, plural of soda jerk. Soda lake, a lake fed by alkaline springs that has no outlet. Soda lakes, plural of soda lake. Soda lye, sodium hydroxide. Soda machine, a vending machine that dispenses soft drinks. Soda machines, plural of soda machine. Soda niter, sodium nitrate. Soda niter, sodium nitrate. Soda paper, white paper made using soda pulp. Soda papers, plural of soda paper. Soda pop, any of several sweetened, carbonated beverages. Soda pops, plural of soda pop. Soda prairie, any of several barren tracts of level ground in the southwestern United States covered with a layer of natron. Soda prairies, plural of soda prairie. Soda process, any of several industrial processes that either use or manufacture sodium hydroxide, but especially a method of making paper from wood pulp. Soda processes, plural of soda process. Soda pulp, a pulp made by reacting wood with sodium hydroxide, used to prepare white paper. Soda shop, synonym of malt shop. Soda shops, plural of soda shop. Soda siphon, a stout glass bottle containing soda water under pressure, at one time found in bars. A lever-operated valve at the top is used to dispense the liquid. Soda siphons, plural of soda siphon. Soda Springs, two unincorporated communities in Mendocino County, California, USA. Soda straw, a drinking straw used to drink soda. Soda siphon, alternative spelling of soda siphon. Soda siphons, plural of soda siphon. Soda trachyte, a sodium-rich volcanic rock with a fine-grained texture. Soda waste, the alkaline waste material that is a byproduct of the Leblanc process. Soda water, synonym of carbonated water. Soda waters, plural of soda water. Soda acid, used attributively to describe a fire extinguisher that generates a stream of water powered by carbon dioxide generated by reacting sulfuric acid with sodium bicarbonate. Soda lime, a mixture of caustic soda and quicklime. Soda lime glass, glass made from silica and a mixture of soda and lime. Jadabi, a liquor made from wine palm in Benin and Togo. Soda Gate, a 2013 controversy around an NBA basketball game between the Brooklyn Nets and Los Angeles Lakers, in which a player deliberately spilled a cup of soda to delay the game. Soda Hale, a person who is addicted to soda or drinks a day loss. Sodaholics, plural of sodaholic. Sadaic, of, relating to, or containing soda. Sodaless, without soda. Sodalicious, delicious in a way that involves or resembles soda. Soda-like, resembling or characteristic of soda sodium carbonate. Sodaless, a member of a sodality. Sodalists, plural of sodalists. Sodalite, a mineral of alkaline igneous and plutonic rocks that are low in silica, of the chemical composition of sodium aluminum silicate with chlorine, Na4Al3C3OCl. Pink sodalite is sometimes called Hackmanite. Sodalite and lazurite form the sodalite group of silicate minerals. Sodalites, plural of sodalite. Sodalities, plural of sodality. Sodality, companionship. Sodomide, sodium amide. Sodomides, plural of sodomide. Sodankylä, a municipality of Lapland, Finland. Sedano, a surname from Italian. Sedanos, plural of sedano. Sadar, an installation of such a system or of the transmitting and receiving apparatus. Sadars, plural of sadar. Saudas, plural of soda. Sadata, a high explosive consisting of a mixture of sodium nitrate and trinitrotoluene. Sodaville, a city in Linn County, Oregon, United States. Soda waiter, alternative form of soda water. Soda waiters, plural of soda waiter. Sodbury, a civil parish with a town council in South Gloucestershire District, Gloucestershire, England. Sodbuster, an agricultural labor or farmer who breaks up the land, as with a plow. Sodbuster plow, a type of plow specifically designed to break up tough, sod-like soil on the prairies, particularly in the American Midwest. Sodbuster plows, plural of sodbuster plow. Sodbusters, plural of sodbuster. Sodbusting, the breaking up of land, as with a plow, for agricultural purposes. Sodass, to play music on a mobile phone or other portable device in public without regard for those around. Sodgasted, simple past and past participle of sodcast. Sodgasting, playing music on a mobile phone or other portable device in public without regard for those around. Sodgasts, third person singular simple present indicative of sodcast. Simple past and past participle of sod. Sodded off, simple past and past participle of sod off. Sodden, soaked or drenched with liquid, soggy, saturated. Soddened, simple past and past participle of sodden. Soddening, present participle and gerund of sodden. Sodomly, in a sodden soaking wet manner. Soddenness, the passive is sudden. Soddens, third person singular simple present indicative of sodden. Solder, a surname from Italian. Soldered, simple past and past participle of solder. Soldering, present participle and gerund of solder. Solders, plural of solder. Soddy, a house constructed from blocks of sod, once common in the prairies of the United States and Canada. Soddes, plural of soddy. Sodding, present participle and gerund of sod. Sodding hell, expression of contempt, frustration, etc. Sodding off, present participle and gerund of sod off. Soddy, an English surname. Say, an orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing hydrogen, oxygen, silicon, and uranium. Sodimi, obsolete spelling of suddenly. Sodlitazar, an antidiabetic drug. Selden, a surname from Old French. Seldens, plural of soden. Selder. A surname. Soderberg, a surname from Swedish. Soderbergs, plural of Soderberg. Seldered. Simple past and past participle of soder. Sodergren, a surname from Swedish. Sodergrens, plural of Sodergren. Selderholm, a surname from Swedish. Soderholms, plural of Soderholm. Sodering, present participle and gerund of soder. Soderlund, a surname from Swedish. Soderlunds, plural of Soderlund. Södermalm, an island, district, and borough in Stockholm, Sweden. Södermalm, a surname from Swedish. Södermanland, a historical province in central Sweden. Södermans, plural of Söderman. Söderqvists, a surname from Swedish. Söderqvists, plural of Söderqvists. Söders, plural of Soder. Soderstrom, a surname from Swedish. Soderstroms, plural of Soderstrom. Södertälje, a town in central Sweden. Soldier, soldier. Soldiers, plural of soldier. Sadai, a surname from Punjabi. Sadais, plural of Sadhai. Sodium, containing sodium. Sodiate, converted into a cation by the addition of a sodium ion. Sodiation, the replacement of metal ions, typically lithium, with those of sodium. Sodiations, plural of sodiation. Sodic, of, relating to, or containing sodium. Sodicanthophilite, an orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing hydrogen, magnesium, oxygen, silicon, and sodium. Sodic jedrite, an orthorhombic dipyramidal light brown mineral containing aluminum, hydrogen, magnesium, oxygen, silicon, and sodium. Sidicides, plural of sidicity. Sidicide, a measure of the amount of available sodium in water or soil. Sodic pedrazite, synonym of pedrazite. Sodi, an alkalide with sodium as the anion. Sodides, plural of sodi. Sodies, plural of sodi. Yadivorous, containing or producing soda or sodium. Sodification, the buildup of alkali metal salts in soil. Sodifications, plural of sodification. Sodom, acronym of small outline dual inline memory module. Sodom, plural of Sodom. Sodana, a type of woodwind instrument from Madagascar played in Malagasy music. Sodal, compound of sodium. Sodian, a sodium ion. Sodians, plural of sodium. Sodium, the chemical element symbol Na with an atomic number of 11 and atomic weight of 22.990. It is a soft, waxy, silvery, reactive alkali metal that is never found unbound in nature. Sodium acetate, the sodium salt of acetic acid. Sodium acetate trihydrate, sodium acetate that has 3 molecules of water of crystallization. Sodium acetates, plural of sodium acetate. Sodium adsorption ratio, a water quality parameter used for managing sodium-affected soil. Sodium alum, a water-soluble mineral not also 12H2O, a form of alum in which potassium is replaced by sodium. Sodium aluminium phosphate, an ionic compound made up of aluminium cations Al3, sodium cations Na, and phosphate anions PO3 in the ratio of 1:3:2 respectively. Other ratios are possible, and some combinations also contain hydrogen and slash or water molecules and slash or HBO2 as well. It is used in baking as a leavening agent for making sponge cakes, crumpets. Sodium aluminium phosphates, plural of sodium aluminium phosphate. Sodium aluminum sulfosilicate, the color additive ultramarine blue obtained by calcining a mixture of kaolin, sulfur, sodium carbonate, and carbon at high temperatures. Sodium aluminum sulfosilicates, plural of sodium aluminum sulfosilicate, silicate. Sodium alums, plural of sodium alum. Sodium amalgam, an alloy of sodium and mercury used as a powerful reducing agent and in certain types of sodium lamp. Sodium amalgams, plural of sodium amalgam. Sodium amide, a white solid, not NH2 obtained by reacting ammonia with metallic sodium. It is used in the production of hydrazine and indigo dyes. Sodium amides, plural of sodium amide. Sodium amidotrizote, a salt CH9I3N2NO4 trademark HIPAC gastrographin, urographin administered in solution as a radiopaque medium for various forms of radiographic diagnosis. Sodium amidal, amibarbital. Sodium azide, a white crystalline salt, Na-N3. It is explosive and is used in automobile airbags. Sodium azides, plural of sodium azide. Sodium benzoate, the sodium salt of benzoic acid. Sodium benzoates, plural of sodium benzoate. Sodium bicarbonate. Sodium bicarbonate, a salt of sodium hydroxide and carbonic acid, not HCO3. Sodium bicarbonates, plural of sodium bicarbonate. Sodium bisulfate, the inorganic compound NaHSO4 used primarily to lower pH. Sodium bisulfite, the monosodium salt of sulfurous acid, NaHSO3, used as a food preservative and as a reagent in organic synthesis. Sodium bisulfate, alternative spelling of sodium bisulfate. Sodium bisulfite, alternative spelling of sodium bisulfite. Sodium borohydride, a hydrido complex NaBH4. It is a selective reducing agent used in many industrial applications. Sodium borohydrides, plural of sodium borohydride. Sodium bromide, the sodium salt of hydrobromic acid chemical formula Na-Br. Sodium carbonate, a salt in the form of a white powder, Na2CO3, formerly derived from sodium hydroxide and carbonic acid. Sodium carbonates, plural of sodium carbonate. Sodium channel, a system of proteins that transports sodium ions through cell membranes. Sodium channels, plural of sodium channel. Sodium chlorate, the sodium salt of chloric acid chemical formula NaClO. Sodium chloride, common table salt, a compound composed of equal number of sodium and chlorine atoms. Chemical formula NaCl. Sodium chlorides, plural of sodium chloride. Sodium citrate, the salt of sodium and citric acid with the chemical formula Na3C6H5O7 and used primarily as a food additive. Sodium citrates, plural of sodium citrate. Sodium cocompositate, a surfactant and stabilizer derived from coconut oil. Sodium cocote, a mixture of fatty acid salts of coconut oil used in soap making. Sodium cyanide, the sodium salt of hydrocyanic acid, NaCN. Sodium dihydrocetate, the sodium salt of dihydrocetic acid, commonly used as a preservative in various industries. Sodium diphenylphosphide, a chemical compound with a formula pH2PNA, pH equals phenyl. Sodium dodecyl sulfate, synonym of sodium lauryl sulfate. Sodium erythorbate, the sodium salt of erythorbic acid. Sodium ethyl mercurothiazolisylate, synonym of thiomersal. Sodium phthalate, a particular kind of drug that is used to treat cerebrovascular and cardiovascular diseases. Sodium fluoride, a poisonous crystalline salt NaF that is used in trace amounts in the fluoridation of drinking water and toothpastes in metallurgy as a flux and as a pesticide. Sodium formate, the sodium salt of formic acid used in detergents as a food preservative and in many industrial applications. Sodium formates, plural of sodium formate. Sodium gluconate, the sodium salt of gluconic acid. Sodium glutamate, synonym of monosodium glutamate. Sodium glutamates, plural of sodium glutamate. Sodium hydride, a chemical compound with a chemical formula NaH, used as a strong base in organic synthesis. Sodium hydrogen arsenate, the acid sodium salt of arsenic acid, Na2HSO4. Sodium hydrogen carbonate, sodium bicarbonate NaHCO. Sodium hydrogen carbonates, plural of sodium hydrogen carbonate. Sodium hydrogen phosphate, the acid sodium salt of phosphoric acid, Na2HBO4. Sodium hydrogen sulfite, synonym of sodium bisulfite. Sodium hydrogen sulfite, alternative spelling of sodium hydrogen sulfite. Sodium hydroxide, a strong caustic alkali NaOH used in the manufacture of soap, detergents, paper, textiles, and having many other industrial applications. Sodium hypochlorite, the unstable sodium salt of hypochlorous acid, NaOCl, used as a bleach and a fungicide. Sodium iodide, the sodium salt of hydriodic acid chemical formula NaI, used mainly as a nutritional supplement and in organic chemistry. Sodium iapatate, a compound that is administered for use as a radiopaque medium in cholecystography and chalangography. Sodium lactate, the sodium salt of lactic acid, used as a food additive and ingredient in lotions, etc. Sodium lactates, plural of sodium lactate. Sodium lamp, a sodium vapor lamp. Sodium lamps, plural of sodium lamp. Sodium lauryl phosphatate, sodium 2,1,2-hydroxyethyl 2-undecyl 4,5-dihydroimidazole 1-em 1-acetate, an amphosidate used in moisturizers and other skincare products. Sodium lauryl sulfate, an ionic detergent, sodium dodecyl sulfate, used in many household products. Sodium lauryl sulfate, alternative spelling of sodium lauryl sulfate. Sodium metabisulfite, the inorganic compound Na2S2O5, used as a food preservative in photography and in many industrial applications. Sodium metabisulfite, alternative spelling of sodium metabisulfite. Sodium nitrate, the sodium salt of nitric acid, NaNO3, used as a food preservative and as an oxidizing agent in explosives such as sodatol. Sodium nitrite, the sodium salt of nitrous acid, NaNO2, used as a food preservative and in many industrial applications. Sodium nitrites, plural of sodium nitrite. Sodium palmate, the salts of the fatty acids that make up palm oil. It is obtained through saponification of such fatty acids with caustic soda. Sodium palmitate, sodium salt of palmitic acid. Sodium pentothal, synonym of thiopental. Sodium peroxide, a strong base, Na2O2, used as an oxidizing agent and in self-contained breathing apparatus. Sodium picosulfate, a contact laxative used as a treatment for constipation or to prepare the large bowel before colonoscopy or surgery. Sodium pump. The transport of sodium ions across biological membranes using the metabolic energy of ATP. Sodium pumps. Plural of sodium pump. Sodium selenite, a salt Na2CO3 prepared by a reaction of selenium dioxide with sodium hydroxide. It is a colorless solid, soluble in water, mainly used in the manufacture of colorless glass. Sodium silicate. Chemical compounds with the formula Na2XCY, O2Y plus X, or Na2OXCOY, such as sodium metasilicate Na2CO3, sodium orthosilicate Na4CO4, and sodium pyrosilicate Na6C2O7. Sodium silicates. Plural of sodium silicate. Sodium soap. Any soap made by the reaction of fat with sodium hydroxide. Sodium sorbate. The sodium salt of sorbic acid. Sodium stearate. The sodium salt of stearic acid, a constituent of soap. Sodium stearates. Plural of sodium stearate. Sodium stibogluconate, an injectable medicine used to treat leishmaniasis. Sodium sulfate. The sodium salt of sulfuric acid, Na2SO4. It is a mild laxative as Glauber's salt and is used in the manufacture of paper, detergents, and many other products. Sodium sulfide. The inorganic compound Na2S. Sodium sulfite. The sodium salt of sulfurous acid, Na2SO3, used as a food preservative in photography and in many industrial applications. Sodium sulfites. Plural of sodium sulfite. Sodium sulfate. Alternative spelling of sodium sulfate. Sodium sulfide. Alternative spelling of sodium sulfide. Sodium sulfite. Alternative spelling of sodium sulfite. Sodium sulfites. Plural of sodium sulfite. Sodium tallowate. A tallowate used in soap making formed by mixing tallow with sodium products. Sodium tartrate. The chemical compound Na2C4H4O6, used as an emulsifier and binding agent in foods such as jellies, margarine, and sausage casings. Sodium tetraborate, borax. Sodium thiopental, thiopental. Sodium thiosulfate, an inorganic compound that is typically available as the pentahydrate Na2S2O5H2O. It is used in iodometry, photographic processing, gold extraction, etc. Sodium thiosulfate. Alternative spelling of sodium thiosulfate. Sodium vapor lamp. A street lamp in which electricity is passed through sodium vapor to emit a yellow light. Sodium vapor lamps. Plural of sodium vapor lamp. Sodium vapor lamp. Alternative spelling of sodium vapor lamp. Sodium 23. The only stable isotope of sodium 23 Na, having 11 protons and 12 neutrons. Sodium cooled. That uses liquid sodium as a coolant. Sodium potassium pump. The enzyme sodium-potassium adenosine triphosphatase, found in the plasma membrane of all animal cells, that pumps sodium out of cells while pumping potassium into cells. Sodium dodecyl sulfate. Alternative form of sodium dodecyl sulfate. Sodium-like. Resembling sodium. Sodiums. Plural of sodium. Sodium thiosulfate. alternative form of sodium thiosulfate. Sodium thiosulfate, alternative form of sodium thiosulfate. Sodless, without sod. Saldu, a neighborhood of Seattle, Washington. Sadoku, a bacterial zoonotic disease, a form of rat bite fever caused by the bacterium Spirilla minus. Shadovci, a municipality of Croatia. Jaladam, a city in the Middle East which, according to the Bible and Islamic tradition, but not specifically named in the Quran, was destroyed by God along with Gomorrah for the sins of its inhabitants. Sodom and Gomorrah, a city or place full of sin and vice. Sodom and Gomorrah, simple past and past participle of Sodom and Gomorrah. Sodom and Gomorrah, present participle and gerund of Sodom and Gomorrah. Sodom and Gomorrah, third person singular simple present indicative of Sodom and Gomorrah. Sodom apple, synonym of apple of Sodom. Sodom apples, plural of Sodom apple. Sodomic, of or relating to sodomy. Sodomies, plural of sodomy. Sodomization, rare form of sodomization. Sodomize, to engage in sodomy with someone, to engage in anal or, rarely, oral sex as the penetrator, especially without consent. Sodomized, simple past and past participle of sodomize. Sodomizer, someone who sodomizes. Sodomizers, plural of sodomizer. Sodomizes, third person singular simple present indicative of sodomize. Sodomizing, present participle and gerund of sodomize. Sodomess, a person who practices sodomy. Sodomistic, of or relating to sodomy. Sodomess, plural of sodomess. Sodomite, an inhabitant of Sodom, or by extension a descendant of one. Sodomites, plural of sodomite. Sodomites, a female sodomite. Sodomitesses, plural of sodomites. Sodomitic, engaging in sodomy, characterized by or involving sodomy. Sodomitical, synonym of gay, of or related to sodomites. Sodomitically, by means of sodomy. Sodometries, plural of sodometry. Sodometry, synonym of sodomy. Sodomization, an act of sodomy. Sodomizations, plural of sodomization. Sodomize, U.S. and Oxford British English Standard spelling of sodomize. Sodomized, simple past and past participle of sodomize. Sodomizer, U.S. Standard spelling of sodomizer. Sodomizers, plural of sodomizer. Sodomizes, third person singular simple present indicative of sodomize. Sodomizing, present participle and gerund of sodomize. Seldoms, plural of Sodom. Sodomy, any of several forms of sexual intercourse held to be unnatural, particularly bestiality or homosexuality, but also sometimes anal, oral, or manual sex. Selder, the Hebrides is part of the diocese of Sodor and Mam. Sadasal, a sandy soil lying over clay. Sadasals, plural of sadasal. Tods, plural of sod. Sods off, third person singular simple present indicative of sod off. Saladas, a town and village therein in Wayne County, New York, United States. So the pronunciation spelling is soda. The initialism of state-owned enterprise. The a surname. The initialism of shorter Oxford English Dictionary. Selder, a surname. Souders, plural of soder. Sojima, a surname from Japanese. Sojimas, plural of Sojima. Soemmerring's gazelle, a species of gazelle from the Horn of Africa, Nanger soemmerringi, formerly Gazella soemmerringi. Soemmerring's gazelles, plural of Soemmerring's gazelle. The plural of Soe. Thus, plural of so. Thus, a town and rural district of North Rhine-Westphalia, Germany. Soever, in any fashion of any kind, used for emphasis after words such as how, what, which, etc. Initialism of Special Operations Force. Self, acronym of Standards of Fundamental Astronomy. Selva, a raised area of a building's floor, usually covered with carpeting, used for sitting. Sofa bed. Alternative spelling of sofa bed. Sofa beds, plural of sofa bed. Sofa constant, the area that is the solution to the moving sofa problem. Sofa king, alternative form of sofa king. Sofa king, very, extremely. Sofa painting, a painting that is acquired to match a color scheme or furniture. Sofa paintings, plural of sofa painting. Sofa problem, synonym of moving sofa problem. Sofa set, a furniture set consisting of a sofa and chairs with a matching design. Sofa sets, plural of sofa set. Sofa sleeper, synonym of Winnipeg couch. Sofa sleepers, plural of sofa sleeper. Sofa spud, synonym of couch potato. Sofa spuds, plural of sofa spud. Sofa surf, synonym of couch surf. Sofa surfed, simple past and past participle of sofa surf. Sofa surfer, synonym of couch surfer. Sofa surfers, plural of sofa surfer. Sofa surfing, synonym of couch surfing. Sofa surfs, third person singular simple present indicative of sofa surf. Sofa bed, a sofa that unfolds into a bed. Sofa beds, plural of sofa bed. Sofa bedstead, synonym of Winnipeg couch. Sofa bedsteads, plural of sofa bedstead. Sofa sleeper, synonym of Winnipeg couch. Sofa sleepers, plural of sofa sleeper. Safed, alternative spelling of sofa bed. Safebs, plural of safabe. Acronym of Scout official for a day. Selfit, simple past and past participle of sofa. Sofa full, enough to fill a sofa. Safé, present participle and gerund of sofa. Sofala, the chief seaport of the Mwanimutapa Kingdom, whose capital was at Mount Fura, located on the Sofala Bank in Sofala province of Mozambique. Sofalcaum, an oral gastrointestinal medication is synthetic derivative of sulforadin. Sulfolus, without a sulfa. Sulfolike, resembling or characteristic of a sofa. Yavana, a female given name from Arabic. Safar, alternative form of safar. Safar, a system for determining the position of vessels lost at sea by means of explosive sounds. Safar bomb, alternative lettercase form of safar bomb. Safar bomb, a device usually an imploding metal sphere or an explosive charge fused to explode at depth which sinks in the ocean and creates a loud, low-frequency sound when it enters the Safar channel, used to determine the location of sunken vessels. Safar bombs, plural of Safar bomb. Safar bombs, plural of Safar bomb. Safar channel, alternative form of Safar channel. Safar channel, the depth in the oceans, usually around 750 and below the surface, where the speed of sound is the lowest, causing it to transmit sound waves generated within this channel for long distances with little attenuation by acting as a waveguide. Selva, plural of sofa. Selfas, plural of sofa. Sofa surfer, alternative form of sofa surfer. Sofa surfers, plural of sofa surfer. Sufi, archaic form of Sufi. Sufis, plural of Sofi, archaic form of Sufi. Sofer, a surname from Hebrew. Soferet, relating to the Sophrim Jewish scribes. Sophrim, plural of Sofer. Sophers, plural of Sofer. Safa, initialism of significant other, family, friend, and hunch or ally. Safa, plural of Safa. Safar, a surname. Safars, plural of Safar. Safi, archaic form of Safavi. Safeda, a tool consisting of a metal tube, often swan-necked, attached to a conical nozzle. The nozzle is used to block the mouth of a glass vessel so that it can be further inflated by blowing into the tube. Safedas, plural of Safayeta. Sophione, a fumarole. Savione, plural of Sophione. Tafa, the visible underside of an arch, balcony, beam, cornice, staircase, vault, or any other architectural element. Soffit, having a soffit. Doffets, plural of soffit. Sofrito, alternative form of sofrito. Sofritos, plural of sofrito. Tofredo, a fried mixture of chopped onions, carrots, and celery, used at the beginning point of a dish, especially in Italian cuisine, may also contain garlic, shallot, and leek. Sofritos, plural of sofrito. Selvi, archaic spelling of Sufi. Soviet, acronym of Stratospheric Observatory for Infrared Astronomy, a telescope atop a Boeing 747 SB aircraft with an effective diameter of 2.5 meters at altitudes up to 13.7 kilometers. Sophia, a female given name, variant of Sophia. Sophian, of from, or pertaining to, Sophia. Sophians, plural of Sophian. Sava, whose Cayley graph is an initially subamiable graph. Sylvesity, the quality of being saphic. Sophies, plural of Sophi. Sophe, a mineral containing zinc, selenium, oxygen, and chlorine, found in Costa Rica and Russia. Sophies, plural of Sophie. Sophism, alternative form of Sufism. Safki, grits, a dish of ground hominy. Safki, alternative form of safki. Safki, a soup or stew made of hominy, cornmeal, and bits of meat. Tofalo, syllabic abbreviation of South Florida. Safam, initialism of self-organizing feature map. Safam, plural of safam. Sofosbuvir, a nucleotide analog used in combination with other drugs for the treatment of hepatitis C. SOFR, acronym of Secured Overnight Financing Rate. Sofrito, a sautéed mixture of chopped onions, garlic, and tomato and slash or chili peppers, and sometimes carrots, celery, and slash or herbs, used as the beginning point of a dish, especially in Hispanic or Portuguese cuisine. Sofritos, plural of sofrito. Sofrito, alternative form of sofrito. Sofritos, plural of sofrito. Sofromio Española, a municipality of Palawan, Philippines. Ha! Plural of SOF. Thus, easily giving way under pressure. Soft 404. A 404-page the result of trying to follow a broken link within a website which reports a 200 OK HTTP response code rather than 404 not found, falsely indicating to the browser that the page exists and was loaded correctly. Soft 404s, plural of soft 404. Soft A's, plural of soft A. Soft as a baby's bottom. Extremely soft, not rough. Soft as silk. Very soft, soft as a baby's bottom. Soft atheism. The lack of belief in deities without actually asserting that there are none. Soft atheist. An atheist who does not explicitly assert that deities do not exist. Soft atheists, plural of soft atheist. Soft begging, the practice of indirectly soliciting money or other material benefits from members of an online community, often with sad stories of personal or family hardship intended to evoke feelings of sympathy. Soft bigotry of low expectations, the practice of expecting less from members of a disadvantaged group and thus implicitly encouraging those people not to reach their full potential. Soft boiled, alternative spelling of soft boil. Soft bomb, synonym of graphite bomb. Soft bombs, plural of soft bomb. Soft boxing, a form of martial art in which the goal is throwing one's opponent off balance by means of pushes and pulls, as opposed to incapacitating one's opponent out with kicks and punches. Soft boy, alternative form of soft boy. Soft boys, plural of soft boy. Soft break, a breakaway that is allowed to go from the peloton in a stage race because it poses no strategic threat to any of the main contenders in the general classification. Soft breaks, plural of soft break. Soft Brexit, the hypothetical withdrawal of the United Kingdom from the European Union while generally remaining in European institutions, for example the European Single Market or Customs Union. Soft butch, a lesbian who exhibits some butch traits: short hair, men's clothing, etc., without wholly fitting the masculine butch stereotype. Soft butches, plural of soft butch. Soft C. In many languages, a letter C which is not pronounced as a velar stop slash K slash like English K but as a sibilant slash S slash like English S or an affricative slash TH slash like English CH. Soft canon. Secondary material, such as official novels based on a television series that may or may not be regarded as canon. Soft capping. The topping of historic walls with turf and soil to reduce frost and water damage. Soft chancre. Chancroids. Sexually transmitted disease. Soft chancres. Plural of soft chancre. Soft cheese. A type of rennet cheese that is not firm owing to the curds not having been pressed or comminuted to a large degree, so that much whey or liquid is left and it has not ripened long. Soft cheeses. Plural of soft cheese. Soft coal. Bituminous coal, as distinguished from hard coal anthracite. Soft-coated Wheaten Terrier. A purebred terrier originating from Ireland. Soft-coated Wheaten Terriers. Plural of soft-coated Wheaten Terrier. Soft copies. Plural of soft copy. Soft copy. A digital copy of a document rather than a copy printed on paper. Soft coral. Any of the odor calcianacea of corals that do not produce calcium carbonate skeletons. Soft corals. Plural of soft coral. Soft corner. Synonym of soft spot. Soft corners. Plural of soft corner. Soft coup. The legal removal of a national leader amounting to a coup but carried out without military force. Soft coups. Plural of soft coup. Soft CS. Plural of soft C. Soft deletion. An operation in which a flag is used to mark data as unusable without erasing the data itself from the database. Soft deletions. Plural of soft deletion. Soft determinism. Synonym of compatibilism. Soft determinist. Synonym of compatibilist. Soft determinists. Plural of soft determinists. Soft dollars. A rebate or commission paid with goods or services rather than cash. Soft drink. Any non-alcoholic drink that is carbonated and usually also sweet. In this sense, juice, milk, tea, and coffee and that's soft drinks. Soft drinks. Plural of soft drink. Soft drug. A drug that is less harmful than a hard drug. Soft drugs. Plural of soft drug. Soft elm. Any of species Ulmus rubra of elm trees, native to eastern North America from southeast North Dakota, east to Maine and southern Quebec, south to northernmost Florida, and west to eastern Texas. Soft elms. Plural of soft elm. Soft error. A type of transient error where a signal or datum is momentarily wrong, caused for example by an ionizing particle striking a chip. Soft errors. Plural of soft error. Soft flimsies. Plural of soft flimsy. Soft flimmy. A counterfeit banknote. Soft focus. The blur produced by spherical aberration in a lens, sometimes deliberately used to produce a dreamy effect or to eliminate blemishes. Soft fork. A rule change of a blockchain that does not require an upgrade of the whole network. Soft forks. Plural of soft fork. Soft fox sedge. Carex conjuncta, native to north-central and northeastern United States. Soft fruit. Fruit that grows on bushes, such as berries, strawberries, and currants, as contrasted with top fruit. Soft fruits, plural of soft fruit. Soft funding, those forms of funding, such as donations and subsidies, that impose no direct requirement for return on investment. Soft G, the G sound pronounced slash /sh slash as in gem, giraffe, and generation, or sometimes or slash sh slash as in genre, as distinct from the hard G of get and give. Soft girl, a girl who adopts a look or aesthetic involving a wholesome and feminine appearance in subdued pastel colors, as well as often watching anime and listening to K-pop. Soft girls, plural of soft girl. Soft goods, alternative form of soft goods. Soft grunge, an aesthetic style influenced by grunge and other 1990s clothing styles and associated with pop punk, emo, and alternative rock music. Soft JS, plural of soft G. Soft hand, a hand of cards that includes an ace being counted as 11. Soft-handed, alternative form of soft-handed. Soft hands, plural of soft hand. Soft hyphen, a generally invisible text character marking a point where hyphenation can occur without forcing a line break in an inconvenient place if the text is later reflowed. Soft hyphens, plural of soft hyphen. Soft in the head, synonym of soft-headed. Soft J, a nephrite mineral gemstone. Soft jades, plural of soft jade. Soft key, a button located along a display device which performs whatever function is shown near it on the display. Soft keys, plural of soft key. Soft kill, the neutralization of an incoming munition by avoiding it rather than destroying it. Soft land, alternative form of soft land. Soft landed, simple past and past participle of soft land. Soft landing, a landing that does not result in the destruction of the payload or the vehicle. Soft landings, plural of soft landing. Soft lands, third person singular simple present indicative of soft land. Soft launch, the launch of a missile in such a way that the rocket motor ignites outside of the launch tube, ejecting the missile non-explosively. Soft launches, plural of soft launch. Soft link, synonym of symbolic link. Soft links, plural of soft link. Soft lithography, a family of techniques for fabricating or replicating structures, usually on the micrometer to nanometer scale, using elastomeric stamps, molds, and conformable photomasks. Soft loan, a loan with a below market interest rate and sometimes other concessions to the borrower. Soft loans, plural of soft loan. Soft luxury, a category of consumer luxury goods including clothing, cosmetics, and accessories. Soft maple, a red maple, Acer rubrum. Soft maples, plural of soft maple. Soft market, an economic environment in which insurers lower their prices. Soft markets, plural of soft market. Soft mat, a technique where the full frame is filled and the projectionist is relied upon to mat out the top and bottom of the frame in the theatrical projector. Soft mats, plural of soft mat. Soft media, any type of media organization that deals primarily with commentary, entertainment, arts, and lifestyle. Soft medias, plural of soft media. Soft mech, an extravagant person. Soft mo, a collective excitation whose frequency decreases anomalously as the transition point is reached. Soft money, a currency not fully backed by specie. Soft monies, plural of soft money. Soft mutation, an alteration of the initial consonant of a word which occurs in certain Celtic languages under particular linguistic circumstances, lenition. Soft mutations, plural of soft mutation. Soft news, broadcast news mainly intended to entertain rather than to inform. Soft nose, alternative form of soft nose. Soft noses, plural of soft nose, alternative form of soft noses. Soft eye, alternative form of soft on. Soft ons, plural of soft on. Soft opening, an unannounced or lightly announced business opening instead of or prior to a grand opening. Soft openings, plural of soft opening. Soft ordnance, napalm or cluster bombs for use against soft targets as opposed to high explosives for hardened targets. Soft palate, the soft tissue at the back of the roof of the mouth. Soft palates, plural of soft palate. Soft paraffin, petroleum jelly. Soft paste, alternative form of soft paste. Soft paywall, a paywall that allows limited free access, such as by allowing each user to read a certain number of articles per month without paying. Soft paywalls, plural of soft paywall. Soft pedal, the leftmost foot pedal on most pianos which, when pushed, dampens the strings and so softens the note played. Soft pedals, plural of soft pedal. Soft pedal, misspelling of soft pedal. Soft photon, a photon whose energy is too small to be detected, that is one of a cloud associated with a charged particle. Soft photons, plural of soft photon. Soft pine, any member of the pine subgenus Pinus sub strobus. Soft pines, plural of soft pine. Soft play, alternative form of soft play. Soft point, of a bullet having an exposed lead point designed to expand when it hits its target and therefore cause more damage. Soft points, plural of soft point. Soft pour, alternative form of soft core pornography. Soft power, political influence that is extended by means of diplomacy, media, international assistance, cultural exchanges, etc., rather than by such hard means as military intervention or punitive economic measures. Soft powers, plural of soft power. Soft real-time, being or relating to a system that is ideally real-time but in practice can tolerate some latency that only reduces the quality of service. Soft reboot, synonym of warm boot. Soft reboots, plural of soft reboot. Soft redirect, an indication to a user that what they requested may be found elsewhere. Soft redirects, plural of soft redirect. Soft reference, a weak reference that is garbage collected less aggressively. Soft references, plural of soft reference. Soft reset, a process of restarting an electronic device without diminishing its power, typically by using the device's built and restart function. Soft resets, plural of soft reset. Soft resetting, present participle and gerund of soft reset. Soft return, the type of new line that represents either a natural line break resulting from word wrap or one specifically inserted inside a paragraph, not between paragraphs, sometimes represented visually with a bent arrow character. Soft returns, plural of soft return. Soft robot, a robot that is physically compliant and deformable and typically employs biomimicry. Soft robotics, the design, manufacture, and use of soft robots. Soft robots, plural of soft robot. Soft rock, a comparatively unaggressive, melodic rock music genre in which the arrangement and lyrics are emphasized more than the beat, a reaction against hard rock. Soft roe, milt, fish semen. Soft room, a room set up in a police station with amenities that make it easier to talk with children, trauma victims, or other vulnerable populations. Soft rooms, plural of soft room. Soft rot, a bacterial disease of potatoes. Soft rush, a plant of the species Juncus effusus, nearly worldwide in distribution, native over much of its current range, excluding Australia, Madagascar, and many islands. Soft rushes, plural of soft rush. Soft solder, cajoling or flattery. Soft scale, any immobile insect that anchors a straw-like mouthpart to feed on plant phloem or sap of infraorder Cocomorpha or superfamily Coccoidea. Soft scales, plural of soft scale. Soft science, a field of scientific inquiry that is limited by the nature of its subject matter in its ability to establish strictly measurable criteria. Soft science fiction, a subgenre of science fiction that focuses on the nature of its speculative societies or that employs pseudoscience. Soft sciences, plural of soft science. Soft sculpture, a kind of three-dimensional art form incorporating supple and non-rigid materials that may be stuffed, sewn, glued, woven, etc. Soft sculptures, plural of soft sculpture. Soft sectoring, the recording of layout data onto a magnetic or optical recording medium in order to designate the sector locations as opposed to using physical marks or holes. Soft sell, a sales technique which is quietly persuasive and subtle, seeking to convince the buyer without being forceful. Soft serve, a frozen dessert or snack, similar to ice cream but softer as a result of air being introduced during freezing. Soft served, alternative form of soft served. Soft serves, plural of soft serve. Soft shoe, a kind of tap dancing performed in soft-soled shoes, popular in vaudeville. Soft shoed, simple past and past participle of soft shoe. Soft shoeing, present participle and gerund of soft shoe. Soft shoes, third person singular simple present indicative of soft shoe. Soft shoulder, a road shoulder made of gravel rather than asphalt or concrete. Soft shoulders, plural of soft shoulder. Soft sign, the Cyrillic letter Yuri/Yuri transliterated in English with an apostrophe or prime, which in modern languages using the Cyrillic alphabet serves to denote a soft palatalized consonant. Soft signs, plural of soft sign. Soft skill, a personal skill that is usually interpersonal, non-specialized, and difficult to quantify, such as leadership or responsibility. Soft skills, plural of soft skill. Soft snap, something that can be successfully accomplished with very little effort. Soft snaps, plural of soft snap. Soft soap, any jelly-ish soap made by cooking natural oils and fats with potassium hydroxide. Soft soaped, simple past and past participle of soft soap. Soft soaping, present participle and gerund of soft soap. Soft soaps, plural of soft soap. Soft spot, a sentimental fondness or affection. Soft spots, plural of soft spot. Soft steel, steel low in carbon, mild steel, ingot iron. Soft saw, alternative form of soft sub. Soft suds, plural of soft sub. Soft surfboard, a foamy. Soft surfboards, plural of soft surfboard. Soft swap, a swinging practice in which two couples swap partners but without full sexual intercourse. Soft swaps, plural of soft swap. Soft tack, synonym of soft Tommy bread. Soft target, an undefended civilian target, vulnerable to attack by an army, military group or terrorists. Soft targets, plural of soft target. Soft tennis, a variant of tennis developed in Japan, differing in the tennis ball used from regular tennis lawn tennis, having a softer rubber ball. Soft thing, synonym of soft snap. Soft things. Plural of soft thing. Soft tick, any tick in the family Argicidae, differing from the so-called hard ticks in several respects, in particular in that they lack a defensive hard shield or scutum on the body. Soft ticks, plural of soft tick. Soft tissue, all the tissues of the body except the calcified ones such as bones and teeth. Cartilage of joints is often excluded from the definition as well. Soft tissues, plural of soft tissue. Soft Tommy. Soft bread as opposed to hardtack or sea biscuit. Soft top, the foldable roof of a convertible or sports car which is made of fabric. Soft tops, plural of soft top. Soft tortoise, any of the soft-shelled turtles of the family Trionychidae. Soft tortoises, plural of soft tortoise. Soft touch, a person or group that is sympathetic, accommodating, easily overcome, or easily persuaded, especially one that loans or readily gives money to another. Soft touches, plural of soft touch. Soft toy, a toy made of a soft material, usually stuffed with cotton, straw, beans, or other materials and typically intended as a plaything for children. Soft toys, plural of soft toy. Soft underbellies, plural of soft underbelly. Soft underbelly, a weak spot, a soft spot. Soft vor, a subgenre of vorophilia in which a character is eaten alive and whole in a gentle or non-lethal way. Soft water, water with a low concentration of dissolved minerals, especially calcium, making it easier to lather with soap. Soft waters, plural of soft water. Soft wheat, varieties of wheat with soft grains of higher starch and lower protein content, used in the production of biscuit, cake and domestic flours. Soft wheats, plural of soft wheat. Soft X-ray, the lowest energy, lowest frequency, longest wavelength end of the X-ray EM band, overlapping with UV extreme ultraviolet. Soft X-rays. Plural of soft X-ray. Soft block. To block a user on social media and then immediately unlock them so that the user will perhaps unknowingly no longer follow or engage with the blocking user's posts. Soft blocked. Simple past and past participle of soft block. Soft blocking, present participle and gerund of soft block. Soft blocks. Third person singular simple present indicative of soft block. Soft boiled. Cooked to a soft consistency with the yolk still runny. Soft glows. A drawer, door, etc. that has a mechanism which slows down movement when closing in order to avoid slamming. Soft-coated Wheaten Terrier. A kind of pure-breed terrier originating from Ireland. Soft-coated Wheaten Terriers. Plural of soft-coated Wheaten Terrier. Softcore. Alternative form of softcore. Soft-dotted. Of a character, having a dot that is removed when an accent is applied, as for example with the character I becoming I cute. Soft grain. Alternative form of soft grain. Soft-handed. Gentle, permissive, lenient, slow to enforce discipline. Soft-headed. Alternative spelling of soft-headed. Soft-hearted. Alternative spelling of soft-hearted. Soft-heartedly. Alternative form of soft-heartedly. Soft-heartedness. Alternative form of soft-heartedness. Soft land. To land a vehicle or other payload on the surface of a body in such a manner that it survives the landing mostly or entirely intact and is usable or able to operate, at least briefly, following touchdown. Soft landed. Simple past and past participle of soft land. Soft landing. Present participle and gerund of soft land. Soft lands. Third person singular simple present indicative of soft land. Soft launch. To release a product or service to a limited audience. Soft launch. Simple past and past participle of soft launch. Soft launches. Third person singular simple present indicative of soft launch. Soft launching. Present participle and gerund of soft launch. Soft liner. A person who holds a moderate position and may be willing to compromise as opposed to a hard liner. Soft liners. Plural of soft liner. Soft-minded. Lacking courage and conviction, easily swayed, persuaded, or intimidated. Soft-mindedly. In a soft-minded manner. Soft-mindedness. The state or quality of being soft-minded. Soft nose. Alternative form of soft nose. Soft-nosed. Synonym of soft nose. Soft noses. Plural of soft nose. Alternative form of soft noses. Soft arm. The state of the penis being only parageliate. Soft ons. Plural of soft ton. Soft-based. Alternative form of soft-based. Soft pedal. To reduce the volume of music, a sound, etc. Soft pedaled. Simple past and past participle of soft pedal. Soft pedaling. Present participle and gerund of soft pedal. Soft pedaled. Simple past and past participle of soft pedal. Soft pedaling. Present participle and gerund of soft pedal. Soft pedals. Third person singular simple present indicative of soft pedal. Soft pedal. Misspelling of soft pedal. Soft point. Alternative spelling of soft point. Soft solder, to flatter or cajole. Soft soldered, simple past and past participle of soft solder. Soft soldering, present participle and gerund of soft solder. Soft solders, third person singular simple present indicative of soft solder. Soft sectored, of a storage medium divided up by soft sectoring. Soft served, soft, as a result of air being introduced during freezing. Soft shell. Alternative form of soft shell. Soft shell turtle. Any turtle of the family Trionychidae, such turtles having a carapace that has no scutes and is leathery and pliable at the sides. Soft shell turtles. Plural of soft shell turtle. Soft-shelled turtle. Alternative form of soft-shell turtle. Soft-shelled turtles. Plural of soft-shelled turtle. Soft shells. Plural of soft shell. Soft shoe. Alternative form of soft shoe. Soft soap. Persuasion by means of flattery or pleasing words. Soft soaped. Simple past and past participle of soft soap. Soft soaping. Present participle and gerund of soft soap. Soft soaps. Third person singular simple present indicative of soft soap. Soft spoken. Having a pleasant, gentle, mild manner of speech. Speaking gently or quietly. Soft sub. Alternative form of soft sub. Soft sub. Simple past and past participle of soft sub. Soft subbing. Present participle and gerund of soft sub. Soft subs. Third person singular simple present indicative of soft sub. Vafta. A religious student, especially in Turkey. Tafthal. A bicycle or motorcycle featuring a hidden rear suspension system with springs or shock absorbers. Softals. Plural of softal. Softas. Plural of softa. Softdie. A softcover or paperback book. Softbacked. Having a flexible binding of card or similar. Softback. Softbacks. Plural of softback. Softball. A game similar to baseball but played with a larger and softer ball which can be thrown overhand or underhand. Softballer. A softball player. Softballers. Plural of softballer. Softballs. Plural of softball. Softville. Any of various birds of no particular taxonomic commonality that feed on relatively soft foods, such as leaves and insects. Softvilles. Plural of softbill. Soft block. Alternative form of soft block. Soft blocked. Simple past and past participle of soft block. Soft blocking. Present participle and gerund of soft block. Soft blocks. Third person singular simple present indicative of soft block. Softboard. Low density fiber board. Softboards. Plural of softboard. Softboy. Alternative form of softboy. Soft-boiled. Alternative spelling of soft-boil. Soft-boy. Plural of soft-boy. Softbot. A computer program that acts on behalf of a user or another program. Softbots. Plural of soft Soft bottom. A soft seafloor, typically composed of muddy sediment. Soft bottoms. Plural of soft bottom. Soft bound. With a cover of flexible paper rather than a rigid cardboard cover. Softbox. A photographic lighting device consisting of a bulb with reflective back and side walls and a diffusing material at the front. Soft boxes. Plural of soft box. Soft boy. A man who is not traditionally masculine, but willing to show emotion and to wear feminine or androgynous clothing. Soft boys. Plural of soft boy. Soft coat. A coating that is vulnerable to scratches or other types of damage. Soft coats. Plural of soft coat. Soft tie. A weakling. Soft cocks. Plural of soft cock. Soft code. To construct a program in a way which ensures that certain values and methods of operation are adjustable at runtime. Soft-coded. Simple past and past participle of soft-code. Soft codes. Third-person singular simple present indicative of soft-code. Soft coding. Present participle and gerund of soft code. Soft copies. Plural of soft copy. Soft copy. Alternative form of soft copy. Softcore. Pornography that does not contain depictions of explicit sexual penetration. Softcore pornography. A form of pornography where the sexual acts are relatively unexplicit. Soft cover. Having covers made of paper or thin cardboard. Paperback. Soft cover. Having the sort of binding characteristic of a soft cover book. Soft covers. Plural of soft cover. Soft drink. Alternative form of soft drink. Soft drinks. Plural of soft drink. Tava. To make something soft or softer. Soften someone's cough. To completely negate or undermine someone's argument or position on a topic. Soften the blow. To reduce the negative impact of something. Soften the ground. To prepare or create favorable conditions for something, especially with the intent of improving public acceptance of the forthcoming occurrence. Soften up. To make softer. Soften up the ground. Alternative form of soften the ground. Softenable. Capable of being softened. Tachen. Made soft. Soften someone's cough. Simple past and past participle of soften someone's cough. Softened the blow. Simple past and past participle of soften the blow. Softened the ground. Simple past and past participle of soften the ground. Softened hot. Simple past and past participle of soften up. Softener. One who, or that which, softens. Softeners. Plural of softener. Softeness. Second person singular simple present indicative of soften. Soften. Third person singular simple present indicative of soften. Softening. Present participle and gerund of soften. Softening someone's cough. Present participle and gerund of soften someone's cough. Softening the blow. Present participle and gerund of soften the blow. Softening the ground. Present participle and gerund of soften the ground. Softening up. Present participle and gerund of soften up. Softeningly. So as To soften. Softenings. Plural of softening. Sofens. Third person singular simple present indicative of soften. Softens someone's cough. Third person singular simple present indicative of soften someone's cough. Softens the blow. Third person singular simple present indicative of soften the blow. Softens the ground. Third person singular simple present indicative of soften the ground. Softens up. Third person singular simple present indicative of soften up. Softer. Comparative form of soft, more soft. Softer sex. The female sex, womenkind. Softest. Superlative form of soft, most soft. Softgel. A form of medicine to be taken orally, with a gelatin-based shell around a liquid filling. Softgels. Plural of softgel. Soft goods. Soft products manufactured from textiles such as clothes, mats, curtains, and cushions. Soft gray. Composed of white flour with kibbled grains added for extra texture. Soft-handed. Alternative form of soft-handed. Soft-head. A fool. A silly or feeble-minded person. Soft-headed. Lacking sound judgment or resolve, stupid, weak-minded. Soft-headedly. In a soft-headed manner. Soft-headedness. The quality of being soft-headed. Soft heads. Plural of soft head. Soft-hearted. Gentle, kind, sympathetic. Soft-heartedly. In a soft-hearted manner with sentimental tenderness. Soft-heartedness. The state or condition of being soft-hearted, sentimental tenderness. Bothy. A Microsoft employee. Softies. Plural of softy. Softer. A software interrupt request. Softerks. Plural of softer. Dothish. Somewhat soft. Bothi. Alternative form of soft key. Soft keys. Plural of soft key. Soft dough. Alternative form of soft kill. Doff leaf. Having soft leaves in the names of various plants. Doffly. A surname. Software. Comparative form of softly, more softly. Softliest. Superlative form of softly, most softly. Softlifting. The purchasing of a single licensed copy of a software program and the loading of it on several machines, contrary to terms of agreement. Softly. A line of goods that are consumed after a single use or have a limited lifespan, for example clothing, toiletries, stationery. Soft lines. Plural of soft line. Softly. A soft, effeminate person, a voluptuary. Softlings. Plural of softling. Soft link. Alternative form of soft link. Soft links. Plural of soft link. Softload. To load from a software source rather than from ROM. Softloaded. Simple past and past participle of softload. Softloading. Present participle and gerund of softload. Softloads. Third person singular simple present indicative of softload. Soft lock. A situation where a game remains apparently playable, but further progress is impossible, typically due to a design flaw or glitch. Soft locked. simple past and past participle of soft lock. Soft locking, present participle and gerund of soft lock. Soft locks, plural of soft lock. Softly, in a soft manner, gently. Softly, softly, discreet, low-key, careful. Softly, softly, alternative spelling of softly, softly. Softly, softly caught the monkey. Alternative form of softly, softly, catchy monkey. Softly, softly, catchy monkey. Proceed cautiously or gently to achieve an objective. Softly, softlies. Plural of softly, softly. Softly, softly. Alternative spelling of softly, softly. Soft masked. To convert hard edges in an image to soft ones by the use of a fuzzy mask. Soft masked. Simple past and past participle of soft masked. Soft masking. Present participle and gerund of soft masks. Soft masks. Third person singular simple present indicative of soft mask. Softmax. A generalization of the logistic function that squashes a k-dimensional vector math z of arbitrary real values to a k-dimensional vector sigma math z of real values in the range 0, 1. Softmax. To act to improve one's physical appearance using a body care routine or other simple method. To engage in light looks maxing. Softmax. Simple past and past participle of softmax. Softmaxes. Third person singular simple present indicative of softmax. Softmaxing. Present participle and gerund of softmax. Soft-minded. Alternative form of soft-minded. Soft-mindedness. Alternative form of soft-mindedness. Soft-mod. The unofficial use of software to modify the intended behavior of hardware. Soft-modded. Simple past and past participle of soft-mod. Soft-modding. Present participle and gerund of soft-mod. Soft modem. A modem with minimal hardware capabilities, designed to use a host computer's resources to perform most of the tasks performed by dedicated hardware in a traditional modem. Soft modems. Plural of soft modem. Soft mods. Plural of soft mod. Softer. Archaic form of softener. Softers. Plural of softener. Softness. The quality of being soft. Softnesses. Plural of softness. Soft nose. Of a bullet, lacking a jacketed nose and thereby deforming greatly on impact, causing a large amount of damage. Soft-nosed. Soft noses. Plural of soft nose. Softographies. Plural of softography. Softography. A comprehensive list of the software made by a particular software engineer or organization, usually appearing on a resume, curriculum or website. Soft base. Having a body formulation that combines clay and frit, mainly used in the production of decorative figures and domestic wares in 18th century Europe. Also sometimes applied to other soft porcelains such as bone china. Soft foam. A software program for making telephone calls over the internet. Soft phones. Plural of soft phone. Soft ply. A purpose-built play area for children, usually indoors, consisting of padded surfaces, slides, ball pits, etc. Soft plus a smooth approximation to the rectifier in neural networks. It is the analytic function fx equals ln1 plus ex. Soft byte, alternative form of soft point. Soft points, plural of soft point. Softrotor, a vehicle, such as an SUV or wagon, that is not quite as capable as a full-blown off-roader but a step above regular cars on roaders because of increased ground clearance with tire, wheel, and suspension adjustments and skid plates. Softrotors, plural of softrotor. Soft trot, alternative form of soft rot. Dots, plural of soft. Softscape, the live horticultural elements of a landscape, such as shrubs and flowers. Softscape, simple past and past participle of softscape. Softscapes, plural of softscape. Softscaping, present participle and gerund of softscape. Softshell, having a relatively soft shell. Softshell turtle, alternative form of softshell turtle. Softshell turtles, plural of softshell turtle. Softshells, plural of softshell. Softship, a situation marked by ease, comfort, or convenience. Softships, plural of softship. Softshoe, alternative form of soft shoe. Soft soap, alternative form of soft soap. Soft soaped, simple past and past participle of soft soap. Soft soaping, present participle and gerund of soft soap. Soft soaps, third person singular simple present indicative of soft soap. Soft spoken, alternative form of soft spoken. Soft stem bulrush, a bulrush of species Sconoplectus taberni-montani. Soft stem bulrushes, plural of soft stem bulrush. Soft stem rush, a plant of the species Juncus effusus, a type of true rush found worldwide. Soft stem rushes, plural of soft stem rush. Sa, a subtitle that is to be entered dynamically when accompanying a video. Soft summit, simple past and past participle of soft sub. Soft subbing, present participle and gerund of soft sub. Soft subs, plural of soft sub. DOF switch, a central device in a telephone network that connects phone lines using software in a computer. Soft switches, plural of soft switch. SoftSynth, a computer program or plugin for digital audio generation. SoftSynths, plural of SoftSynth. Soft owl, a bird of the Thripophaga genus. Soft elves, plural of soft owl. Soft wall, made from lightweight flexible materials. Software, encoded computer instructions, usually modifiable unless stored in some form of unalterable memory such as ROM. Software archaeology, the study of poorly documented or undocumented legacy software implementations as part of maintaining those systems. Software architect, an architect not to be confused with a designer of software based on technology who prepares plans and superintends construction of that software. Software architects, plural of software architect. Software architecture, the set of structures needed to reason about a given software system. Software assurance, the level of confidence that software is free from vulnerabilities, either intentionally designed or accidentally inserted at any time. Software configuration management, the task of controlling and tracking changes made to software files. Software container. Synonym of container: a bundle consisting of operating system, application code, and dependencies to be run sandboxed inside a virtualized environment. Software containers. Plural of software container. Software crisis. The difficulty of writing useful and efficient computer programs in the required time due to the rapid increases in computer power and the complexity of problems. Software-defined radio. A radio that creates and receives radio signals through software-controlled DSPs, digital signal processors with ADCs, analog to digital converters, and DACs, digital to analog converters. Software-defined radios. Plural of software-defined radio. Software deployment. All the activities employed in making software ready for use. Software deployments. Plural of software deployment. Software engine. The core logic of a computer program without such peripheral aspects as user interface, etc. Software engineer. One who designs and implements software solutions. Software engineering. The subfield of engineering concerned with applying a systematic, disciplined, quantifiable approach to the development, operation, and maintenance of software. Software engineers. Plural of software engineer. Software engines. Plural of software engine. Software escrow. The holding of software source code by a third party in order to protect customers against the future insolvency of the software supplier. Software Forge. A website that hosts software projects, fostering their collaborative development. Software forges. Plural of software forge. Software framework. An abstraction used in software development to provide generic functionality for application-specific software. Software frameworks. Plural of software framework. Software house. A company that produces software. Software houses. Plural of software house. Software life cycle. Alternative spelling of software life cycle. Software life cycles. Plural of software life cycle. Software life cycle. Ellipsis of software development life cycle. Software life cycles. Plural of software life cycle. Software package. A suite of programs that function as a single entity to accomplish a task or group of related tasks. Software packages. Plural of software package. Software rot. Synonym of bit rot. Software state. Data or information that is changed or manipulated throughout the runtime of a program. Softwareless. Without software. Softwarematically. By the use of software, especially without direct user intervention. Softwares. Plural of software. Software. Relating to or resembling software. Softwarily. In terms of software. Softwareization. The use of a software solution rather than traditional hardware to solve a problem. Soft water. Having water with few electrolytes. Software. Athletic shoes, sneakers. Softwire. A type of tunneling protocol that creates a virtual wire that transparently encapsulates another protocol as if were an anonymous point-to-point low-level link. Soft wires. Plural of soft wire. Softwood. The wood from any gymnosperm, without regard to how soft this wood is. Softwoods. Plural of softwood. Softworks. A company that produces software. Vati, a weak or sentimental person. Tafu, a surname from Japanese. Sofai, pronunciation spelling of sofa. Sotha, alternative spelling of Sophia, a female given name. Sophis, plural of Sophi. Dot, abbreviation of Summer Olympic Games. Dot, soft, marsh-like or bob-like land is swamp. Selga, a kind of rope made from esparto. Selga, simple past and past participle of soga. Saudeng, present participle and gerund of soga. Samana, alternative form of sagana. Samana, an archaic Japanese syllabary representing an intermediate between Manyagana and Hiragana. Sognes, plural of soga. Saudya, synonym of Saudiana, ancient Iranian-speaking civilization. Saudyan, of or relating to Saudiana. Saudana, an ancient Iranian-speaking civilization of what is today eastern Uzbekistan and western Tajikistan. Sadyite, a mineral of the ozomilic group King Nelilifealzioco. Sakyans, plural of Sodgan. Sodaloger, alternative form of Sogdaloger. Sogdalogers, plural of Sogdaloger. Soger, a poor or lazy hand on a sailing vessel. Soger, simple past and past participle of sojourn. Sojering, present participle and gerund of sojourn. Sogers, plural of sojourn. Sod, simple past and past participle of saw. Sahe, comparative form of saki. More saki. Sades, members of a special operations group. Saes, superlative form of sagi, most sagi. Sodified, simple past and past participle of sagify. Sagifies, third person singular simple present indicative of sagify. Sagify, to make sagi. Sagifying, present participle and gerund of sagify. Sagnally, in a sayi manner. Sardines, the property of inisai. Sardnesses, plural of Sagines. Sarding, present participle and gerund of sa. Sati, soaked with moisture or other liquid. Soggy biscuit, a game where men masturbate in a circle, ejaculating onto a biscuit or cookie or other food, with the last person to ejaculate forced to eat the biscuit. It is associated mainly with all-male hazing in environments like boarding schools and military training. Sogyan, alternative form of Sogyan. Sogyans, plural of Sogyan. So the initialism of sexual orientation and gender identity. Zades, initialism of sexual orientation and gender identity change efforts. Sogi, plural of Sogi. Son og fjorde, a county of Norway. Sognefjord, a fjord in Vestland, Norway, the longest and deepest fjord in the country. Sodoner, a lake in Ijin, Oksa, Inner Mongolia Autonomous Region in northern China. Soboshaosha, a kind of general trading company in Japan trading in a wide range of products and materials and historically typically also acting as investment banks and private equities. Sogoshosha, plural of Sogoshosha. Sanai, a municipality of Cebu, Philippines. Dards, plural of Sa. Initialism of sense of humor. A surname. Soha, an area of Manhattan, New York, United States, referring to the neighborhoods of South Harlem and Morningside Heights. Saltha, a city, the capital of Sohag Governorate, Egypt. Salhai, Donbass, India. Sohel, a surname. Sohels, plural of Sohel. Selfel, a surname. Selfals, plural of Sohol. Selha, a town and civil parish in East Cambridgeshire District, Cambridgeshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 5000. 973. Sauhan Hava, a traditional brittle, caramel-colored dessert in India and Pakistan, made by boiling a mixture of water, sugar, milk, and corn flour until it becomes solid, and flavored with saffron, almonds, pistachios, and cardamom. Selba, a traditional food of southern Pakistan, made of meat pieces, typically chicken or mutton, slow-cooked in a broth infused with vegetables and spices, then deep-fried until crisp and served on flatbread. The initialism of single overhead cam. The acronym of single overhead camshaft, the system of opening and closing both inlet and exhaust valves on four-stroke internal combustion engines. Sokatao, sine opposite over hypotenuse, cosine adjacent over hypotenuse, tangent opposite over adjacent. Sokatao, alternative letter case form of Sokatoa. The plural of Sok. Salhai, a surname from Punjabi. Sohini, a female given name. Salhais, plural of Sohai. Zo, a surname. Zos, plural of Sol. Surnjais, a mineral form of gallium hydroxide, GAO. Selvo, acronym of small office, home office. Selho, acronym of small office, home office. Selvo, an area of the West End in central London. Sohadal, a village in Albac, Alba County, Romania. Solvet, a native or inhabitant of Soho, London, England. Sohoits, plural of Sohoit. Sohanej, a surname. Selvo, plural of Soho. Sohos, plural of Soho. Sohr, initialism of Syrian Observatory for Human Rights. Tos, plural of So. Selvar, alternative form of Suher. Selthus, a surname from Selhadana, a barangay of Borongan, Eastern Samar, Philippines. What? Initialism of silicon on insulator. What? In Thailand, a side street branching off a major street, an alley or lane. Soy NH letter 1E5, an archaeological site in Bai T letter 1ED Long Bay, Gulf of Tonkin, South China Sea. Soida set, self-styled, self-proclaimed with implications of pretense or dishonesty. Initialism of sudden onset idiopathic aggression. Soina, a Mayday surname from Manipuri. Daiba, a Mayday traditional dish made of ingredients such as fermented bamboo shoots. Soigny, alternative spelling of Soigné. Soigné, fashionable and elegant, well-groomed. Soigny, showing elegance and sophistication. Soigné, alternative form of Soigné. Soigneur, a non-riding member of a racing team whose role is to provide support such as massages, supplies, and transportation for the cyclists. Soigneurs, plural of soigneur. Soignoli, a surname. Ta, a mixture of mineral particles and organic material used to support plant growth. Soil acidification, the buildup of positive hydrogen ions in soil and reduction of soil pH. Soil biochemistry, the subdiscipline of soil science that studies chemical reactions, activities, and products of soil microorganisms. Soil centipede, any of the Geophilomorpha, an order of eyeless centipedes with upwards of 27 leg-bearing segments. Soil centipedes, plural of soil centipede. Soil chemistry, the branch of soil science that deals with the chemical properties, constituents, and reactions within soils. Soil classification, the subdiscipline of soil science that deals with the systematic categorization of soils based on distinguishing characteristics developed during soil genesis as well as criteria that dictate choices in land use and soil management. Soil conservation, protection of the soil against sediment loss by erosion or fertility loss due to degradation. Soil creep, downhill creep. Soil creeps, plural of soil creep. Soil fertilities, plural of soil fertility. Soil fertility, the ability of a soil to sustain plant growth. Soil genesis, the mode of soil formation. Soil management, the sum total of all operations, practices, and treatments used to protect soil and enhance its performance. Soil mechanics, the application of mechanics, especially fluid mechanics, to soils, especially as a basis for the design and construction of building foundations and earthworks. Soil microbiology, the subdiscipline of soil science that studies the functions and activities of soil-based microorganisms. Soil mineralogy, the subdiscipline of soil science that studies the solid inorganic phases controlling physics-chemical processes in soils and sediments. Soil nail, one of a number of rods or bars inserted into pre-drilled holes in a steep slope in order to stabilize it. Soil nails, plural of soil nail. Soil one's pants, alternative form of soil oneself. Soil oneself, to lose control of one's bowels and accidentally defecate into one's clothing. Soil physics, the subdiscipline of soil science that studies the physical properties of the soil with particular emphasis on soil moisture potential, water movement, and solute transport. Soil pipe, a pipe that carries off liquid wastes from a toilet. Soil pipes, plural of soil pipe. Soil pollution, the pollution of soil, for example by sewage or toxic chemicals. Plural of soil pipe. Soil pollution, the pollution of soil, for example by sewage or toxic chemicals. Soil science, the scientific study of the formation, classification, mapping, and the physical, chemical, and biological properties of soil. Soil scientist, a scientist who studies soil as a component of natural and man-made systems. Soil scientists, plural of soil scientists. Soil stabilizer, a construction vehicle with a powered metal drum that has rows of mixing blades or paddles. Soil stack, a sanitation pipe that penetrates the roof used to vent toilet fixtures. Soil stacks, plural of soil stack. Soil sterilant, a chemical that temporarily or permanently prevents the growth of all plants and animals depending on the chemical. Soil sterilants, plural of soil sterilant. Soilable, that can be soiled, defilable. Soilage, forage cut and fed to animals while still fresh. Soilages, plural of soilage. Soilbore, transported by means of soil. Soil, obsolete form of soil. Soilo, a surname. Soilos, plural of soilo. Soil, simple past and past participle of soil. Soiled, da, a disreputable woman, sometimes a prostitute. Soiled doves, plural of soiled dove. Soiler, one who or that which soils. Soilers, plural of soiler. Soil flow, an airflow. Soil flows, plural of soil flow. Sower, comparative form of soily, more soily. Sois, superlative form of soily, most soily. Soiliness, dirtiness, uncleanliness. Soiling, present participle and gerund of soil. Soilings, plural of soiling. Soish, resembling or characteristic of soil, earthy. Soilization, the process of making something soil. Soilless, lacking home soil, dispossess. Soillessness, lack of soil. Soil-like, resembling or characteristic of soil. Soil-proof, resistant to soiling, dirt-proof. Soils, plural of soil. Soilscape, the soil content of a landscape. Soilscapes, plural of soilscape. Soilsong, characterized or marked by soil, soiled. Soiler, making or becoming dirty, soiling, staining. Soilers, plural of soiler. Soily, covered in soil, earthy. Soimery, a commune and village in Prahova County, Romania. Soimi, a commune of Bihar County, Romania. Dimes, a village in Radsti, Alba County, Romania. Zani, a municipality of South Ostrobothnia, Finland. Soiree, a formal evening party. Soiree, alternative spelling of soiree. Soirees, plural of soiree. Soirees, plural of soiree. Ois, plural of soy. Saisons, a commune in Aisne Department, Hauts-de-France, France. Soisy-sous-Montmorency, a commune in Val d'Oise Department, Isle-de-France, France. Certainly, pronunciation spelling of certainly, representing New York City English. Soixante Huitard, someone who took part in or otherwise supported the civil unrest in France in May 1968, characterized by student protests and widespread strikes. Soixante Huitards, plural of Soixante Huitard. Soixante Neuve, 69 sex position. Soixante Neuved, simple past and past participle of soixante neuf. Soixante neufing. Present participle and gerund of soixante neuf. Soixante neufs. Third person singular simple present indicative of soixante neuf. Sauda, a surname from Polish. Saudas, plural of soja. Sauder, alternative form of sojer. Sojers, plural of sojer. Sajka, a surname. Sajkas, plural of sajka. Sojourn, misspelling of sojourn. Sojourn, a short stay somewhere. Sojourn time, a preclinical detectable period in the screening of a disease. Sojourn times, plural of sojourn time. Sojourn, simple past and past participle of sojourn. Sojourn, simple past and past participle of sojourn. Sojourner, a unisex given name from English. Sojourners, plural of sojourner. Sojourness, second person singular simple present indicative of sojourn. Sojourner, third person singular simple present indicative of sojourn. Sojourney, to sojourn, to reside during one's travels. Sojourney, simple past and past participle of sojourney. Sojournier, present participle and gerund of sojourney. Sojourneys, third person singular simple present indicative of sojourney. Sojourning, present participle and gerund of sojourn. Sojournings, plural of sojourning. Sojournment, temporary residence, such as of a temp or traveler. Sojournments, plural of sojournment. Sojourns, plural of sojourn. Sadyo, a Korean distilled alcoholic beverage similar to shachu. Sajur, misspelling of sojourn. Saudas, plural of saju. Sajatsu, the Japanese martial art of fighting with a spear. A surname from Khmer. Soka Gakkai, a Japanese Buddhist religious movement based on the teachings of the 13th century Japanese priest Nichiren. Sava, alternative form of soka style of dance music. Sakeya, a form of racketeer in Japan who blackmails companies by threatening to publicly humiliate their management. Sakeyas, plural of Sakeya. Sopta, a city in Chervonorad Rain, Lviv Oblast, Ukraine. Sokalian, of or relating to Alan Sokal, born 1955, mathematician and critic of postmodernism. Savar, an ancient Egyptian hawk god of the Memphite necropolis. Icarus, alternative form of Sakar. Sade, it's okay, it is okay. The Isak, a medieval right to hold a court or to receive fines. Soak of Peterborough, a historic area associated with the city and diocese of Peterborough in England, at one time part of Northamptonshire. It became an administrative county in 1888 and was merged with Huntingdonshire in 1965, becoming the county of Huntingdon and Peterborough. Soaklands, plural of Soakland. Soakman, alternative form of Sopman. Soakmanries, plural of Soakmanry. Soakmanry, alternative form of Sockmanry. Selkmans, plural of Sokman. Selkman, plural of Sokman. Selkin, the ancient right usually conferred by royalty to hold a local court of justice and levy specific fees and fines. Selkins, plural of Sokin. Ux, plural of Sok. Alternative form of socks. Saka, Russian art, a type of wooden plow with high, horizontal draft poles and usually two metal-tipped plowshares, originating in northern Russia in medieval times and widely used in Russia and nearby countries until the early 20th century. Sakum, alternative form of Sukhumi. Sakyumi, alternative form of Sukhumi. Sato, a residential area of Saborny Urban District, Dnipro City, Dnipro Urban Hramada, Dnipro Rayon, Dnipropetrovsk Oblast, Ukraine. Saki, a South African style of ballroom dancing. Sahna, a village in Ringerike Municipality, Buskerud, Norway. Seltho, a species of African ape, supposedly a variety of the chimpanzee. Sahaban, a computer puzzle game devised in 1980 and frequently re-implemented, in which the player must push boxes to designated locations under a set of movement constraints. Sako Day, an inland city in Togo, West Africa. Sako, a domestic cat of a particular breed with a blotched tabby coat. Sokoks, plural of Sokok. Sava, a surname. Sokowe, a surname. Sokolex, plural of Sokolek. Sokolov, a transliteration of the Russian surname S or K O L O V Sokolov. Sokolos, plural of Sokolov. Sokolosky, a surname. Sokoloskis, plural of Sokolosky. Sokolo, a surname from Russian. Sokolodai, a municipality of Croatia. Sokolos, plural of Sokolo. Sokolo, a surname. Sokolos, plural of Sokolo. Sokolowski, a surname from Polish. Sokolowskis, plural of Sokolowski. Zakals, plural of Sokol. Sekolsky, a surname from Russian. Sekolskis, plural of Sokolsky. Sakab, acronym of sounds okay on paper, something that sounds like a good idea when read about, but is actually not of any practical use when trying to implement it. Sokor, abbreviation of South Korea, a country in East Asia. Sokos, plural of Soko. Sekalo, a state of Nigeria in the northwest geopolitical zone. Capital and largest city, Sokoto City. Sakhatri, alternative form of Sakhatri. Sachałka, a town and county of Podleski Voivodeship, Poland. Sokolo, various villages in Poland. Sokolo Podlaski, a town in Masovian Voivodeship, Poland. Socrates, alternative spelling of Socrates. Socrates, a transliteration of the Greek male given names Sigma Omega Kappa Rho Alpha Tau Eta Sigma Socrates. That is, plural of Sok. Sokubi Ethoshi, a Kimmerite in which the attacker chops down on his opponent's neck, forcing him to touch down. Sok Shinbutsu, a Buddhist monk observing austerity to the point of death and mummification. Sakiriani, a city in Dinistoskiye and Jernitsi Oblast, Ukraine. Da. Initialism of Statute of Limitations. Da. The Sun, the star orbited by the Earth. Sol I, the planet Mercury. Sol Roman II, an alternate name for the planet Venus. Sol Roman III, the planet Earth. Sol Roman IV, the planet Mars. Sol Roman IX, an alternate name for the dwarf planet Pluto. Sol System, the solar system. Sol System, the solar system. Sol V, an alternate name for the planet Jupiter. Sol V, the planet Saturn. Sol Roman VII, the planet Uranus. Sol Roman VIII, the planet Neptune. Sol X, an alternate name for a trans-Neptunian object. DAW, abbreviation of solution. Sol-Fa, a method of sight singing music that uses the syllables do originally ut, re, mi, fa, sol or so, la, and si or ti to represent the pitches of the scale, most commonly the major scale. The fixed do system uses do for C, and the movable do system uses do for whatever key the melody uses, thus B is do if the piece is in the key of B. Sol Fa, simple past and past participle of sol fa. Sol Fair, synonym of sol faeus. Sol Fairs, plural of sol fair. Sol Fang, present participle and gerund of sol fa. Solfaism, the practice of singing by syllables, psalmization. Solfaeus, a teacher or advocate of solfaism. Solfaeus, plural of solfaeus. Solface, third person singular simple present indicative of solfa. Soldal, a solid material produced by conversion of monomers into a colloidal solution sol that acts as the precursor for an integrated network or gel of either discrete particles or network polymers. Soldals, plural of solgel. Sol lunar, archaic form of solalunar. Da, abbreviation of Salomon. Da, abbreviation of Song of Solomon. Doa, a surname. Sola Gratia, the doctrine that salvation is conveyed by the grace and goodwill of God as a free gift without merit on the part of the sinner. Sola Scriptura, the Protestant Christian doctrine that the Bible is the supreme authority in all matters of doctrine and practice. Solatopy, alternative spelling of solartopy. Solatopies, plural of solatopy. Solatopy, a pith helmet. Soladrin, a drug that acts as a selective agonist for the beta-3 adrenergic receptor. Solace, comfort or consolation in a time of loneliness or distress. Solace, simple past and past participle of solace. Solaceful, offering solace. Solacement, solace, consolation. Solacements, plural of solacement. Solacer, one who offers solace. Solacers, plural of solacer. Solaces, plural of solace. Solacists, second person singular simple present indicative of solace. Solace, third-person singular simple present indicative of Salas. Salash, a surname. Salahis, plural of Salash. Salasing, present participle and gerund of solace. Salasings, plural of solacing. Salacious, affording solace. Salaciously, in a salacious manner. Solidocoside, a particular steroid glycoside. Salaga, a town in Oaxaca, Mexico. Sawa, alternative form of shola the plant Ischnomina spura. Salas, plural of sala. Salai, a surname. Salacasicide, a particular steroid glycoside. Salax, plural of salac. Salamargin, a poisonous solanigrine found in plants of the family Solanaceae. Salan, a surname. Salan district, one of the 6 districts in the Shimla division of the Himachal Pradesh in the Republic of India. Salan geese, plural of Salan goose. Salan goose, Morus basinus, a seabird, the northern gannet. Yolana, a surname from Spanish. Solana Beach, a city in San Diego County, California, United States. Solanaceous, pertaining to the family Solanaceae, which includes the nightshades. Solanachrome, a particular phenol found in tobacco leaves. Solanapirone, any of a family of phytotoxin and enzyme inhibitor isolated from a particular fungus that infects chickpeas. Solanapirones, plural of solanapirone. Kialanas, plural of Solana. Solent, northern gannet. Solander, a box in the form of a book used for keeping botanical specimens, etc., drop spine or clamshell box. Salandeate, any of the family Solanderiidae of areas within a class Heterozoa. Salandaeads, plural of Salanderiid. Salanders, plural of Salander. Salandera, any plant of the genus Salandra. Salanderas, plural of Salandra. Solens, plural of Soland. Solensol, an unsaturated polyisoprenoid alcohol found in tobacco. Solansil, a univalent radical derived from solane sol. Solanezumab, a monoclonal antibody being investigated as a neuroprotector for patients with Alzheimer's disease. Solania, solaniine. Solamacine, an alkaloid produced by the action of hydrochloric acid on solanidine. Solanidine, a plant steroid that occurs in the form of toxic glycosides. Solanidine, an alkaloid produced by the decomposition of solanine and chaconine. Solanidines, plural of solanidine. Solanigrine, any of a group of glycocalids derived from the steroidal alkaloid solasodine. Solanigrines, plural of solanigrine. Solanin, alternative form of solanine. Solanine, a poisonous glycocalid found in many species of the nightshade family Solanaceae, including potato and tomato. Solanines, plural of solanine. Solanins, plural of solanin. Solanki, a surname from Gujarati. Solangis, plural of Solanki. Solano, one of an indigenous people of southern Texas and the northern portion of the Mexican state of Coahuila. Solano County, one of 58 counties in California, United States. County seat, Fairfield. Solan, Argentine, a steroid alkaloid found in Solanum giganteum. Solenoid, resembling a raw potato in texture, said of a kind of cancer. Solanos, plural of Solano. Solanoside, a particular steroid glycoside. Solans, plural of Solan. Solanum, any plant in the genus Solanum. Solanums, plural of Solanum. Solipsone, Salasulfone. Solapur, a large city in Maharashtra, India. Solar, pertaining to the sun, the star Sol. Solar apex, the point to which the sun appears to be moving with respect to the local stars. Solar apexes, plural of solar apex. Solar apices, plural of solar apex. Solar batteries, plural of solar battery. Solar battery, a rechargeable battery that integrates a solar cell with battery power storage. Solar boat, the boat that, in myth, carries the sun on its journey across the sky. Solar bark. Solar boats, plural of solar boat. Solar calendar, a calendar based on the movement of the Earth around the sun, which defines the year. Dates indicate the position of the Earth during this revolution. Solar calendars, plural of solar calendar. Solar car, a car motor vehicle that is powered by sunlight. Solar cars, plural of solar car. Solar cell, a semiconductor device that converts the radiant energy of sunlight into electrical energy. Solar cells, plural of solar cell. Solar collector, any system designed to collect solar radiation for producing thermal energy, which may be used for space heating or for electricity generation. Solar collectors, plural of solar collector. Solar comedo, a small skin-colored papule found on the face as a result of aging and long-term exposure to sunlight. Solar cometones, plural of solar comedo. Solar constant, the amount of incoming solar radiation per unit area measured on the outer surface of Earth's atmosphere in a plane perpendicular to the rays. Solar corona, the upper atmosphere of the sun, only visible during a total solar eclipse. Solar coronas, plural of solar corona. Solar cross, synonym of sun cross. Solar crosses, plural of solar cross. Solar cycle, the nearly periodic 11-year change in the sun's activity measured from a minimum of activity to the next. Solar cycles, plural of solar cycle. Solar day, one day of solar time, the time in which a planet such as Earth apparently rotates once around its axis relative to the sun, the time taken for the sun to seem to be in the same place in the sky twice on Earth about 24 hours as an average. The length of solar day is not constant throughout the year. Solar days, plural of solar day. Solar eclipse, a phenomenon occurring when the moon passes between the Earth and the sun. Solar eclipses, plural of solar eclipse. Solar energetic particle, a high-energy particle coming from the sun. Solar energetic particles, plural of solar energetic particle. Solar energy, energy in the form of electromagnetic radiation emitted from the sun, especially that part of this energy that is converted into usable thermal or electrical energy by man. Solar engine, any engine that converts energy from the sun into electrical or mechanical energy, especially such an engine used for the propulsion of a spacecraft. Solar engines, plural of solar engine. Solar filament, a solar prominence, especially when viewed against the surface of the sun. Solar filaments, plural of solar filament. Solar flare, a violent explosion in the sun's atmosphere. Solar flares, plural of solar flare. Solar gain, the increase in thermal energy of a space object or structure as it absorbs incident solar radiation. Solar halo, a ring of light that appears around the sun, caused by sunlight passing through ice crystals in the atmosphere. Solar halos, plural of solar halo. Solar hero, as some nod. Solar heroes, plural of solar hero. Solar lamp, argon lamp. Solar lamps, plural of solar lamp. Solar letter, synonym of sun letter. Solar letters, plural of solar letter. Solar luminosities, plural of solar luminosity. Solar luminosity, a unit of radiant flux power emitted in the form of photons conventionally used by astronomers to measure the luminosity of stars, galaxies, and other celestial objects in terms of the output of the sun. Solar maculation, sunspots. Solar mass, a unit equal to the mass of the sun used to express the mass of other stars, etc. 1m equals 2 times 10^3 kg. Solar masses, plural of solar mass. Solar maxima, plural of solar maximum. Solar maximum, the part of the sun's 11-year cycle during which the number of sunspots and solar flares is at a maximum. Solar microscope, an apparatus for projecting upon a screen, by means of sunlight, an enlarged view of any object, essentially the same as the combination of lenses used in the magic lantern taken in conjunction with a heliostat. Solar microscopes, plural of solar microscope. Solar minima, plural of solar minimum. Solar minimum, the part of the sun's 11-year cycle during which the number of sunspots and solar flares is at a minimum. Solar nebula, a disc-shaped cloud of gas and dust left over from the formation of the sun. Solar nebulae, plural of solar nebula. Solar nebulas, plural of solar nebula. Solar noon, the local time when the sun is closest to its zenith. Solar noons, plural of solar noon. Solar oil, a paraffin oil used as an illuminant and lubricant. Solar panel, an array of connected solar cells. Solar panels, plural of solar panel. Solar pillar, synonym of sun pillar. Solar pillars, plural of solar pillar. Solar plexus, a complex network of nerves and ganglia located within the abdomen behind the stomach. Solar plexuses, plural of solar plexus. Solar power, the conversion of energy from sunlight into electricity, either directly using photovoltaics, indirectly using concentrated solar power, or a combination of the two. Solar prominence, any of the large eruptions of luminous hydrogen gas that rise thousands of kilometers above the chromosphere of the Sun. Solar prominences, plural of solar prominence. Solar radiation, all the electromagnetic radiation and subatomic particles radiated from the Sun, especially that part that reaches the Earth. Solar sail, a sail-like structure on a spacecraft consisting of very large ultra-thin mirrors, with propulsion being achieved by the radiation pressure of light from a star or laser. Solar cells, plural of solar sail. Solar shingle, a roof shingle with integrated photovoltaics to produce electricity from solar radiation. A shingle-sized PV panel solar panel used as a shingle replacement. Solar shingles, plural of solar shingle. Solar skin, a set of solar panels or photovoltaic cells integrated into architectural elements, such as building facades, windows, or roofing materials. Solar skins, plural of solar skin. Solar spot, synonym of sunspot. Solar spots, plural of solar spot. Solar still, a simple distillation device consisting of a sheet of plastic placed over a pit, allowing water vapor produced by evaporation to run back into a collection vessel. Solar stills, plural of solar still. Solar storm, an electromagnetic storm on the photosphere of the Sun. Solar storms, plural of solar storm. Solar system, the Sun and all the heavenly bodies that orbit around it, including the 8 planets, their moons, the asteroids, and comets. Solar system, alternative letter case form of solar system. Solar systems, plural of solar system. Solar tea, sun tea. Solar teas, plural of solar tea. Solar telescope, a telescope designed to make observations of the Sun. Solar telescopes, plural of solar telescope. Solar term, one of 24 divisions in the traditional Chinese lunisolar calendar. Solar terms, plural of solar term. Solar thermal collector, a panel that is used to collect heat from solar radiation, typically in order to produce domestic hot water. Solar thermal collectors, plural of solar thermal collector. Solar time, a calculation of the passage of time based on the apparent position of the Sun in the sky. Solar times, plural of solar time. Solar topi, a pith helmet. Solar topies, plural of solar topi. Solar tracker, device that moves so as to aim a collector of solar energy at the Sun as it crosses the sky. Solar trackers, plural of solar tracker. Solar viewer, special eyewear designed for safe direct viewing of the Sun, for example to observe an eclipse. Solar viewers, plural of solar viewer. Solar wind, the outflow of charged particles from the solar corona into space. Because of the high temperature of the particles of the corona, they are moving at speeds higher than the solar escape velocity. Solar winds, plural of solar wind. Solar year, synonym of tropical year. Solar years, plural of solar year. Solar powered, of an engine, vehicle, device, etc. deriving its energy from sunlight through the use of solar cells. Solar type, having similar characteristics to those of the Sun. Solargraph, a photograph of the paths of the Sun across the sky created with pinhole photography. Solargraphic, pertaining to solargraphy. Solar graphs, plural of solar graph. Solargraphy, the practice of creating solar graphs, creating photographs of the path of the sun across the sky using a pinhole camera and exposure periods measured in days or months. Solari, a surname from Italian. Solaria, plural of solarium. Solaria, of or relating to the sun. Solarians, plural of solarian. Solarimeter, a pyranometer. Solarimeters, plural of solarimeter. Solaris, plural of solari. Solarization, alternative spelling of solarization. Solarizations, plural of solarization. Solarize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of solarize. Solarize, simple past and past participle of solarize. Solarizes, third person singular simple present indicative of solarize. Solarizing, present participle and gerund of solarize. Solarism, sun worship, haliatheism. Solarisms, plural of solarism. Solaris, one who tends to overstate the role of the sun in explaining the roots of mythology. Solarists, plural of solarists. Solarium, a large monument in ancient Rome and its modern ruins. Solariums, plural of solarium. Solarization, exposure to the rays of the sun. Solarizations, plural of solarization. Solarize, to subject to solarization. Solarize, simple past and past participle of solarize. Solarizes, third person singular simple present indicative of solarize. Solarizing. Present participle and gerund of solarize. Solarpunk, a literary, artistic, and social movement that focuses on community, sustainability, technology powered by renewable energy, and a free and egalitarian society. Solarpunks, plural of solarpunk. Solars, plural of solar. Solar type, alternative spelling of solar type. Solar, pertaining to the sun, solar. SOLAS, acronym of Safety of Life at Sea and International Convention on Maritime Safety Standards. SOLAS, a surname. Galaz, a surname from Spanish, variant of Solas. Solas, a surname from Norwegian, variant of Solas. Salesmans, the Solas romance subplot in the video game Dragon Age, Inquisition. Salesmancer, a player who romances Solas during a playthrough of Dragon Age, Inquisition. Salasadi, a poisonous alkaloid that occurs in plants of the Solanaceae family. Salasani, a poisonous glycoside found in plants of the family Solanaceae. Solastalgia, a form of homesickness experienced when one has not moved, but one's environment has changed. Solasterid, any member of the family Solasteridae of sea stars. Solesterids, plural of solesterid. Solesteroside, a particular steroid glycoside. Solesulfone, an antileprotic drug. Solate, to undergo solation. Solated, simple past and past participle of solate. Solates, third person singular simple present indicative of solate. Solatia, plural of soladium. Solating, present participle and gerund of solate. Solation, the liquefaction of a gel to form a sol. Solations, plural of solation. Solatium, a form of compensation for emotional rather than physical or financial harm. Solaricidine, a poisonous aglycone chemical compound of the glycol colloid soloricine. Solaricine, a poisonous glycol colloid chemical compound found in plants of the family Solanaceae. Sol Evelyn, the ship of Solas and the female elf Inquisitor player character from Dragon Age, Inquisition. Sol Evelyn Hell, the state of exquisite agony experienced by shippers of Solas and the Inquisitor Sol Evelyn. Soloverbacine, an alkaloid first isolated from solanum donianum. Solovedivone, the spiricyclic keton 2R5's 10R6-10-diene 2-prop 1 and 2L spiro 4.5 dec 6N81 that is a potent antifungal phytoalexin derived from Solanum indicum. Soleamycinoside, a particular steroid glycoside. Salgozeril, a hemodialysate made from calf's blood, used as a wound healing agent. Told, simple past and past participle of sell. Sold again and got the money, announced on having successfully deceived somebody. Sold away, simple past and past participle of sell away. Sold bargains, simple past and past participle of sell bargains. Sold by the candle, simple past and past participle of sell by the candle. Sold dearly, simple past and past participle of sell dearly. Sold down, simple past and past participle of sell down. Sold down the river, simple past and past participle of sell down the river. Sold freezers to Eskimos, simple past and past participle of sell freezers to Eskimos. Sold ice to Eskimos, simple past and past participle of sell ice to Eskimos. Sold like hotcakes, simple past and past participle of sell like hotcakes. Sold off, simple past and past participle of sell off. Sold on, simple past and past participle of sell on. Sold one's ass, simple past and past participle of sell one's ass. Sold one's birthright for a mess of pottage, simple past and past participle of sell one's birthright for a mess of pottage. Sold one's body, simple past and past participle of sell one's body. Sold one's own grandmother, simple past and past participle of sell one's own grandmother. Sold one's soul, simple past and past participle of sell one's soul. Sold one's soul to the devil, simple past and past participle of sell one's soul to the devil. Sold one's soul to the devil, simple past and past participle of sell one's soul to the devil. Sold oneself, simple past and past participle of sell oneself. Sold out, completely sold, no more of a particular item in stock. Sold out from under, simple past and past participle of sell out from under. Sold past the close, simple past and past participle of sell past the close. Sold salt to a slug, simple past and past participle of sell salt to a slug. Sold short, simple past and past participle of sell short. Sold snow to Eskimos, simple past and past participle of sell snow to Eskimos. Sold someone a bill of goods, simple past and past participle of sell someone a bill of goods. Sold the family silver, simple past and past participle of sell the family silver. Sold the pass, simple past and past participle of sell the pass. Sold up, simple past and past participle of sell up. Sold wolf tickets, simple past and past participle of sell wolf tickets. Sold out of stock. Sold outness, the state or condition of being sold out. Soldadora, a female soldier in the Mexican Revolution. Soldadoras, plural of soldadora. Soldado, a soldier in Spanish-speaking contexts. Soldado Rock, an island of Trinidad and Tobago. Soldados, plural of soldado. Soldados, plural of soldado. Sultan, the ruler of a major Muslim state in the Middle Ages, especially the Sultan of Egypt. Soldanel, a snowbell plant of the genus Soldanella of the primrose family. Soldanella, a flower of genus Soldanella. Soldanellas, plural of soldanella. Soldanels, plural of soldanel. Soldensti, a city and district of Moldova. Soldano, a surname. Soldamri, sultanate. Soldameries, plural of soldanry. Soldans, plural of soldan. Soldatas, soldierly, soldier-like. Soldato, a member of the lowest tier of the Italian mafia. Solder, any of various easily melted alloys, commonly of tin and lead, that are used to mend, coat, or join metal objects, usually small. Solder bump, a small sphere of solder used as a connection between devices and a printed circuit board. Solder bumps, plural of solder bump. Solder gobbler. A desolderer. Solder gobblers, plural of solder gobbler. Solder mass, a thin lacquer-like layer of polymer that is usually applied to the copper traces of a printed circuit board for protection against oxidation and to prevent solder bridges from forming between closely spaced solder pads. Solder masks, plural of solder mask. Solder resists, synonym of solder mask. Solder resists, plural of solder resists. Solder stop, synonym of solder mask. Solder stops, plural of solder stop. Solder sucker, a manually operated device for removing solder from a printed circuit board. Solder suckers, plural of solder sucker. Solder abilities, plural of solder ability. Solder ability, the quality or degree of being solderable. Solderable, that can be soldered. Soldered, simple past and past participle of solder. Solderer, a person who solders. Solderers, plural of solderer. Solderess, a female solderer. Solderesses, plural of solderess. Soldering, present participle and gerund of solder. Soldering bolt, Soldering iron. Soldering bolts. Plural of soldering bolt. Soldering iron. A handheld tool with a heated tip used to melt and apply solder. Soldering irons. Plural of soldering iron. Solderings. Plural of soldering. Solderless. Without the use of solder. Solders. Plural of solder. Toldest. Second person singular simple past indicative of cell. Soldi. Plural of soldo. Soldier. A tiny city in Monona County, Iowa. Soldier beetle. Any of several beetles of the family Cantharidae that are predators of aphids and other insects. Soldier beetles. Plural of soldier beetle. Soldier crab. Any of several species of crabs. Soldier crabs. Plural of soldier crab. Soldier flies. Plural of soldier fly. Soldier fly. Any fly of the insect family Satiamidi which resemble wasps. Soldier of fortune. A non-commissioned soldier willing to serve any state or person who will hire him. Soldier of misfortune. Someone who, despite their efforts or intentions, is unlucky or unfortunate, especially a soldier. Soldier on. To continue or persist, despite adversity or difficulty. Soldier river bar. A species of ray-finned fish Cyclochalictes inoplos. Soldier thistle. A thistle of species Pycnominocarna of Eurasia. Soldier's heart. Da Costa syndrome, a disorder of the heart related to combat. Soldier's woundwort. Achillea millefolium or common yarrow, a flowering plant widespread in the temperate northern hemisphere, formerly and sometimes used to stanch the flow of blood. Soldier's woundwarts. Plural of soldier's woundwort. Soldier girl. A female soldier. Soldier girls. Plural of soldier girl. Soldier-like. Alternative form of soldier-like. Soldier-proof. Resistant to damage caused by soldiers. Soldier bush. Any of various plants of the genus Tournefortia. Soldier bushes. Plural of soldier bush. Soldierdom. The realm or sphere of soldiers. Soldier. Simple past and past participle of soldier. Soldiered on. Simple past and past participle of soldier on. Soldieress. A female soldier. Soldieresses. Plural of soldieress. Soldierish. Any member of the subfamily Myripristinae of the family Halozentridae of ray-finned fish. Soldierfishes. Plural of soldierfish. Soldaries. Plural of soldiery. Soldiering. Present participle and gerund of soldier. Soldiering on. Present participle and gerund of soldier on. Soldierings. Plural of soldiering. Solderize. To make into a soldier. Solderized. Simple past and past participle of solderize. Solderizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of solderize. Solderizing. Present participle and gerund of solderize. Soldierless. Without soldiers. Soldier-like. Resembling or characteristic of a soldier. Soldierliness. The state or condition of being soldierly. Soldierly, appropriate to or in the way of a soldier. Soldiers, plural of soldier. Soldiers of fortune, plural of soldier of fortune. Soldiers of misfortune, plural of soldier of misfortune. Soldiers on. Third person singular simple present indicative of soldier on. Soldiers' Aid Society, synonym of Ladies' Aid Society. Soldiers and sailors, Lumort pulmonaria. Soldiers in green, synonym of Pheasant's eye Adonis annua. Soldiership, the state of being a soldier. Soldiership. Plural of soldiership. Soldierwood, a showy leguminous plant Calliandra purpurea of the West Indies, whose flowers have long tassels of purple stamens. Soldier, soldiers considered as a group. Soldier, obsolete form of soldier. Soldiers, plural of soldier. Soldier, obsolete form of soldier. Soldiers, plural of soldier. Soldo, an Italian coin, formerly 1/20th of a lira. Soldos, plural of soldo. Soldotna, a city, the borough seat of Kenai Peninsula Borough, Alaska, United States. Sold out, alternative form of sold out. Zol, a sea area corresponding to the Seoul Bank to the north of Fitzroy. Seoul Chamber, the single legislative chamber of a unicameral legislature. Seoul Chambers, plural of Seoul Chamber. Seoul Corporation, a corporation consisting of a single individual and their successors. Seoul Corporations, plural of Seoul Corporation. Sole custody, an arrangement whereby only one parent has physical and legal custody of a child while the other parent has visitation rights. Seoul House, the single legislative house of a unicameral legislature. Seoul Houses, plural of Seoul House. Seoul Mark, a feature on the undersurface of a sedimentary stratum. That is a cast of a corresponding feature on the upper surface of the lower stratum. Sole marks, plural of sole mark. Sole proprietor, the person who owns and controls a sole proprietorship. Sole proprietors, plural of sole proprietor. Sole proprietorship, a business that is wholly owned by a single person who has unlimited liability. Sole proprietorships, plural of sole proprietorship. Sole provider, an only guardian of a minor, usually a single parent. Sole providers, plural of sole provider. Sole right, synonym of exclusive right. Sole rights, plural of sole right. Sole Street, a village in Cobham Parish, Greysham Borough, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 6000. Sole trader, a type of enterprise or proprietorship which is owned by one person who is fully liable for the company's debts and fulfillment of contracts using their personal wealth unless incorporated. Sole traders, plural of sole trader. Sole-like, similar to the fish sole, as in taste, appearance, etc. Sole, of or pertaining to the soleus muscle. Sole bar, one of the longitudinal beams running along either side of a railway vehicle, onto which the bodywork is mounted, in passenger-carrying vehicles, usually forming the side or the base of the floor. Soul bars, plural of soul bar. Soulberry, a township and unincorporated community therein in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, United States. Soul size, alternative form of soul size. Soul size is simple past and past participle of soul size. Soul size is third person singular simple present indicative of soul size. Soul sizing, present participle and gerund of soul size. Solcism, an error or improper usage. Solcisms, plural of solcism. Solcis, one who commits a solcism. Solcistic, pertaining to or involving a solcism. Solcistical, pertaining to or involving a solcism, incorrect. Solcistically, in a solcistic way, in a way that involves solcism. Solcists, plural of solstice. Solcized, to commit a solcism. Soulsized, simple past and past participle of soul size. Soul size is third person singular simple present indicative of soul size. Soul sizing, present participle and gerund of soul size. Solti, a surname from Polish. Solkis, plural of solki. Solkerte, any clam in the family Solkertidae. Solkertids, plural of Solkerte. Dold, having a specified kind of soul. Soldat, a city in Monterey County, California, United States. Soldar, a city in Bakhmut Rayon, Donetsk Oblast, in eastern Ukraine, containing an extensive salt mine. Soli, plural of Soleus. Solid, any species of the family Solidae. Solids, plural of solid. Soliform, slipper-shaped calciolate. Solil, Solomani, a surname from Persian. Solomanis, plural of Solomani. Soulless, without a soul. Solely, alone, exclusively. Solemn, a surname. Solemn, characterized by or performed with appropriate or great ceremony or formality. Solemn Mass, a mass resembling a high mass, but without some of its special ceremonies. Solemn Masses, plural of solemn Mass. Solemn vow, a deliberate and free promise made to God about a possible and better good taken by an individual during or after novitiate in a Catholic religious institute. Solemn vows, plural of solemn vow. Solemn collie, solemn, serious. Solemner, comparative form of solemn, more solemn. Solemnis, obsolete form of solemnus. Solemnist, superlative form of solemn. Most solemn. Solemnify, simple past and past participle of solemnify. Solemnifies, third person singular simple present indicative of solemnify. Solemnify, to make solemn. Solemnifying, present participle and gerund of solemnify. Solemnization, alternative form of solemnization. Solemnizations, plural of solemnization. Solemnize, non-Oxford British English standard spelling of solemnize. Solemnized, simple past and past participle of solemnize. Solemnizer, alternative form of solemnizer. Solemnizers, plural of solemnizer. Solemnizes, third person singular simple present indicative of solemnize. Solemnizing, present participle and gerund of solemnize. Solemnities, plural of solemnity. Solemnitude, solemnity. Solemnity, the quality of being deeply serious and sober or solemn. Solemnizable, capable of being solemnized. Solemnizate, obsolete form of solemnize. Solemnizated, simple past and past participle of solemnizate. Solemnizates, third person singular simple present indicative of solemnizate. Solemnizating, present participle and gerund of solemnizate. Solemnization, the performance of a ceremony in an appropriate and solemn manner, such as performing a marriage. Solemnizations, plural of solemnization. Solemnize, to make solemn or official through ceremony or legal act. Solemnized, simple past and past participle of solemnize. Solemnizer, one who solemnizes. Solemnizers, plural of solemnizer. Solemnizes, third person singular simple present indicative of solemnize. Solemnizing, present participle and gerund of solemnize. Solemnly, in a solemn manner. Solemnis, the state or quality of being solemn. Solempt, solemnization of marriage. Solemns, plural of solemn. Solemniad, any clam in the family Solemnidae. Solemniads, plural of solemniad. Sola, a city and village in North Dakota. Solnation, any member of several species of marine bivalve shells belonging to the family Solnidae. Solanations, plural of solnation. Solanaceous, misspelling of solanaceous. Solandovirus, a DNA virus of the genus Solandovirus. Solandoviruses, plural of Solandovirus. Solness, the quality of being sole, unity, singleness. Solnet, a small European Solbubosidium luteum. Solnets, plural of solnet. Solenhofen, alternative form of Solnhofen. Solnit, any mollusk in the bivalve family Solnidae, the razor shells. Solnids, plural of solnit. Solnite, a fossil solin or razor shell. Solnites, plural of solnite. Solano, having a tube, a duct, or a pipe. Solnosrid, any marine decapod of the family Solnosridae. Solnosrids, plural of solnosrid. Solnocyte, a flagellated excretory cell, part of the proteinuria of certain larval animals. Solnocytes, plural of solnocyte. Solnodon, any of the family Solnodontidae of small nocturnal burrowing insectivorous mammals with a long snout and venomous saliva. Solnodons, plural of solnodon. Solnodonted, any solnodon in the family Solnodontidae. Solnodontids, plural of solnodontid. Solnophyllomorphid, any member of the Solnophyllomorphidae. Solnophyllomorphids, plural of Solnophyllomorpha. Solnogaster, any of the solnogasters, a class, sometimes a subclass of small worm-like mollusks with no shell. Solnogasters, plural of solnogaster. Solnoglyph, any of the solnoglyphous snakes. Solnoglyphus, having nub-like maxillae, each supporting a single hollow fang that points posteriorly, the mouth opening wide so that the fang swings into position to inject venom deeply. Solnoglyphs, plural of solnoglyph. Solenoid, a coil of wire that acts as a magnet when an electric current flows through it. Solenoidal, characteristic of a solenoid. Solenoidality, the property of being solenoidal. Solenoidally, by means of a solenoid. Solenoids, plural of solenoid. Solumrite, the tubular part of the opisthomrite. Solumrites, plural of solumrite. Solmophage, any solnophagus feeding directly on blood vessels organism. Solnophages, plural of solnophage. Solnophagic, relating to a solnophage. Solnophagus, feeding directly on blood from blood vessels. Solnopleurid, any trilobite in the family Solnopleuриdae. Solnopleurids, plural of solnopleurid. Solnoporaceous, of or relating to the Solnoporaceae. Solnopsin, an alkaloid with chemical formula CHN that is considered the primary toxin in fire ant venom and that inhibits angiogenesis via the phosphoinositol 3 kinase signaling pathway. Solnopsins, plural of solnopsin. Solnostel, a type of siphonostel in which the vascular tissue in the stem forms a central cylinder around a pith with widely spaced leaf gaps. Solnestels, plural of solnestel. Solnestelic, of or possessing a solnestel. Solnestum, a pore in some insects that secretes sperm. Solnestomes, plural of solnestome. Solnestomid, any fish in the family Solnestomidae. Solnestomids, plural of solnestomid. Solens, plural of solon. Solent, a strait separating Hampshire from the Isle of Wight in southern England. Sulpice, synonym of sole. Sulpices, plural of sulpice. Sulplate, the flat metal plate forming the underside of an iron for ironing laundry. Sulplates, plural of sulplate. Solar, a surname. Solar's theorem, a result concerning certain infinite-dimensional vector spaces, stating that any orthomodular form that has an infinite orthonormal sequence is a Hilbert space over the real numbers, complex numbers, or quaternions. Solar, a method of producing sherry in which small amounts of younger wines stored in an upper tier of casks are systematically blended with the more mature wine in the casks below. Towers, plural of solar. Tower, alternative form of solar loft. Sowers, plural of solar. Towers, a metal shoe made from plates of armor. Towrets, plural of sowert. Towers, plural of solar. Sellers, skillful, clever crafty. Solicitousness, the quality of being solert. Toes, plural of soul. Soulsby, a surname. Soulsbys, plural of Soulsby. Soulship, the state of being alone. Soulships, plural of soulship. Solsti, a commune of Vaslui County, Romania. Soleus, a broad, flat muscle that extends behind the gastrocnemius along the back of the calf. Soli, a surname. Solis, plural of soli. Salfa, alternative form of salfa. Salvad, simple past and past participle of salfa. Salfang, present participle and gerund of salfa. Salfas, third person singular simple present indicative of salfa. Salvatara, an area of volcanic activity that gives off sulfurous steam. Salfataras, plural of salfatara. Salfater, plural of salfatara. Salfateric, pertaining to or characterized by a salfatara. Salvage, alternative spelling of solfege. Solfege, a method of sight singing that uses the syllables due originally re, mi, fa, sol or so, la, and si or ti to represent the 7 principal pitches of the scale, most commonly the major scale. The fixed do system uses do for si, and the movable do system uses do for whatever key the melody uses, thus B is do if the piece is in the key of B. The relative natural minor of a scale may be represented by beginning at la. Solfeges, plural of solfege. Solfeges, plural of solfege. Solfedi, plural of solfeggio. Solfeggio, synonym of solfege. Solfeggios, plural of solfaggio. Solferino, a brilliant purple-red dye derived from aniline. Solferinos, plural of solferino. Solgel, alternative form of solgel. Solgels, plural of solgel. Solgen, abbreviation of Solicitor General. Zoli, a Bantu language spoken in Zambia. Solianka, alternative spelling of Salianka. Soliemkes, plural of Solianka. Telecit, to persistently endeavor to obtain an object or bring about an event. Telicitant, one who solicits. Telicitants, plural of solicitant. Solicitate, telicines. Solicitated, simple past and past participle of solicitate. Solicitates, third person singular simple present indicative of solicitate. Solicitating, present participle and gerund of solicitate. Solicitation, the action or instance of soliciting, petition, proposal. Solicitations, plural of solicitation. Solicited, simple past and past participle of solicit. Solicitee, the recipient of a solicitation, one who is solicited. Solicites, plural of solicitee. Solicitor, one who solicits something. Solicitors, plural of solicitor. Solicitous, second person singular simple present indicative of solicit. Solicit. Third person singular simple present indicative of solicit. Soliciting. Present participle and gerund of solicit. Solicitings. Plural of soliciting. Solicitor. One who solicits. Solicitor General. In common law countries, a legal officer who is the chief representative of a regional or national government in courtroom proceedings, sometimes a deputy of the Attorney General. Solicitor Generals. Plural of Solicitor General. Solicitor-client privilege. Synonym of attorney-client privilege. Solicitors. Plural of solicitor. Solicitors General. Plural of Solicitor General. Solicitorship. The role or office of solicitor. Solicitorships. Plural of solicitorship. Solicitory. Serving to solicit. Solicitor. Obsolete form of solicitor. Solicitors. Plural of solicitor. Solicitous. Disposed to solicit, eager to obtain something desirable, or to avoid anything evil. Solicitously. In a solicitous manner. Solicitousness. The state or quality of being solicitous. Solicitress. A woman who solicits a seductress or whore. Solicitresses. Plural of solicitress. Solicitrix. A female solicitor. Solicitrixes. Plural of solicitrix. Solicit. Third person singular simple present indicative of solicit. Solicitude. The state of being solicitous, uneasiness of mind occasioned by fear of evil or desire for good, anxiety. Solicitudes. Plural of solicitude. Solicitudinous. Expressing solicitude. Solid. Acronym of single responsibility, open-closed list of substitution, interface segregation and dependency inversion, a set of principles that, when followed, will lead to a created system that will likely be easier to maintain and extend over time. Solid. That can be picked up or held, having a texture, and usually firm, unlike a liquid, gas, or plasma. Solid angle. The three-dimensional analog of an angle, equivalent to the area of that portion of the surface of a unit sphere that it subtends. Solid angles. Plural of solid angle. Solid as a rock. Extremely thick and heavy, so as to make it impossible to move. Solid as the rock of Gibraltar. Utterly solid, firm, or reliable. Solid compound. A chemical compound that is solid. Solid compounds. Plural of solid compound. Solid emulsion. A type of colloid of the form of a solid dispersed in a liquid. Solid emulsions. Plural of solid emulsion. Solid hydrogen. The solid phase of hydrogen, frozen hydrogen state. Solid model. A type of computer model of a physical object that is defined geometrically as consisting of virtual 3D solid shapes rather than as other geometric forms such as lines and points alone, wireframes, pixels, or voxels. Solid models. Plural of solid model. Solid North. A group of predominantly Ilocano-speaking provinces in Luzon, Philippines, known for consistently voting for the Marcos family and allied politicians, as well as politicians supporting economic causes important to Ilocanos in general such as tobacco. Solid of revolution. A solid produced by taking a particular two-dimensional curve and rotating it through 360 degrees about an axis. The curve will sweep out a surface, and the region inside the surface defines a solid. Solid phase. One of the three fundamental structural phases of matter in which the cohesive force of matter is strong enough to keep the molecules or atoms in the given positions, restraining the thermal mobility. Solid phases. Plural of solid phase. Solid rocket. A rocket engine rocket motor that uses a solid propellant that, when combusted, generates gases which are used for rocket propulsion. Solid rockets. Plural of solid rocket. Solid shot. A solid round shot or cannonball. Solid shots. Plural of solid shot. Solid slug. Shotgun cartridge with a single projectile. Solid slugs. Plural of solid slug. Solid saw. A type of colloid of the form of one solid dispersed in another continuous solid. Solid saws. Plural of solid saw. Solid solution. Any homogeneous crystalline solid consisting of more than one type of molecule or atom randomly dispersed in which the structure is independent of its composition. Solid solutions. Plural of solid solution. Solid South. The electoral support of the southern United States for Democratic Party candidates for nearly a century from 1877, the end of the Reconstruction, to 1964. Solid state. Alternative form of solid state. Solid syllabub. Synonym of everlasting syllabub. Solid syllabubs. Plural of solid syllabub. Solid tori. Plural of solid torus. Solid torus. The topological space that is a Cartesian product of the two-dimensional disk and the circle. Solid drawn. Drawn out from a heated solid bar, as by a process of spiral rolling which first hollows the bar and then expands the cavity by forcing the bar over a pointed mandrel fixed in front of the rolls, set of a weldless tube. Solid state. Having or relating to the physical properties of solid materials, especially electromagnetic, thermodynamic, or structural properties of crystalline solids. Solid state device. Any device which employs the electric, magnetic, or optical properties of a solid, especially of semiconductors. Solid state devices. Plural of solid state device. Solid state drive. A solid state storage device that uses integrated circuit assemblies to store data persistently, typically using flash memory, and functioning as secondary storage in the hierarchy of computer storage. Solid state drives. Plural of solid state drive. Solida. Plural of solidum. Solidago. The goldenrod or any of various similar plants in the genus Solidago. Solidagos. Plural of solidago. Solidagos. Plural of solidago. Solidarily. Showing solidarity. Solidarize. Alternative form of solidarize. Solidarize. Simple past and past participle of solidarize. Solidarizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of solidarize. Solidarizing. Present participle and gerund of solidarize. Solidarism. Any of several social movements which advocate various kinds of solidarity. See solidarism. Solidarisms. Plural of solidarism. Solidarists. Exhibiting or pertaining to solidarism. Solidaristic. exhibiting or pertaining to solidarism. Solidarists, plural of solidaris. Solidarities, plural of solidarity. Solidarity, a political movement begun in the labor unions of Poland that contributed to the fall of communism in that country. Solidarization, the showing of solidarity. Solidarize, to show solidarity with or against. Solidarize, simple past and past participle of solidarize. Solidarizes, third person singular simple present indicative of solidarize. Solidarizing, present participle and gerund of solidarize. Solidary, having community of interests and responsibilities. Solidate, to make solid or firm, to solidify. Solidated, simple past and past participle of solidate. Solidates, third person singular simple present indicative of solidate. Solidating, present participle and gerund of solidate. Solidate. A surname. Solidays, plural of solidae. Solid body. A guitar, constructed from a solid material as opposed to a hollow one. Solider, comparative form of solid, more solid. Solidus, superlative form of solid, most solid. Poeti, plural of solidus. Solidifiability, the quality of being solidifiable. Solidifiable, that can be solidified. Solidification, the action of solidifying. Solidifications, plural of solidification. Solidify, simple past and past participle of solidify. Solidifier, someone who or something that solidifies. Solidifiers, plural of solidifier. Solidifies, third person singular simple present indicative of solidify. Solidify, to make solid, convert into a solid body. Solidifying, present participle and gerund of solidify. Solidifyings. Plural of solidifying. Elidish, somewhat solid. Solidism, the doctrine that the solid parts of the body are the only parts that have vital properties and are susceptible to disease. Helvedest, an advocate of or believer in solidism. Helvedestic, relating to the old medical theory of solidism. Helvedists, plural of solidist. Solidities, plural of solidity. Solidity, the state or quality of being solid. Solid-like, having the characteristics of a solid. Solidly, in a solid or firm manner. Solidness, the state or quality of being solid. Solidnesses, plural of solidness. Solids, plural of solid. Solid of revolution, plural of solid of revolution. Diletum, the die of a pedestal. Diletums, plural of solidum. Solidungular, solidus. Solidungulate, a mammal having a single hoof on each foot. Solidungulates, plural of solidungulate. Solidungulus, solitus. Solides, various medieval and early modern coins or units of account. Solidoses, plural of solidus. Soli, a surname. Soliation, S of or relating to the Soliaceae. Solis, plural of soli. Solifaction, the production of gold. Solivnasin, a urinary antispasmodic of the antimuscarinic class. Soliferum, a ancient Abian heavy iron javelin. It was designed to be thrown a short distance of up to 30 meters. Soliferums, plural of soliferum. Soliphidian, a person who believes that faith alone as opposed to good deeds brings salvation. Soliphidianism, the beliefs or doctrines of the Soliphidians. Soliphidians, plural of Soliphidian. Soliflor, a vase designed to hold a single flower. Soliflor, a fragrance dominated by the scent of a particular flower, such as rose, carnation, or iris. Soliflors, plural of soliflor. Solifluction, soil creep caused by waterlogged soil slowly moving downhill on top of an impermeable layer. Solifluxional, of or relating to solifluction. Solifluxions, plural of solifluction. Solifluction, alternative form of solifluction. Solifluxional, alternative form of solifluxional. Solifluxions, plural of solifluction. Soliform, like the sun in appearance or nature. Saliformivit, any slime mold of the genus Saliformuvum. Saliformuve is, plural of Saliformuve. Salifugal, moving away from the sun. Salifuge, synonym of camel spider. Solifuges, plural of solifuge. Solifuge, synonym of camel spider. Solifugids, plural of solifugid. Soligenic, synonym of soliginous. Domodermas, produced by groundwater or an inflow of surface water and not by local precipitation. Solihull, a large town and metropolitan borough of the West Midlands in the center of England. Soliloquacious, of or relating to a soliloquy. Soliloqual, speaking to oneself. Soliloquid, simple past and past participle of soliloquy. Soliloquies, plural of soliloquy. Soliloquying, present participle and gerund of soliloquy. Soliloquies, alternative spelling of soliloquies. Soliloquized, simple past and past participle of soliloquies. Soliloquizer, alternative form of soliloquy. Soliloquizer. Soliloquizers, plural of soliloquizer. Soliloquizes, third person singular simple present indicative of soliloquiz. Soliloquizing, present participle and gerund of soliloquiz. Soliloquist, a person who soliloquizes. Soliloquists, plural of soliloquists. Soliloquiz, of a character to perform a soliloquy, to talk to oneself. Soliloquized, simple past and past participle of soliloquiz. Soliloquizer, one who soliloquizes. Soliloquizers, plural of soliloquizer. Soliloquizes, third person singular simple present indicative of soliloquiz. Soliloquizing, present participle and gerund of soliloquiz. Soliloquizingly. By way of soliloquy. Soliloquizings. Plural of soliloquizing. Soliloquy. The act of a character speaking to themselves so as to reveal their thoughts to the audience. Soliloquy. Present participle and gerund of soliloquy. Solunar. Relating to or due to the influence of both the sun and the moon. Solomon. A surname from Spanish, an anglicization and Filipino form of Salomon, or transliteration of the Arabic surname Arabic Sin, Arabic Lam, Arabic Yat, Arabic Meme, Arabic Alif, Arabic Nun. Solomons. Plural of Solomon. Solimões. Upper stretches of the Amazon River in Brazil from its confluence with the Rio Negro upstream to the border of Peru. Solin. A city in Croatia. Solway. Present participle and gerund of Sol. Solingen. An independent city in North Rhine-Westphalia, Germany. Solian. An electrochemical device of the 1950s intended to replace the transistor in certain situations and using ions rather than electrons to carry electrical charge. Solians. Plural of solian. Solite. Alternative form of solipede. Solipede. A mammal having a single hoof on each foot, a solid ungulate. Solipedes. Plural of solipede. Soliptus. Having solid, i.e. uncloven hoofs. Solites. Plural of solite. Solipto. Moving towards the sun. Solipsism. The idea that the self is all that exists or that can be proven to exist. Solipsisms. Plural of solipsism. Solipsis. Of or pertaining to solipsism. Solipsistic. Of relating to or being disposed to solipsism. Solipsistically. With consideration only for one's own interests. Solipsis. Plural of solipsists. Solipsize. To convert to solipsism. Solipsized. Simple past and past participle of solipsize. Solipsizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of solipsize. Solipsizing. Present participle and gerund of solipsize. Toes. A surname. Soliscrius. Following the sun. Solitaire. A person who lives alone, a recluse or hermit. Solitaires. Plural of solitaire. Solitarian. A hermit, one who is solitary. Solitarians. Plural of solitarian. Solitaries. Plural of solitary. Solitariety. The state of being solitary. Solitarily. In a solitary manner, alone. Solitariness. The state or quality of being solitary. Solitarinesses. Plural of solitariness. Solitario. A large eroded laccolith superficially resembling a crater in western Texas in the United States, which covers a circular area of approximately 135 square kilometers or 52 square miles, marked by rugged terrain and shoot-ups. Solitarious. Solitary, not gregarious. Solitariously. In a solitarious manner. Solitariousness. The quality of being solitarious. Solitarization, conversion to a solitary lifestyle. Solitarize, to transform into a solitarious nymph. Solitarize, simple past and past participle of solitarize. Solitarizes, third person singular simple present indicative of solitarize. Solitarizing, present participle and gerund of solitarize. Solitary, one who lives alone or in solitude, an anchorite, hermit, or recluse. Solitary confinement, forced isolation in a small space and the denial of contact with other persons, usually as a form of punishment for a prison inmate. Solitary confinement, plural of solitary confinement. Solitary sandpiper. Tringa solitaria, a small wading bird. Solitary sandpipers, plural of solitary sandpiper. Solitary tinamou, a tinamou, Tinamous solitarius. Solitary tinamus, plural of solitary tinamou. Solitary wasps, used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See solitary wasp. Solitary wasps, plural of solitary wasps. Solitary wave, a self-reinforcing pulse or traveling wave caused by any nonlinear effect found in many physical systems. Solitary waves, plural of solitary wave. Solidiraneous, relating to the sun and earth. Solithromycin, a fluorotelide antibiotic. Solitomab, a particular monoclonal antibody. Soliton, a solitary wave which retains its permanent structure after interacting with another soliton. Solitonic, of or pertaining to a soliton. Solitonics, the study of solitons. Solitonized, composed of solitons. Solitons, plural of soliton. Solitude, aloneness, the state of being alone, solitary, or by oneself. Solitudes, plural of solitude. Solitudinal, of or pertaining to solitude. Solitudinarian, one who remains solitary. Solitudinarians, plural of solitudinarian. Solitudinous, characterized by solitude. Solitudinously, in a solitary or solitudinous manner. Solitudinousness, the quality of being solitudinous characterized by solitude. Salovagant, wandering alone. Salovagants, plural of salovagant. Salovagus, salovagant, wandering alone. Solovan, a surname from Irish. Solovans, plural of Solovan. Sala, a joist or beam of secondary importance. Salivan, a surname from Ilocano. Salivans, plural of Salivan. Salos, plural of Salo. Zalas, a surname. Salizes, plural of Salas. Soldanka, alternative spelling of Salyanka. Soljankas, plural of Soljanka. Salketal, an acetyl derivative of glycerol 2,2-dimethyl 1,3-dioxylin 4-il-methanol used in the synthesis of glycerides. Solar, a solar or garret room. Solar. Simple past and past participle of solar. Solaring. Present participle and gerund of solar. Solars. A surname. Salarses. Plural of solars. Salas. A surname. Salenberger. A surname. Salenbergers. Plural of Salenberger. Solar. A surname. Solaris. A flexible armor shoe, usually steel, made of multiple hinged plates, worn with medieval armor. Solarits. Plural of solarit. Dollars. Plural of solar. Solly. A surname. Sollies. Plural of solly. Solicit. Obsolete spelling of solicit. Solicitous. Obsolete form of solicitous. Solit. A surname. Salman. A surname. Soloway. A surname from Ukrainian. Zali. Pronunciation spelling of sorry, mimicking an Asian accent. Sawe. Any plant of the genus Billardiera. Sales. Plural of salea. Psalmization. Mnemonic association of syllables with musical scale degrees. Psalmizations. Plural of psalmization. Psalmization. Alternative spelling of psalmization. Psalmizations. Plural of psalmization. Ta. Abbreviation of solution. Ta. Alternative form of psalm. Solution. Solnhofen. A municipality in the district of Weissenberg-Gunzenhausen in Bavaria, Germany, known for its limestone. Salme. A surname. Sonnets. Plural of sonnet. Zons. Plural of song. Dolo. A surname. Solo album. A music album headlined by one person who has previously produced music as part of a group or band. Solo albums. Plural of solo album. Solo concert. A public musical performance given by just one person. Solo concerts. Plural of solo concert. Solo man. Homo erectus salonsis is subspecies of H. erectus that lived along the Solo River in Java, Indonesia, in the late Pleistocene. Solo parent. A single parent resulting from divorce or separation or by the death of the other parent, who is raising a family in the absence of the other parent. Solo parents. Plural of solo parent. Solo poly. Flipping of solo polyamory. Solo polyamorous. Engaging in or relating to solo polyamory. Solo polyamory. A form of polyamory in which the person leads a mostly independent lifestyle, for example, not living with their partners or not sharing finances. Solo run. A run made while soloing and possibly bouncing the football. Solo runs. Plural of solo run. Solo sex. Masturbation. Solo whist. A trick-taking card game for 4 players in which players can bid to make 8 tricks in trumps with any partner or a solo contract playing against the other 3 players. Solo able. Able to be played on one's own without other players. Solochrome. Any of a range of black or dark blue dyes. Solochromes. Plural of solochrome. Solodic. Leached of most minerals, but having slightly acid topsoil and subsoil that is enriched with sodium-saturated clay. Solidization, the process of solidizing. Solidize, to cause to become solidic. Solidized, simple past and past participle of solidize. Solidizes, third person singular simple present indicative of solidize. Solidizing, present participle and gerund of solidize. Solipsism, alternative form of solipsism. Solipsisms, plural of solipsism. Solo, simple past and past participle of solo. Solas, third person singular simple present indicative of solo. Soligamous, one who practices sologamy. Sologamists, plural of sologamists. Sologamy, marriage to oneself. Toulon, a natural region between the French departments of Loire, Loire-et-Cher, and Cher, in Centre-Val de Loire, France. Soloe, present participle and gerund of solo. Soloism, the practice of performing solos, especially in music or airplane flying training. Soloisms, plural of soloism. Soloist, a person who performs a solo. Soloistic, pertaining to or characteristic of a soloist. Soloists, plural of soloists. Sawah, a city in West Sumatra, Indonesia. Salamet, abbreviation of Solomon Islands. Solomon, a surname transferred from the given name. A variant of Solomon. Salombala English, a pidgin derived from both English and Russian that was spoken in the port of Salombala in the city of Arkhangelsk, Russia in the 18th and 19th centuries. Salomito, a surname. Salometa, a surname from Italian. Solomon, in the Old Testament and Quran, a king of Israel famous for his wisdom, father of King Rehoboam and the son of King David. Solomon Gundi, Salma Gundi, a main dish of chopped meat, fish, onions, oil and vinegar, etc. Solomon Gundi, alternative form of Salmagundi, dish of meat, fish, onions, oil and vinegar, etc. Solomon Island spiny monitor, a monitor lizard of species Varanus spinulosus. Solomon Island spiny monitors, plural of Solomon Island spiny monitor. Solomon Islander, somebody from the Solomon Islands. Solomon Islanders, plural of Solomon Islander. Solomon Islands, a country consisting of the majority of the Solomon Islands archipelago in Melanesia, in Oceania, as well as the Santa Cruz Islands. Official name, Solomon Islands. Capital and largest city, Honiara. Solomon syndrome, synonym of Schimmelpenning syndrome. Solomon's knot, a symbol consisting of two linked pastel-shaped loops, arranged crosswise. Solomon's seal, any flowering plant of the genus Polygonatum, especially Polygonatum multiflorum. Solomon's seals, plural of Solomon's seal. Solomonimide, any of a group of cyclic peptides present in some sponges. Solomonimides, plural of Solomonimide. Salmagundi, alternative form of Salmagundi, dish of meat, fish, onions, oil and vinegar, etc. Solomonian, Solomonic, Solomonic, relating to Solomon, a king of Israel noted for his wisdom. Solomon, a member of the House of Solomon, the former imperial house of Ethiopia, claiming lineal descent from Solomon of Israel and the Queen of Sheba. Solomonids, plural of Solomonid. Solomonov induction, a form of induction involving Bayes' theorem that derives the posterior probability of any computable theory given a sequence of observed data. Solomons, ellipsis of Solomon Islands. Solomon seal, alternative form of Solomon's seal the plant. Tawar, an ancient Athenian statesman and lawgiver, one of the seven sages c.630 c.560 BC. Solanami, any of a group of cyclopeptides present in some marine bacteria that inhibit quorum sensing. Solanamides, plural of solanami. Solanchak, a pale or gray soil found in arid to subhumid conditions with poor drainage. Solanchaki, plural of Solanchak. Solanchakic, relating to Solanchak soils. Solanchaks, plural of Solanchak. Salons, a surname. Solonets, alternative form of Solonets. Salonetsi is plural of Solonets. Solonets, a type of soil with a so-called natric horizon within the upper meter of the soil profile and a subsoil with higher clay content than the upper horizon, the latter having more than 15% exchangeable sodium. Solonetses, plural of solonets. Solonsec, of or pertaining to solonets. Soloncicity, the quality or degree of being solonsic. Tawar, a language of Papua New Guinea. Solongoi, the mountain weasel. Solongoit, a monoclinic prismatic colorless mineral containing boron, calcium, chlorine, hydrogen, and oxygen. Solonian, of or relating to Solon Greek, sigmomacron lambda omega nu Solon, c. 638 c. 558 BC, ancient Athenian statesman, lawmaker, and poet. Solonic, wise. Solons, plural of Solon. Solopathogen, a solopathogenic organism. Solopathogenic, pathogenic without the need for a mating partner. Solopathogens, plural of solopathogen. Solopreneur, an entrepreneur who operates a business alone. Solopreneurs, plural of solopreneur. Soloprov, improv, usually improvisational comedy performed by a single improviser. Solario, a surname from Spanish. Solarios, plural of solario. Solorzano, a surname. Solos, plural of solo. Solosexual, sexual with oneself. Masturbatory. Solosexuality, the act, practice or quality of being sexual with oneself. Solosexual, plural of solosexual. Sali, a soil type hypothesized to be a transformation of salitic soil, where the sodium is replaced by hydrogen, resulting in friable topsoil and dark, hard, alkaline subsoil. Sales, plural of Sala. Solothurn, a canton of Switzerland. Solotne, alternative form of Zolotnik. Solotniks, plural of Solotnik. Solove, a surname from from Ukrainian. Solove, a transliteration of the Ukrainian surname Solove Ikakui Solove. Solovi, a transliteration of the Ukrainian surname Solove Ikakui Solove. Solovian, or pertaining to the economist Robert Salo. Salovaya, a transliteration of the Ukrainian surname Solove Ikakui Ove Solojov. Salovayeva, a transliteration of the Ukrainian surname Solove Ikakui Ove A Solovjova. Salovaya, a village in Osheretine settlement Armata, Pokrovsk Rayon, Donetsk Oblast, Ukraine. Salovev, a transliteration of the Russian surname Solov Yuryovel Solov letter 2B9J O cute V. Salodev, a transliteration of the Ukrainian surname Solov Yuri Igatku Ov Solov letter 2B9Jov. Solovyovan, or relating to Vladimir Solovyov 1853-1900, Russian philosopher who developed philosophical concepts like sophiology. Soloway, a surname from Ukrainian. Soloways, plural of Soloway. Doloyan, alternative form of Solovian. Solok Solon, the methyl ester of 2-xanthine-12-oxo-18 beta-HLE and N11,1,2-dene-30-OC acid used as a viral inhibitor. Salbucanol, a particular antianginal and antiarrhythmic drug. Solfugid, misspelling of salpugid. Salpugid, any agnate of the odor salifugi. Salpugids, plural of salpugid. Saurisal, a minor constructed language whose phonemes are based upon the solfege. Salmise, the time of day when Sol, the sun in the solar system, appears to rise over a planet's horizon. Da, plural of Sol. Das, plural of Sol. Dulsana, a city in Lleida, Catalonia, Spain. Solstice, one of the 2 points in the ecliptic at which the sun is furthest from the celestial equator. This corresponds to one of 2 days in the year when the day is either longest or shortest. Solstices, plural of solstice. Solstitial, alternative form of solstitial. Solstitial, pertaining to a solstice. Solstitial color, a meridian on the celestial sphere where the sun crosses it on solstices. Solstitial collars, plural of solstitial collar. Solstitially, in a solstitial manner relating to solstices. Sultanabad, a city in Kashab, Iran. Sultani, a surname. Sultanis, plural of Sultani. Soltera, a surname. Solteros, plural of Soltera. Soltes, a surname from Hungarian. Solteses, plural of Soltes. Saltman, a surname. Saltis, a surname. Soltizes, plural of salties. Solubilite, a water-soluble extract. Solubilites, plural of solubilate. Solubilisate, alternative form of solubilizate. Solubilisates, plural of solubilisate. Solubilization, alternative form of solubilization. Solubilize, non-Oxford British English Standard form of solubilize. Solubilized, simple past and past participle of solubilize. Solubilizer, non-Oxford British English Standard form of solubilizer. Solubilizers, plural of solubilizer. Solubilizes, third person singular simple present indicative of solubilize. Solubilizing, present participle and gerund of solubilize. Solubilities, plural of solubility. Solubility, the condition of being soluble. Solubility product, the product of the individual solubilities of the cation and anion of a salt. Solubility products, plural of solubility product. Solubilizabilities, plural of solubilizability. Solubilizability, quality or degree of being solubilizable. Solubilizable, capable of being solubilized. Solubilizate, the solute that is solubilized during solubilization. Solubilizates, plural of solubilizate. Solubilization, the act of solubilizing something, of rendering it soluble. Solubilizations, plural of solubilization. Solubilize, to make something soluble or dispersible, especially by adding a detergent. Solubilized, simple past and past participle of solubilize. Solubilizer, a substance used to solubilize another. Solubilizers, plural of solubilizer. Solubilizes, third person singular simple present indicative of solubilize. Solubilizing, present participle and gerund of solubilize. Soluble, able to be dissolved. Soluble glass. Sodium silicate. Soluble glasses, plural of soluble glass. Soluble insulin, synonym of regular insulin. Soluble insulins, plural of soluble insulin. Solubleness, solubility. Solubles, liquid containing dissolved and dispersed solids that is a byproduct of alcoholic fermentation and is used as a source of dietary protein. Solubilization, misspelling of solubilization. Solubly, in a soluble manner. Salukumbu, a district of Koshi, Nepal. Solulu, a solution. Solulus, plural of solulu. Solume, a surname. Solumeterol, an anti-inflammatory glucocorticoid containing a form of methylprednisolone. Solumes, plural of solume. Tolunar, of, pertaining to, or influenced by both the sun and the moon. Dalos, alone, unaccompanied as a stage direction. Soluthle, of or pertaining to a solute. Solute, free, liberal, loose. Soluted, simple past and past participle of solute. Solutes, plural of solute. Soluting, present participle and gerund of solute. Dilution, a homogeneous mixture which may be liquid, gas, or solid, formed by dissolving one or more substances. Solution in search of a problem. A proposal that does not solve any problem or provide any value, or one that is intended to fill a need which does not really exist. Solution looking for a problem. Synonym of solution in search of a problem. Solution of continuity. The separation of parts normally continuous by fracture, etc. Solution pan. Synonym of K-Mitsa. Solution pit. Synonym of panel. Solution stack. A set of software systems that are combined to create a complete platform. Solution stacks. Plural of solution stack. Solution-oriented. Stressing possible solutions rather than focusing on the problem that requires solving. Delusional. Relating to a solution to a problem. Delusionally. As a solution to a problem. Delusioned. Simple past and past participle of solution. Solutioning. Present participle and gerund of solution. Solutionism. The belief that all difficulties have benign solutions, often of a technocratic nature. Solutionist. A solver of problems or puzzles. Solutionists. Plural of solutionists. Solutionization. The act of solutionizing, the process of converting a metal alloy into a solid solution by a heat treatment. Solutionize. To heat a metal alloy to form a homogeneous solid solution. Solutionized. Simple past and past participle of solutionize. Solutionizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of solutionize. Solutionizing. Present participle and gerund of solutionize. Solutionless. Without a solution or answer. Solutionlessness. Absence of a solution. Solutions. Plural of solution. Solutions in search of problems. Plural of solution in search of a problem. Solutive. Tending to produce relaxation as of the bowels, having laxative properties. Solutives. Plural of solutive. Solutrian. One of the final stages of the Paleolithic, c. 22,000–17,000 BCE. Solutrians. Plural of solutrian. Salva. A village and community in West Pembrokeshire, Wales. OS Grid Ref SM 8024. Solvabilities. Plural of solvability. Solvability. Capability of being solved. Solvable. Capable of being solved. Solvable group. A group G which is part of a finite chain G letter 1d620 less or equal to I less or equal to n of subgroups, where G0 is the trivial subgroup and Gn equals G, such that each intermediate subgroup G letter 1d620 is a normal subgroup of the next in the chain, i.e. G letter 1d620, G letter 1d620, and each quotient G letter 1d620 slash G letter 1d620 is a cyclic group. Solvable groups. Plural of solvable group. Solvableness. The quality of being solvable. Salve. A city in Santa Barbara County, California, United States. Solvate. A complex formed by the attachment of solvent molecules to that of a solute. Solvated. Simple past and past participle of solvate. Solvates. Plural of solvate. Solvating. Present participle and gerund of solvate. Solvation. An association or a reaction of a solute with a solvent. Solvations. Plural of solvation. Solvatization. alternative form of solvatization. Solvatization, synonym of solvation. Solvatizations, plural of solvatization. Solvatochromatic, alternative form of solvatochromic. Solvatochromic, of or pertaining to solvatochromism. Solvatochromism, a change in color due to changes in position and slash or intensity of absorption or emission bands that accompanies a change in the polarity of a solvent. Solvatofluorochromic, relating to or exhibiting solvatofluorochromism. Solvatofluorochromism, the effect of solvent on the color and fluorescence of dyes. Solvatomorph, a complex of a substance and its solvent. Solvatomorphs, plural of solvatomorph. Solve process, a major industrial process for the production of sodium carbonate. Solve, to find an answer or solution to a problem or question, to work out. Solve, having a solution, having been explained or answered. Solvencies, plural of solvency. Solvency, the state of having enough funds or liquid assets to pay all of one's debts, the state of being solvent. Solvency margin, the amount of money that remains after subtracting any debts owing. Solvent, a substance to be dissolved. Solvent, plural of solvent. Solvent, a fluid that dissolves a solid, liquid, or gaseous solute resulting in a solution. Solvent abuse, the use, often dangerous, of solvent chemicals such as industrial solvents and household solvents for their neuropsychological effect, hallucinogenic, stimulant, or stupefying. Solvent abuser, a person who engages in solvent abuse. Solvent abusers, plural of solvent abuser. Solvent extraction, the separation of the components of a solution by partitioning between immiscible liquids. Solventless, that does not use a solvent. Solvently, in a solvent manner. Solventogenesis, the biochemical synthesis of solvents, typically alcohols. Solventogenic, that biochemically synthesizes solvents, typically alcohols. Solvent-proof, resistant to solvents. Solvents, plural of solvent. Solver, one who or that which solves. Solvers, plural of solver. Solves, third person singular simple present indicative of solve. Solvest, second person singular simple present indicative of solve. Solve, third person singular simple present indicative of solve. Solve, plural of solvus. Solvable, obsolete form of solvable. Solving, present participle and gerund of solve. Solvings, plural of solving, synonym of solutions. Solve manifold, a homogeneous space of a connected solvable Lie group. Solve manifolds, plural of solve manifold. Solvalize, alternative form of solvalize. Solvalizes, plural of solvolysis. Solvolysis, any reaction between a solute and its solvent in which one or more bonds of the solute are broken, specifically a substitution, elimination, or fragmentation reaction in which the solvent is the nucleophile. Solvolytic, of or pertaining to solvolysis. Solvolyze, to subject to or to undergo solvolysis. Solvomolalities, plural of solvomolality. Solvomolality, a measure of the comparative solubility of a material in a mixture of a solvent and a reference solvent. Solvophilic, having an affinity for a particular solvent. Solvophobic, lacking an affinity for a specific solvent, unable to absorb or be wetted by solvent. Solvophobicity, the condition of being solvophobic. Solvothermal, relating to or by means of a solution not normally aqueous at high temperature. Solvothermally, in a solvothermal manner. Solvothermolysis, thermolysis in the presence of a solvent. Salzburgite, synonym of soda trachite. Salzburgite, alternative form of Salzburgite. Salzburgites, plural of Salzburgite. Salvsolitin, an expanding Ricci soliton on a Sol manifold. Salsolitins, plural of salsolitin. Salvus, a line or surface in a phase diagram delimiting the region of stability of a solid solution. Solway, a neighborhood in Ashburton, Victoria, Australia. Solway Firth, an arm of the Irish Sea, which forms part of the border between England and Scotland. Solway, dirty, soiled, sullied, defiled. Doughy, obsolete form of solely. Salyanka, a thick, spicy, and sour soup in Russian and Ukrainian cuisine. Salyankas, plural of Salyanka. Solzhenitsyn, of or pertaining to Alexander Solzhenitsyn 1918-2008, Soviet and Russian novelist, dramatist, and historian who wrote about the Gulag. Solipsism, archaic spelling of solipsism. Solipsisms, plural of solipsism. Solipsistic, archaic spelling of solipsistic. The initialism of self-organizing map. SOVEL, abbreviation of system on a module system on module. The, a surname. Somtam, green papaya salad, a Thai dish of sliced sour fruits and vegetables as green papayas, tomatoes, etc. and other ingredients as lime, palm sugar, chilies, garlic, dried shrimps, fried peanuts, etc. which are pounded together in a mortar. Somtam, alternative form of somtam. I dialect spelling of some. Abbreviation of Somalia. Selma, acronym of South Main, a neighborhood of Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. Selma, the Soma Jews, capitalized usually when mentioned in personified, deified form. Selma, a city in Fukushima Prefecture, Japan. Samais, alternative form of samosa. Samapula, a village in the province of Midlands, Zimbabwe. Samaclonal, produced by plant tissue culture. Samaclone, a plant produced from another by tissue culture. Samaclones, plural of samaclone. Tamada, a female given name from Sanskrit. Sami-static, of or relating to semi-statics. Semi-statically, in terms of or with regard to semi-statics. Semi-statics, a philosophical discipline involving the use, appreciation, and knowledge of one's own body. Samain, a commune in Nord Department, Hauts-de-France, France. Damadi, alternative form of samaj. Samaj, plural of samaj. Samad is plural of Samaj. Somo, archaic form of Somali. Somo, relating to Somalia, the Somali Peninsula, or the Somali people, language, or culture. Somali, a Cushitic language spoken mainly in Somalia, eastern Ethiopia, Djibouti, and eastern Kenya. Somali Coast Protectorate, a territory lying between the Italian colony of Eritrea and British Somaliland, administered by governor with a privy council since 1888, now an unrecognized state. Somali giraffe, synonym of reticulated giraffe. Somali giraffes, plural of Somali giraffe. Somali mither, synonym of mur. Somali estish, Struthio maladophanes, a large flightless bird native to the Horn of Africa, previously considered to be a subspecies of the common ostrich. Somali estiches, plural of Somali ostrich. Somali Peninsula, the Somali inhabited regions of the Horn of Africa. Somali Peninsula, alternative letter case form of Somali Peninsula. Somali, relating to Somalia, the Somali Peninsula, or the Somali people, language, or culture. Somalia, a country in East Africa in the Horn of Africa. Official name, Federal Republic of Somalia. Capital, Mogadishu. Somalian, of or pertaining to the Republic of Somalia in a civic or governmental context. Somalians, plural of Somalian. Somaliland, an ethnically Somali geographic region of East Africa comprising Somalia, Djibouti, and parts of Ethiopia. Somalilander, of or pertaining to Somaliland. Somalilanders,